ऐसे कोई हमारे से कोई बात नहीं। ठीक, चलिए, बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, he is the man of the moment, isn't he? And there's so much action happening at the airports across the country today. Tanushka is joining us from the Indira Gandhi International Airport. Tanushka, you've met all the leaders who've arrived in Delhi since the morning. Who's next?
Yes, so next in line, I'm literally waiting right now for Champai Soren to arrive, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, who has earlier said that, you know, the fact that JMM has clinched all 5, and the India bloc, in fact, has clinched all 5 tribal reserve seats in Jharkhand is a testimony to the fact that BJP has been rejected by the state because of its divisive politics. This is what Champai Soren has said earlier after the results came in. And right now, we're waiting for him to arrive at the airport. The airport has been hustling and bustling with a parade of leaders coming in since morning. We have had both the kingmakers, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, arrive here, and Champai Soren will be coming in here for the India Bloc Alliance meeting later in the evening. And other than this, we've had in full array of leaders coming in. Tejasvi Yadav was here, who said that, you know, this is likely to form a government and to be patient and to wait for the discussions to take place. Chandrababu Naidu said in his press conference earlier that he would be going ahead and forming the alliance with the NDA. So let's wait and hear what Champai Soren as well has to say. And later in the day, we'll be having Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee coming in, and later in the evening, we'll be having Akhilesh Yadav coming in. So still a lot more to go from the Indira Gandhi International Airport. Back to you.
All right, a day of a lot of hectic activity from the airport to the various places where these meetings are taking place. Trust NDTV to get to the 360-degree view of the latest political action. With that, we're slipping into a short break.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया, you know, ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes you know it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
The Indian Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Welcome back. Like we've been saying, it's a day of hectic meetings, and the India bloc is also meeting in the national capital. In fact, top leaders from across the country have started arriving in Delhi. It's over to Sunil Prabhu for more.
Thank you, Rishika. I'm joined by somebody who has been an architect of the India Alliance, who has been working tirelessly for the Maharashtra Vikas Angadi. Many congratulations, Rahul Saab. You have finally been vindicated.
उसका मतलब क्या है? आप क्या बताना चाहते हो?
That ultimately you have succeeded fighting against many battles.
जी हाँ, ये बैटल हम पर थोप गया था और हमने ये बैटल जीत लिया है महाराष्ट्र में। और मुझे लगता है आने वाले दिनों में दिल्ली का बैटल भी हम जीत लेंगे। महाराष्ट्र ने 30 सीटें दी है, इंडिया गठबंधन 30। आपने देखा होगा बीजेपी का टैली क्या है महाराष्ट्र में, अजित पवार का टैली क्या है, 1 सीट है। हमारा गठबंधन इतना मजबूत रहा महाविकास आघाड़ी का कि हम 30 सीटें जीतकर दिल्ली में आए हैं।
Sir, Abhi, you just heard Fadnavis Saab say that he's ready to quit the government and be part of the devote himself for the party work.
नहीं, हम उनको रिटायर कर देंगे विधानसभा चुनाव होने के बाद। अभी चुनाव लीजिए, विधानसभा, महानगर पालिका, बीएमसी, कोई भी चुनाव लीजिए, जनता अपने आप उनको रिटायर कर देगी। इस्तीफा देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो पूरे देश में हार हो गई है बीजेपी की। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि 240 सीट क्या या कितना 237 सीट मिली है, ये तो एस्टिमेट नहीं किया था ना। 400 पार, 300 पार, तो इस्तीफा किसने देना चाहिए? जेपी नड्डा जी ने देना चाहिए, मोदी जी ने देना चाहिए। आपके नैतिक हार है। लोगों ने आपको, देखिए ये डेमोक्रेसी है, ये लोकतंत्र है, लोग डिसाइड करते हैं, आपने डिसाइड कर दे। मैं 500 सीट जीत कर आऊँगा, मैं 600 सीट जीत कर आऊँगा, आप लोगों पर छोड़ दीजिए। लोगों ने आपको ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया, अब जनता तय करेगी। दिल्ली में आप सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं। आपके पास एक आंकड़ा है, लेकिन आपको पता चलेगा ये आंकड़ा हमारे पास भी है।
So you're conceding that you don't have the numbers and you won't be able to form the
मुझे
government?
नहीं लगता है कि मोदी जी के पास इतना बड़ा आंकड़ा है। बीजेपी के पास आंकड़ा कहाँ है? ये जो बैसाखी लेकर चलेंगे, एक यहाँ चंद्रा बाबू, यहाँ नीतीश बाबू, हम दोनों को पहचानते हैं।
But sir, Eknath Shinde, उनका भी, they have got some MPs. Would you like them to come back to Uddhav Thackeray?
देखिए, उसमें से कुछ लोग हमारे कांटेक्ट में हैं, उनसे हमारी बातचीत भी चलती है, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं चलती है। आपको आने वाले दिनों में पता चलेगा क्या हो रहा है महाराष्ट्र में।
Some people say, sir, that Uddhav Thackeray can be a possibility to go back to the BJP. आपको लग रहा है? इम्पॉसिबल, कोई चांस नहीं है।
नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। जिस पार्टी के नेता ने बाला साहब ठाकरे की पार्टी तोड़ दी अपने स्वार्थ के लिए, जिस तरह से तोड़े, हमारा चुनाव चिन्ह छीन लिया हमसे, सब कुछ छीन लिया। क्या हम इतने गैर गुजरे हैं? हमने अपनी ताकत पर उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में नई पार्टी शिवसेना खड़ी की है और लोगों ने हमको समर्थन दिया है। अगर हमने ये कदम उठाया तो जनता हमको माफ़ नहीं करेगी।
So here you have it, a very categorical statement from Mr. Sanjay Raut, saying very categorically that they will be part of the India Alliance. They might not have the numbers, they will be in the opposition, but they're making a categorical point here that it's impossible to leave the India Alliance. So Rishika, a lot is being said, lot is being happening here at the ahead of the India Alliance meeting. It's quite clear now that they will be and remain in the opposition, but as he said, They have on both sides Naidu as well as Nitish, and it's going to be extremely difficult. And most importantly, saying very categorically that there are many members of parliament from the Eknath Shinde camp who are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray.
Okay, so these things will keep changing in the next few days, and we'll have to see what shape it actually does take. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. In fact, we are getting some breaking news at this moment. The NDA parliamentary party meeting is going to be on the 7th of June, a day ahead of the government formation on the 8th. And we are also getting some latest information from Prime Minister's last cabinet. The Prime Minister in his last cabinet has said that the number game will go on. Remember, this is the first time in the last 10 years, in the last two elections, the Bharatiya Janata Party has not been able to get a majority on their own. The Prime Minister has also said that we have worked for the last 10 years. We have done some good work, and that should continue. Maria Shakil joins us with more details on this. Maria, last cabinet of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, before, in fact, the new cabinet is formed when he takes oath on 8th.
Yes, that's right. And the Prime Minister encouraged his cabinet colleagues and congratulated them for what he said was work well done in the last 10 years. He did say that his cabinet ministers should go out and tell the people of the country of the significance of this victory. Yes, they have come back with a reduced number, but when it looks at the history that has been made since 1962, as the Prime Minister said, also at the BJP headquarters, he really tried to cheer up the cabinet colleagues. In fact, I was speaking to some of the leaders. They told me that the Prime Minister, initially the mood was very, very somber when the meeting began, and soon after, the Prime Minister said that, we were expecting 400. Yes, the BJP started believing their own slogan of 400 or 400 par. But this is a number that has ensured them government. This is a number that it's a pre-poll alliance which has ensured them government. But just a quick update for our viewers. From the BJP, Amit Shah, Home Minister, will also be present in the NDA meeting. He has also arrived here at the 7 LKM, which is right behind me. So have other leaders, and I would ask the camera person to zoom in and show the Prime Minister's residence. That is 7 LKM. All the leaders are coming in for that very important NDA meeting. Chandrababu Naidu has arrived, Nitish Kumar, who also has a government bungalow here. Remember, all the chief ministers have government bungalows also in the Lutyens, Delhi. Okay, so those are visuals coming in, and we will try and connect with the other reporters who are also joining us. But yes, those visuals that are coming in also showcase the pace at which the government is moving. On 7th is when the NDA parliamentary party meeting will be happening. Tomorrow is when the BJP's MPs will be meeting. So everything is moving certainly very fast before the swearing in on 8th.
Right, so, fast-paced developments, in fact, taking place there. The high-profile meeting of the NDA just about to begin. Top leaders have started to arrive as far as this meeting is concerned. And at 4 o'clock, in just about 20 minutes from now, this meeting is expected to begin. Maria, it is also going to be quite significant because I remember the last time the Prime Minister had the full NDA meeting, there were a lot of, there'll be some new faces also coming in. Chirag Paswan, his uncle, who was at that point of time a cabinet minister, had 5 MPs. Those equations have also changed. So within the NDA also, a lot of new equations.
Chirag Paswan, Ankit, said something very interesting today before, I think when he landed in Delhi. He said that we have a strike rate of 100% because they've won 5 out of 5 seats. So we have a lot of expectations from the new NDA. Everybody is going to want to extract their pound of flesh, Maria. It's going to be very interesting to see how coalition politics works under Prime Minister Modi, whether he was Chief Minister or Prime Minister for the last decade, he's pretty much had his way. He's had majority and absolute numbers backing him from his own party. So it's going to be very interesting how he plays this maneuvering act or who plays it for him.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you, Rishika. There has to be negotiations and there has to be a lot of bargaining which will be happening. But at the same time, how much will the government be able to push through its policy decisions, tough decisions and several, divisive or should I say polarizing decisions in terms of a uniform civil code or CA implementation, all that remains to be seen. Yes, the leaders that you're talking about have to answer to their constituents back home. So for Chirag Paswan to say that he had a strike rate of 100%, he is right in saying so. But I think much before the election started, the debate of which is the real LJP got settled when he was inducted in the NDA. And I think the mandate in Bihar, and I'm saying it again, wasn't really for Nitish Kumar, it was for the NDA. And that is the reason why you won't see much of the movement from Nitish Kumar immediately. We'll have to wait and see as to how events unfold. Elections in Bihar, assembly elections in Bihar are still 1.5 years away. So with a caveat, let's be cautious in making those assessments because I understand that because of return of coalition politics, there is a lot of speculation that is doing the round. But I think the talks of who will get which cabinet berth will begin only after Chandrababu Naidu heads back to Vijayawada because he has asked all his party advisors and close aides to be there in Vijayawada because they'll be holding his meetings. So will Nitish Kumar be. So Nitish Kumar also heads back. So then the information will start trickling in as to what their demands are. They'll be communicating directly to the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah. I think in this entire negotiation, I see the role of Rajnath Singh also becoming important because he has had great working equations with both Nitish Kumar and also with Chandrababu Naidu.
A lot of important, positions and responsibilities for a lot of other leaders. I mean, if in the last 10 years it seemed concentrated to a few, this time, make no mistake, this government will have many other responsibilities and new, in fact, responsible people at the forefront of all these negotiations as well.
Well, checks and balances within the NDA and checks and balances in Parliament, as per the numbers.
Okay, let's listen into Chandrababu Naidu.
Sir, today you are in Delhi.
No, I'll talk to you after.
How do you? Sir, today you are in Delhi.
I'll talk to you after.
How do you? Sir, today you are in Delhi.
I'll talk to you after.
If there is one leader that tells you that you can't write political obituaries for any political leader in this country, that is Chandrababu Naidu.
Both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, Ankit, the narrative around Nitish Kumar was pretty similar
Nitish
before.
Kumar has still been in power for the last 10 years. Chandrababu Naidu was completely out. He was out. He was in jail. It was difficult. People were saying that, possibly it won't be a
risen from
comeback.
the ashes,
He's
as
risen,
they say. Risen
absolutely from the ashes.
Okay, we're going to slip into a very short break. We'll get you a lot more political action on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
All right, welcome back. Although Akhilesh Yadav, we just saw, in fact, leaving for the national capital, he was at the airport, but exclusively the man of the moment in Uttar Pradesh spoke to my colleague Tanish Punjabi. Listen in.
अखिलेश जी क्या कहना चाहेंगे अपनी जीत के ऊपर? पहली जीत आपकी मुलायम सिंह जी के बाद आपकी
आने दो रानू पाने वाले। देखिए, नेताजी ने जो रास्ता दिखाया था, नेताजी का रास्ता, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया का जो सिद्धांत और बाबा साहब का सपना लेकर के जो समाजवादी हमेशा चले, उसी रास्ते पर नेताजी ने हम लोगों को चलना सिखाया और उसी रास्ते पे चल करके मैं जनता का धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जनता ने एक नई आस के साथ, नई उम्मीद के साथ और नकारात्मक राजनीति के खिलाफ मतदान किया है।
इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग में आप जा रहे हैं, क्या आप सरकार बनाने की कोशिश होगी?
देखिए, वो तो संख्या बल से होता है और सच्चाई तो ये है, उत्तर प्रदेश और देश ने नकारात्मक राजनीति करने वालों के खिलाफ मतदान किया है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज फ्यूचर में अगर देश की अलायंस करना चाहेगी तो आप कैसे करेंगे?
अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो, किससे अलायंस करना, ये बात की बातें हैं। फिलहाल जो लोग संविधान को ठेस पहुंचा रहे थे, उनको जनता ने दूर कर दिया।
All right. Well, Uttar Pradesh may have been one of the biggest setbacks for the BJP, but Ankit, one of the big success stories for the BJP this time around has been Orissa.
Absolutely. In fact, it is a state which gave the BJP the boost where they are, because the deficit that was created by Uttar Pradesh and states like Maharashtra has been, to a large extent, been covered by their performance in the state of Odisha, where they're not only forming a government for the first time, but they have a huge haul of the member of parliaments as well.
Well, absolutely. I think only one MP has gone to the BJD as far as the numbers in Orissa are concerned, but who is going to be the chief minister is now going to be the big question. The BJP is forming a government there, and Naveen Patnaik there, in those visuals meeting the governor, he's bidding adieu to a 24-year-long term as chief minister.
Just short of a record of Mr. Chamling, he could have been, in fact, the longest-serving chief minister if Naveen Patnaik, who at one point of time with the BJD seemed invincible in Odisha, if he would have won this term, he would have
had he struck that deal with the BJP, which was almost going to happen, he could have perhaps broken those records. But my colleague Ratnadeep caught up with the Orissa BJP president. Let's listen into what he said.
Joining us at this moment is Odisha BJP President Mr. मनमोहन सामल। सामल जी, बहुत बड़ी सफलता है, पूरे देश में इसकी चर्चा हो रही है, एक इतिहास रचा गया है। क्या क्या फैक्टर्स रहे इस बार जो बीजेपी को इतनी बड़ी सफलता मिली?
देखिए, उड़ीसा में आम जनता त्रस्त है, सबका मन में असंतोष का था, इसका विस्फोरण हुआ और सबने चाहते थे उड़ीसा में एक सही सरकार आए, बीजेपी का सरकार आए। मोदी जी को 95% आदमी मन में प्यार करते थे, इसका समर्थन में थे। कभी सर्वे में 91 से 95 तक सब में सर्वे में आया, मैं बताया बार बार। तो ये उड़ीसा का जो उड़ीसा को 50 साल पीछे किए थे, ना यहाँ कोई किसान के लिए सोचा था कि सरकार का कोई स्पष्टता था, ना युवा के लिए कोई सोचा था। 1.5 करोड़ युवा बाहर दादन जा रहे हैं काम करने के लिए, ना किसान के लिए सिंचाई योजना था, 17% इरिगेशन था यहाँ, और कोल्ड स्टोरेज नहीं था, कोई चिंता किसान के लिए नहीं था। महिला के जितना आस्था था केंद्र से, वो पैसा भी लूटमार होता था। तो गरीबी और किसान और महिला और युवा, ये चारों त्रस्त थे। ना स्कूल में टीचर थे, ना मेडिकल में डॉक्टर थे। हर आदमी हर वर्ग में परिवर्तन चाहते थे, ये परिवर्तन इसीलिए हुआ।
Well, the BJP has won 20 out of 21 seats in Orissa. Dharmendra Pradhan, Ankit, could very well be moved from the centre to the state. Who knows? He's in Delhi today. Let's listen into what he said.
कल रात तक जो नतीजा आया, 21 में से 20 लोकसभा की आशीर्वाद मिला। पहली बार उड़ीसा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नेतृत्व में सरकार भी बनने वाला है। ये महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी की ही कृपा है, मोदी जी की जादू है।
All right, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-President.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it.
Stay informed.
Welcome back. Climate change poses significant threats to global nutrition by disrupting food production, decreasing crop yields, and altering the nutritional quality of food, exacerbating the malnutrition and food insecurity worldwide. In a country like ours, agriculture accounts for around 19% of the GDP, and about 2/3 of the population is dependent on the sector. The World Food Programme estimates that globally by 2050, the risk of hunger and malnutrition could rise by 20% if the right mitigation measures are not adopted. Let's take a look at how climate change is impacting food security.
Climate change affects nutrition in multifaceted ways, primarily through its repercussions on food security, availability, and quality. Let's show you how. Disruptions in agricultural production due to temperature shifts, erratic rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events lead to crop failures, reduced yields, and inflated food prices. This renders nutritious food less accessible, particularly for vulnerable populations. Environmental variations can alter the nutrient composition of crops. For instance, heightened atmospheric CO2 levels may decrease the protein, zinc, and iron content in staple crops like rice and wheat, compromising their nutritional value. Climate change can create favorable conditions for the proliferation of pathogens, toxins, and contaminants impacting food safety. Changes in precipitation patterns and water availability affect water sources used for irrigation and food processing. Water scarcity compromises hygiene practices and sanitation, contributing to waterborne diseases and malnutrition. Climate change influences the distribution and availability of food sources, resulting in changes in dietary habits and consumption patterns. This can lead to alterations in nutrient intake and dietary diversity, affecting overall nutrition and health outcomes.
75% of districts in India are prone to hydrometeorological disasters. So that's a large population of India that is vulnerable to these effects. Then the crops actually suffer. So either you may have complete damage of the crops, you could have a reduced yield, or you could also have an impact on the nutritional content of crops. And this is, there are a few reports, again we need more data on this, that over the years the nutritive value, that is the micronutrients which are present in our cereals and our pulses and our vegetables, has been declining. This obviously, is linked to soil health. So these things are all interconnected. So the quality of the water, the quality of the soil does impact the ultimate product that we consume.
Elevated temperatures and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels can diminish the nutritional quality of food crops, leading to reduced concentrations of essential nutrients such as iron, zinc and protein in staple crops like rice, wheat and maize. This exacerbates malnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies. The Data Sciences Center of Columbia University estimates that continued global warming could lead to 49 million more zinc-deficient individuals, 38.2 million new protein-deficient individuals, and 106.1 million children and 396 million women iron-deficient in India by 2050. Climate change and malnutrition are intertwined challenges affecting agri-food systems, water resources, social protections and health systems. It is imperative to take action now before it's too late.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a tree plantation campaign today to mark World Environment Day.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea, they met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे mobile history को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. This sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा है.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good afternoon. A day of fast-paced political developments as India moves into the government formation process. We're going to bring you the headlines at this stage. The government formation process now in top gear. The Prime Minister tenders his resignation to the President. He takes oath on Saturday evening. A key meeting of NDA allies begins.
Well, all eyes are going to be on the NDA allies. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu head to the Prime Minister's residence for the key NDA meet. Nitish Kumar says the government will be formed today. Chandrababu Naidu says, I am in the NDA. I will stay with the NDA. The JDS chief too says they want government formation without hurdles.
Akhilesh Yadav speaks to NDTV after his massive resurgence in Uttar Pradesh of the Samajwadi Party. Says, though he wanted to ensure that the constitution is still alive and that it's not rejected, a new government will, however, depend on numbers to the coalition.
And a key meeting of the India bloc this evening. Sharad Pawar, along with his daughter Supriya Sule, is in the national capital. He says numbers are key to the next move. Tejasvi Yadav, who flew in ironically with Sharad Pawar on the same flight, seated right behind him at first and next to him after, says, "Aage aage dekho, hota hai kya?"
The first fallout of the NDA's poor show in Maharashtra. After the BJP falls from 23 to 9, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis offers to resign from all posts.
The big success story of the Bharatiya Janata Party has been the state of Odisha. Naveen Patnaik is dethroned. The BJP says they will pick a new chief minister in the next 2 days. That person will be taking oath on the 10th of June.
All right, so there's a crucial meeting which is taking place now of leaders of the NDA. This a day after the BJP and its allies did get the numbers to form the government. That government formation process will take place likely on Saturday evening. But at this stage, there's a crucial meeting. In that meeting, the key focus will be on Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP and certainly on Nitish Kumar of the JDU as well. What will the demands be? What will the posts that they want? Will that be discussed today? Will it be smooth sailing or not?
Well, absolutely. Government formation is, taking priority right now as far as the NDA is concerned. They've all said the allies have made the right noises. They will back a Modi-led NDA government for a third term. Prime Minister Modi has resigned. President Draupadi Murmu has accepted his resignation. The Prime Minister, in fact, just chaired his last cabinet meeting, Vishnu, where he has said that the number games will go on and has reflected on the last 10 years of Modi government. Now, what we're learning is that Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived at Prime Minister Modi's residence. We also know that Rajnath Singh has arrived. Chandrababu Naidu is there as well. Nitish Kumar will be heading there shortly. And of course, Chirag Paswan is also there. Jitan Ram Manjhi has also been invited to attend this meeting. Eknath Shinde will also be attending this meeting. So the NDA is getting its stock together. But they are all going to, demand their pound of flesh in a certain sense, Vishnu, because even Chirag Paswan, after he landed in Delhi, said that the LJP has had a 5 out of 5 strike rate as far as Bihar is concerned. They contested 5 and won all 5, and they have expectations from the NDA. So that's the image of Chirag Paswan along with Nitish Kumar. That's just coming in. The latest picture is going to be very interesting to see how this meeting now plays out. A new avatar as far as the NDA is concerned. Prime Minister Modi is a stranger to coalition politics. He's had it his way for the last 10 years. And before that, for the last 15 years, he's had it his way as chief minister. He's enjoyed absolute power with the BJP always having the numbers.
He's in fact caretaker prime minister now, with the president earlier on today telling him to take to remain in charge until such time as the swearing in takes place. These images of Chandrababu Naidu, but we can go straight across to my colleagues Maria Shakil and Vasudha, who've been tracking the process of government formation of these important meetings as well. Maria, have any demands been made, or is that it's a bit premature for any leads on that discussion at this stage?
I would would say it's too early, Vishnu, because I think today will be about optics. That meeting that is taking place inside the 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence, is about, more of all the leaders saying that it is a pre-poll alliance, we have a majority, we have crossed the majority figure number. So I think it will be more of celebrations, enthusiasm and reassurance rather than any kind of talks of government formation, because the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting will be happening on 7th. On 8th is when Prime Minister Modi will be sworn in as the Prime Minister for the 3rd time with the entire cabinet. As far as the talks or negotiations with two key allies, the two ends in this government formation are concerned, that is Chandrababu Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar, I think that's going to begin only in the next 24 hours when Nitish Kumar goes back to Patna and Chandrababu Naidu heads back to Vijayawada. In fact, Mr. Naidu has communicated to his advisors and close aides to stay in Vijayawada. Even when he arrived in Delhi, he did not say a word. He just said that he's going for the NDA meet. But before he left Vijayawada, he had a message. It was more about that politics has no permanent friends or enemies, and he is a member of the NDA that was a pre-poll alliance. So I think for the moment, let's wait and see how events unfold. No negotiations, but yes, both these leaders are extremely wily politicians. Both these leaders have worked in alliances in the past, and they know that how alliances mean getting some deal for their respective states, because they are chief ministers and head of their respective political parties, but at the same time they know that they can bargain some things also for their parties in the union cabinet.
It might actually happen quite fast, Maria, if there is the swearing in expected on Saturday evening. And again, it's a bit of an if at this stage. If that's the timeline we are following, then I would suspect the next couple of days there would be some initial important conversations. But we'll come to that in a moment. Vasudha, let me go across to you. Chandrababu Naidu is somebody, an important part of the NDA at one level, but in the past there's been no love lost between him and Narendra Modi. He's been critical of the Prime Minister in the past. His political relevance, some would suggest, had declined, but he's seen this huge revival of the TDP, his personal fortunes, that of his family as well. But many would suggest that it may not necessarily be a very easy relationship given the acrimony of the past. Is that something which the BJP will need to negotiate?
Absolutely, Vishnu. That's really well put. And Chandrababu Naidu is an experienced administrator who has been in good times with the BJP. He's also been in bad times with the BJP. So he has seen it all. And so this time there is a change. Chandrababu Naidu, he has made it very clear that he wants to be part of the NDA. Despite opposition also sending out feelers, and he has been part of the opposition government also. Let me tell you what happened today. He came to the residence of Jaidev Galla, which is on Ashoka Road, and he came in. He met his MPs. They were very key MPs, including Ram Mohan Naidu, and senior MPs were there. He spoke to them. He didn't speak much to the media. He just, accepted congratulations, and he said that he'll come back and speak. But three important things that we learned from our TDP leaders. They're not even willing to talk about the special category status because they want to start the administration and governance of Andhra Pradesh on a very fresh, cordial note. They know that the BJP has the numbers. 240 is not a small number. BJP has more numbers than the opposition put together. So Chandrababu Naidu is cognizant of the fact that he also needs the NDA, and for plum portfolios and for making sure that his negotiations hit the right chord, he also needs to have a tone which basically, understands what the BJP wants. So clearly, be it the Polavaram project, be it a special capital for special resources for building the capital of Andhra Pradesh, Amravati, which has taken a hit in the last few years of Jagan Mohan Reddy's governance. These are certain things which are on priority for the TDP. That is what sources are telling me. They're not even willing to talk about the special category status because they fear that it brings out memories of 2019 when Chandrababu Naidu had to leave NDA on not very cordial terms. So they are only talking about something very crucial to the state, including the capital, including resources, Polavaram big irrigation project that will help farmers. They're making it very clear that today Chandrababu Naidu is only going to listen to what the central leadership of the BJP says. He will go back to his advisors in Vijayawada, he'll decide and then present a formal, list of demands.
Okay, well, that timeline though, if the swearing in is to take place on Saturday, then one wonders if there is enough time for all of those negotiations to happen for him to take them back and then come back with a yes or a no. It remains to be seen how it plays out. But Maria, Break it down for us. The TDP with 16, the JDU with 12. They really hold the key to government formation. It's going to leave the BJP with not much elbow room for negotiation, because the numbers, the way they are stacked up, the BJP is going to need them. So it's just a question of how the negotiations play out and how much ground they are willing to concede. And here we have two chief ministers who both have made it pretty clear that they want special status for their respective states in the past.
Yes, and both these chief ministers have been part of the India bloc in one way or the other. They haven't really been equidistant from the Congress or the BJP. So they have done business with both the Congress and the BJP in the past. But having said that, look, Nitish Kumar is a junior partner of the BJP in the state of Bihar. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is a senior partner of the BJP in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So the dynamics are different. Nitish Kumar's contribution in this alliance is 6% Kurmi vote in the state of Bihar. For the BJP, they have managed to get any number because of Mr. Naidu and Pawan Kalyan's alliance. And that is the reason why, if you look at the congratulatory message that came from the Prime Minister, soon after the verdict of yesterday, it was 3. First, he congratulated the entire NDA, talking about the Karyakartas, not congratulating only the BJP. That was when he went to the BJP headquarters that he spoke about the role of the BJP Karyakartas. Second was the government formation in Odisha, the majority with which the BJP has won. And the third was NCBN, Mr. Pawan Kalyan and the BJP Karyakartas in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So the dynamics of the two leaders are very different. The dynamics and their negotiation powers will be also different. But Nitish Kumar returned to NDA fold recently 7 months ago, and he continued as the chief minister. The 2 deputies that he got was because Nitish Kumar agreed to them, and that was proposed by the BJP, of course, Samrat Chaudhary, who is the state BJP president. Nitish Kumar understands that right now his best bet would be trying to get some share, but as far as pushing the agendas that with which he formed the or was the architect of the India bloc, particularly the caste census, may not appear immediately. That's my sense, because and I agree with Vasudha when she says that these 2 alliance partners will be starting on a conciliatory note. They will not be, they'll be looking at points of convergences, not points of differences. So to look at caste census or UCC is something that will not be on the agenda immediately. And that is the reason why we'll be waiting and watching the moves of these leaders in the next 6 months. They understand what the centre's support to the state will bring. That's what Mr. Naidu will be signaling, so will Nitish Kumar be.
Vasudha, there was that incredible video lasting about 30-40 seconds, we'll play it out again, of Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi on that same flight. Now, the irony of that footage, it cannot be more stark. They were partners till the other day. Then, of course, Nitish Kumar swapped his allegiances to the NDA. He remains with the NDA presently. But I ask you this question because the India Alliance is openly asking or looking at the possibility of bringing, the TDP and Nitish Kumar back into their fold. I don't know if it's realistic or if it's just talk, but do we have anything to suggest that it's just more than it being just rhetoric at this stage?
If anything,
Vasudha.
Vishnu, the fact that the India bloc is also making overtures or at least publicly trying to say that they're in touch with these 2 leaders as well only strengthens their position to bargain, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Rishika and Vishnu, this is something that's going on in a lot of minds. Remember that, like Maria also pointed out, there are these contentious issues of UCC, Muslim quotas, or for that matter, caste census. But remember that this is just a start. And as far as TDP is concerned, this is the best performance of the TDP since its foundation. It has reduced the YSRCP to just 4 parliamentary seats, reducing a majority government to just 4 seats in the parliament. A single-digit number is a big thing. And of course, it has also gotten more seats than the YSRCP got in assembly. You know, YSRCP had about 151, and of course TDP has much more than that. So clearly TDP is speaking from a point of confidence. But at the same time, Andhra Pradesh, there are many areas of the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, you know, many aspects of it which have been, you know, points of contention between the centre and the state, and the value of every state government in Andhra Pradesh raises the minute one of that gets fulfilled. And according to my TDP sources, that will remain the priority for TDP, you know, to ensure that, you know, the state gets what it wants and the government also remains in power. I think Chandrababu Naidu also has seen the bad side of it, you know, in 2019 when he came out and when he rallied against Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, he was reduced to his worst performance. Even JSP was reduced to his worst performance, and you know, for the BJP it did not matter because they never had much of a presence in Andhra Pradesh.
Right.
So because he has seen that part, he has been jailed. I think this is a very different Chandrababu Naidu, and I think he's going to look for a conciliatory note like Maria said, and he'll be looking at starting out this whole innings on a very cordial tone.
I just wanted to go across to Maria for a second. You know, we are talking about just two leaders. In fact, we should be talking about dozens of leaders because there'll be so many ministers. Is there likely going to be a big change, you know, with several ministers, irrespective of their success, not getting another term as ministers, even if they won in the elections, you know, new faces other than the NDA being brought in? And if so, when would that happen? I ask because is it quite possible that we'd see a small swearing in on Saturday with the portfolios allotted later, or will the portfolio allocation happen quite soon?
I think it will be a full government which will be sworn in on Saturday. And as far as the allocation of portfolio and all that, the trend which has followed in 2014 and 2019, when the portfolio list came out by the evening of the swearing in, that is something that we should expect also on Saturday. But having said that, I will take that point that has been made by both Rishika and you about overtures and you know, Jairam Ramesh putting out a tweet that that the Congress manifesto talks about special status for Andhra Pradesh. Vishnu, look, whenever overtures are so open, it also means that it's about trying to create confusion, because no public meetings will be taking place till the time the deal is done. So for all the overtures that are being made, it's only because there are no overtures that have been made.
But it's interesting
in real
positioning.
terms. If you look at it, there has been, yeah, it's interesting positioning, because I know that these leaders would want to send that message of chaos. They would want to keep Prime Minister Modi-led BJP on tenterhooks because of reduced number. But let's not forget that when Nitish Kumar jumped the ship, he did in full public view, yes, but everything happened in the matter of just 24 hours. And I was covering that event when he jumped the ship from, you know, from NDA to Mahagathbandhan in 2014, soon after what happened played out, and then subsequently multiple times. As far as Mr. Naidu's politics is concerned, and having tracked his politics, what I can say is, again, Mr. Naidu will be just waiting and watching and seeing how events play out in the next 6 months.
I mean,
in the
Maria,
next 6 months, there are 3 crucial elections.
You know, TDP has kept its cards very close to its chest. If you look at the JDU, KC Tyagi this morning very publicly has said 2 things. One is the fact that there will be a nationwide caste census. He's also talked about special status to Bihar, pretty much laying out the cards or the tone for the conversation that the JDU will be having with the BJP. There has been no such thing that has been said as far as the TDP is concerned. So Chandrababu Naidu has kept his cards close to his chest. The JDU, on the other hand, like I said, KC Tyagi has given this bite early in the morning to ANI. It's across all platforms, what the JDU wants.
Yes. Yes, so but you know, Nitish Kumar operates through his coterie or his aides, and he has always functioned in a way that he sends mixed signals, signals which are very, very chaotic and confusing. So in his close circle, and as we have been analyzing Nitish's politics, there are leaders who have their allegiances to various political parties. So when Lalan Singh was removed as the JDU president, a few days before Nitish Kumar jumped the ship, he was seen as close to the RJD. Right now, Nitish Kumar has a coterie which is seen to be close to BJP. That is the reason why I'm saying Nitish Kumar believes in sending mixed signals, but the demand for special status or special package, I would say, for Bihar is something that will resurface because he understands he has to face the public or the people of Bihar and the voters of Bihar in a year's time.
Okay. So it is a day of hectic parleys in the national capital. We're going to go right back to Maria and Vasudha in just a bit to get more information on what's happening in Camp NDA. But Vishnu, those are not the only meetings that are happening in Delhi today. The whole jing bang shebang of the NDA,
jing bang shebang, did you say?
Of the India bloc, all the leaders of the India bloc are here as well. The entire jing bang, like I said, Akhilesh Yadav, we just saw him leaving from the Lucknow airport, so he's going to be landing in Delhi in just a short while from now. We saw Sharad Pawar along with Supriya Sule, who arrived a little while ago. Champai Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, is also here. And of course, how can we forget Tejasvi Yadav, who flew in with Nitish Kumar from
sitting
Patna.
one seat behind him.
And when they landed, they were sitting together.
Oh, they were?
Yes.
So they could
so
possibly have been
there are two sets of visuals that we
some
got.
conversations. So important meeting of the India bloc taking place this evening. As Rishika mentioned, several leaders. In fact, we're now told that Uddhav Thackeray, who had earlier indicated that he wouldn't be possible for him to attend, will in fact be here along with others. Sharad Pawar, a key player. Yesterday, there were questions asked to Sharad Pawar on whether he was reaching out to any leaders potentially for support for the India alliance, and he seemed to indicate, or sources close to him seemed to indicate that yes, that was the case. But has any progress really been made? Let's go across to Vedant and Ghazali, who are tracking different angles of this story. Vedant, at this stage, what is this meeting all about? Is it, in a sense, congratulating India leaders, congratulating each other for having achieved what many would suggest that not many of them may realistically have expected? Or is it actually one step more than that, where they're fighting to find coalition partners?
Well, Vishnu, let me tell you something. I come to you from right outside Sharad Pawar's residence. This was the epicenter of negotiations in a different era of coalition politics, Chhe Janpat, where key meetings used to be held, as I said, in a different era of politics, of coalition politics. But two things that I've picked up from sources close to Sharad Pawar. One, that in today's meeting, the key focus will be on deciding the Sanyojak or the convener of the India bloc. That is something that sources indicate. In fact, Sharad Pawar will have a crucial role to play as far as that is concerned, because remember, Nitish Kumar was made the convener back then before he jumped ship. So today, one focus will of course be to decide who will be the Sanyojak of the India bloc, because that is going to be crucial, whether the India bloc decides to move forward as the opposition or whether they sort of make moves to form the government. The second thing, marathon meetings have been going on here as well at Chhe Janpat, where Anil Deshmukh was here as well, and sources close to Sharad Pawar indicate that he has not reached out to Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar. He's of course had a close working relationship with both of them at some point in his long career in politics, but he's not reached out to any of them. The other thing is that many leaders from the Shinde Sena are also in touch with the NCP and the Uddhav faction of the Sena. So that is something that Sharad Pawar is also looking at. He, as I said, is going to play a crucial role. Supriya Sule is also inside. Of course, she has registered a great win in Baramati. Both of them will leave for the India bloc meet in a short while from now. The India bloc meet will begin at 6 p.m. But Sharad Pawar certainly will be a key player when it comes to deciding what the opposition's future course of action will be.
Win for the Sharad Pawar Sena and for Supriya Sule. Vedant, who was up against Ajit Pawar's wife. It was a Pawar versus Pawar battle there from Baramati. She's won with over 30,000 votes. We're also being joined by Ghazali. He's outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence. And of course, Tanushka, who's reporting live from the airport, tracking the movement of who's coming with who and what are they saying. She's standing by the airport where Mamata Banerjee and MK Stalin are expected to reach in just a short while from now. Okay, Stalin has already arrived, I'm told. Ghazali, to you first. You're outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence. The last time the India bloc leaders met, it was on the final day of polling. So Mamata Banerjee had a very legitimate excuse to not attend. What time are the leaders expected to arrive, and what is the strategy of the TMC as far as this meeting is concerned?
See, the meeting at Mr. Kharge's residence is scheduled at around 6 p.m. And Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, as we are being told, has already landed in Delhi, and he will be on his way to his residence first and then will leave for Mr. Kharge's residence for the meeting. And obviously, TMC has performed better in Bengal, as was being made out that perhaps BJP will make a lot of dent. And Abhishek Banerjee has also won with a handsome margin from his own constituency. He being the face of the TMC today in the meeting, there will be a lot of discussions, as Vedant was saying, that the strategy would be to first choose the convener of the alliance. And we were covering the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday, and some interesting points came out from what the regional players like TMC and other parties would be thinking of, that how the Aam Aadmi Party leaders told us that we will go to other allies of the BJP, saying that how BJP ends up decimating its own allies like the Chautalas in Haryana or the Badals in Punjab, and then it splits and virtually sort of decimates the entire party. So this is one message which the India bloc players or the party's Congress will reach out to the other allies of the BJP like Mr. Naidu or even Nitish Kumar as well, if they will have to reach out. This will be one most important faction to one very important point to convey, that if you ally with the BJP or if you be in the NDA, the party will be decimated if you stay longer with the BJP in the government. So as of now, the entire agenda of the meeting is just to discuss about what has happened in the last 24 hours and how to reach out to other allies to steam up more numbers, to stack up more numbers for majority.
In fact, the entire situation with the Trinamool Congress is so very interesting. On the one hand, they are an important, a critical part of the India bloc. On the other hand, they contested the elections separately in Bengal. The equation, the dynamics between other leaders, for example, members of the Gandhi family and certainly of the Congress and the Trinamool Congress have been dodgy on certain occasions. Mamata Banerjee hasn't attended some meetings of the India Alliance in the past, but today she is on her way over here along with Abhishek Banerjee, and hopefully things will be patched out because of the performance of the bloc as a whole. But let me just go quickly across to Tanushka, who also joins us at this stage. Give us a sense of some of the key arrivals who've come in so far in the India Alliance and in the NDA, and who else is expected?
Right, so since morning we've had a full parade of leaders at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. It's been hustling and bustling and quite chaotic, to be honest. We've had Nitish Kumar fly in, and Tejasvi Yadav, who of course spoke to the media saying that everything is, waited on the meeting, up to the meeting in the evening. He said that he does look forward to form a government with the India Bloc Alliance. However, of course, the modalities of everything will be decided in the meeting. This is what all the other leaders have also echoed on. Chandrababu Naidu was here. The kingmakers are in Delhi and are
up to you now, because we've got breaking news coming in. The NDA moving to stake claim to form a government this evening, or immediately, in fact, as soon as possible. The NDA moves to form the government. This is after the Prime Minister actually met the President today. She said that he should continue as caretaker Prime Minister. There was an expectation of the swearing in. That's likely to still remain the case of Saturday evening, but they aren't wasting any time. This meeting is barely starting out, and it is an important strategic move, some would suggest, with the Prime Minister and Amit Shah set to go to the President very shortly.
Along with the allies.
Let's just go straight and let's go straight across to Maria for more on this. Why is the NDA and the Prime Minister and Amit Shah not wasting a moment?
Well, I would say, if the NDA meeting is taking place today, why shouldn't they stake claim immediately? Because the partners go back to their respective states. It's only a wise political move to meet the President and stake claim is what sources are indicating. But look, this is the pace at which this government is functioning. Very, very different from what I have covered in 2014, when Mr. Modi, who was then the Chief Minister of Gujarat, was at Gujarat Southern for good, a week, where leaders would arrive and he would negotiate, that he would talk, they would have long meetings, and then the process of government formation unveiled after a week. The swearing-in ceremony happened. Similarly, in 2019, they are not leaving a moment, and in politics, why would they leave a single moment? Because they realize fully well that for the public overtures, which may not be realistic overtures that the India bloc may be making. But yes, what sources are telling us is that the Prime Minister, along with his BJP ministers, which includes Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and also BJP President Mr. JP Nadda, and other allies of the NDA, which includes Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, Chirag Paswan, Mr. Manji and others, will all be heading to the Rashtrapati Bhavan to stake claim to form the government. So I think that process of government formation should be expedited is the sense, and that's what is unfolding
Maria,
now.
explain this to us. How does this entire process now work? Because there's a BJP parliamentary party meet that was called for on the 7th, right, Maria? That's what you've been reporting, that the BJP parliamentary party meet was on the 7th, and it was at
NDA
this meeting that the leader of the NDA was to be picked.
Parliamentary party meeting. Likely.
Sorry?
And the NDA parliamentary meet.
But all the NDA partners.
But isn't it at this meet that the leader of the NDA is picked?
Yes. So I agree with you, Rishika. That's what the sense that we are getting. But it's, as we have been saying, it's a developing story. Information is coming from multiple sources. And that is the reason why the sense of urgency is what it is being communicated to us now. And NDA leaders, if they are heads of various political parties, obviously will be telling the president that the new coalition or the pre-poll alliance has the numbers, and hence, and going with the precedent, how it has been in the past, the President of India always invites a pre-poll alliance, which is the largest. In this case, it has crossed the majority mark. So it is Mr. Modi who will be staking claim along with his alliance partners. It's going to be more of an optics that will be playing out also at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, because we are yet to get the visuals from inside the LKM, which hasn't come as yet. So I'm assuming the first set of visuals will be coming there.
Is there a letter of support which the Prime Minister needs to submit to the President, or on the basis of the pre-poll alliance which already exists, is that good enough to stake claim?
I am not too sure about it, Vishnu, at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see.
Sure.
But because it's a pre-poll alliance, not really a post-poll alliance, does the Prime Minister really have to give letters of support? I'm not too sure about it. Because,
or even signatures.
It's a pre-poll alliance which has crossed the majority number of 272.
All right. So the breaking news coming in, the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, they are moving, essentially the NDA moving to form the government. Nitish, the TDP chief, along with Amit Shah, the Prime Minister, JP Nadda, moving to Rashtrapati Bhavan soon to stake claim. This is hours after the Prime Minister met the President,
It's
who
very
asked
fast-paced developments.
who asked him to continue as caretaker Prime Minister. But obviously the NDA not wasting a moment.
They're not wasting a moment, but this is going to be an important point of clarification as well, Vishnu, that the fact that the parliamentary party meet of the NDA is on the 7th to pick the leader of the NDA. Can they stake claim, meet the president and stake claim before the leader is picked? How does this procedurally work? We'll get a clarification on that as well.
Perhaps,
but what's
Rishika,
clear
that would
is
have
the fact
to do...
that the NDA wants to waste no time.
Yeah, but I would suggest, Rishika, and I would be, stand corrected on this, but the NDA itself requires a leader in terms of coordinating the grouping for the functioning of the grouping, not in terms of the stake that they claim to have at this stage or what they're raising with the president right now, the support they have and the pre-poll alliance. So perhaps one can go independent of the other.
Yes.
But we'll have to wait and see. We're going to take a short break, come back with the very latest.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. Uttar Pradesh has been the biggest upset for the BJP, and Akhilesh Yadav, clearly the man of the moment. He spoke exclusively with NDTV. Listen in.
चाहेंगे अपनी जीत के ऊपर। पहली जीत आपकी मुलायम सिंह जी के बाद आपकी
आने दो रानू पाने वाले। देखिए, नेताजी ने जो रास्ता दिखाया था, नेताजी का रास्ता, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया का जो सिद्धांत और बाबा साहब का सपना लेकर के जो समाजवादी हमेशा चले, उसी रास्ते पर नेताजी ने हम लोगों को चलना सिखाया और उसी रास्ते पे चल करके मैं जनता का धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जनता ने एक नई आस के साथ, नई उम्मीद के साथ और नकारात्मक राजनीति के खिलाफ मतदान किया है।
इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग में आप जा रहे हैं, क्या आप सरकार बनाने की कोशिश होगी?
देखिए, वो तो संख्या बल से होता है और सच्चाई तो ये है, उत्तर प्रदेश और देश ने नकारात्मक राजनीति करने वालों के खिलाफ मतदान किया है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज फ्यूचर में अगर बीएसपी अलायंस करना चाहेगी तो आप कैसे करेंगे?
अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो, किससे अलायंस करना, ये बात की बातें हैं। फिलहाल जो लोग संविधान को ठेस पहुंचा रहे थे, उनको जनता ने दूर कर दिया।
All right, Akhilesh Yadav, very much the man of the moment in Uttar Pradesh, where his Samajwadi Party has emerged as a giant slayer. Speaking to NDTV's Tanishq over there. We're going to move on, take a look at several reactions which have been coming in from leaders of the India bloc. Remember, there's an important meeting which is expected off the bloc as they try and see what they can do in terms of their next steps. Do they believe that they can reach out to either the JDU or to the TDP or even others? And this meeting important because just a few moments back, the breaking news which we were reporting is that the NDA is going to be moving to form the government right away. They'll be staking claim to form the government under Narendra Modi's prime ministership immediately. There was an expectation that there would be more conversation, perhaps a process of negotiations with their NDA alliance partners for portfolios, but no. Right away, the Prime Minister JP Nadda, Amit Shah, along with members of the NDA, meeting the president and staking claim. So that's a huge development coming as it does just a day after the election results.
नंबर क्या है वो देखने के बाद ही कदम उठाने की आवश्यकता होती है। नंबर है ये बात नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते और इस पर ध्यान देना होगा।
आप चंद्रबाबू नायडू से बात करेंगे, नीतीश कुमार से बात करेंगे?
नहीं, क्योंकि ये इशू हमारी नीति में जो तय हो जाएगा इस लाइन पर हम जाएंगे। अभी हमने बात ही नहीं की तो कहीं के लिए किसी का नाम नहीं, कौन होगा नेता या क्या होगा, इस पर डिस्कशन करना या बातें करना ही गलत।
तो हम लोग सब लोग आज बैठक में यहाँ आए हैं। 6 बजे हम लोगों की बैठक है और देखते हैं बैठक में क्या सभी लोग
बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे आप लोग, क्योंकि क्लियर मेजॉरिटी कोई बात बोले
अभी हमको लगता है थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, अभी देखते जाइए क्या क्या होता है।
Mr. Balu, the big question is, can the India alliance stake claim to form a government? They don't have the numbers. They need Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu. Have you been speaking to them? Are you trying to form a government?
Whatever it is, we are meeting by 6 o'clock there in Kharge's house. We will discuss detailedly the pros and cons of it, whether to form the government or just be in opposition to work ahead. That's all.
So when you say to be in opposition, your a sense of resignation that it's not possible because the numbers are not there, but you can be an effective opposition, a strong opposition, you're saying?
Very, very good. See, this time we have got a very strong contingent. We will oppose tooth and nail of the ill-doings of the government, the proposed government.
So when you say that, that means you are ready to be in the opposition. The big question is that, sometimes, and many feel that the BJP will attempt to break the India alliance. So, DMK could be a possibility.
It is a very, as it is concretized and it is a very strong fortress. They cannot just meddle with the very senior leaders are there. And the leaders are years together, they were in politics, all India politics. It is not at all possible. In no stretch of imagination could be done. It can't be, the fortress cannot be dismantled.
Many, many congratulations, Rahul Saab. You have finally been vindicated.
उसका मतलब क्या है? आप क्या बताना चाहते हो?
That ultimately you have succeeded fighting against many battles.
जी हाँ, ये बैटल हम पर थोप गया था और हमने ये बैटल जीत लिया है महाराष्ट्र में। और मुझे लगता है आने वाले दिनों में दिल्ली का बैटल भी हम जीत लेंगे। महाराष्ट्र ने 30 सीटें दी है, इंडिया गठबंधन 30। आपने देखा होगा बीजेपी का टैली क्या है महाराष्ट्र में, अजित पवार का टैली क्या है, 1 सीट है। हमारा गठबंधन इतना मजबूत रहा महाविकास आघाड़ी का कि हम 30 सीटें जीतकर दिल्ली में आए हैं।
Sir, Abhi, you just heard Fadnavis Saab say that he's ready to quit the government and be part of the, devote himself for the party work.
नहीं, हम उनको रिटायर कर देंगे विधानसभा चुनाव होने के बाद। अभी चुनाव लीजिए विधानसभा, महानगर पालिका, बीएमसी, कोई भी चुनाव लीजिए, जनता अपने आप उनको रिटायर कर देगी। इस्तीफा देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो पूरे देश में हार हो गई है बीजेपी की। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि 240 सीट क्या या कितना 237 सीट मिली है, ये तो एस्टिमेट नहीं किया था ना, 400 पार 300 पार। तो इस्तीफा किसने देना चाहिए? जेपी नड्डा जी ने देना चाहिए, मोदी जी ने देना चाहिए। आपके नैतिक हार है। लोगों ने आपको, देखिए ये डेमोक्रेसी है, ये लोकतंत्र है, लोग डिसाइड करते हैं, आपने डिसाइड कर दे मैं 500 सीट जीत कर आऊँगा, मैं 600 सीट जीत कर आऊँगा। आप लोगों पर छोड़ दीजिए। लोगों ने आपको ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया, अब जनता तय करेगी। दिल्ली में आप सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं। आपके पास एक आंकड़ा है, लेकिन आपको पता चलेगा ये आंकड़ा हमारे पास भी है।
नेचुरली रिजल्ट आने के बाद लोग को मिलना पड़ेगा आपस में, तो ये अच्छी बात है, ये हो रही। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि मैं खुश हूँ कि जनता बदलाव चाहते थे और ये दिखाएं वोट पे। ये एग्जिट पोल्स जब आए थे, मैंने उसी वक्त कहा था कि ये ठीक नहीं है, कि जो वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि बिल्कुल ज़मीनी हकीकत देखने के बाद हम कभी भी इस पे भरोसा नहीं रख सकते हैं कि इस किस्म के आंकड़े आएंगे। और देखिए गिनने के बाद हमने देखा क्या हुआ।
All right. Well, Uttar Pradesh may have been the biggest disappointment, but the biggest success story for the BJP this election has been Orissa. They've won 78 out of the 147 seats in the assembly, and the BJP has won an astounding 20 out of the 21 seats as far as the Lok Sabha election in Orissa is concerned. All eyes now on government formation in Orissa. Who is going to be the next chief minister? Naveen Patnaik has tendered his resignation to the governor after 24 years of being the chief minister of Orissa. So very interesting to see what happens next. Dharmendra Pradhan is in the national capital. Will he be the top man for the BJP in Orissa? Let's listen in to what he said.
जो नतीजा आया 21 में से 20 लोकसभा की आशीर्वाद मिला। पहली बार उड़ीसा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नेतृत्व में सरकार भी बनने वाला है। ये महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी की ही कृपा है, मोदी जी की जादू है।
Joining us at this moment is Odisha BJP President Mr. मनमोहन सामल। सामल जी, बहुत बड़ी सफलता है, पूरे देश में इसकी चर्चा हो रही है, एक इतिहास रचा गया है। क्या क्या फैक्टर्स रहे इस बार जो बीजेपी को इतनी बड़ी सफलता मिली?
देखिए, उड़ीसा में आम जनता त्रस्त है, सबका मन में असंतोष का था, इसका विस्फोरण हुआ और सबने चाहते थे उड़ीसा में एक
सही सरकार आए, बीजेपी का सरकार आए। मोदी जी को 95% आदमी मन में प्यार करते थे, इसका समर्थन में थे। कभी सर्वे में 91 से 95 तक सब में सर्वे में आया, मैं बताया बार बार। तो ये उड़ीसा का जो उड़ीसा को 50 साल पीछे किए थे ना, यहाँ कोई किसान के लिए सोचा था कि सरकार का कोई क्लास स्पष्टता था, ना युवा के लिए कोई सोचा था। 1.5 करोड़ युवा बाहर दादन जा रहे हैं काम करने के लिए, ना किसान के लिए जल सिंचाई योजना था, 17% इरिगेशन था यहाँ, और कोल्ड स्टोरेज नहीं था। कोई चिंता किसान के लिए नहीं था। महिला के जितना आस्था था केंद्र से, वो पैसा भी लूटमार होता था। तो गरीबी और किसान और महिला और युवा, ये चारों ट्रस्ट थे। ना स्कूल में टीचर थे, ना मेडिकल में डॉक्टर थे। हर आदमी हर वर्ग में परिवर्तन चाहते थे। ये परिवर्तन इसीलिए हुआ।
All right, we're going to take a short break now, but once again, a reminder of the big story we are tracking. The NDA moving to stake claim to form the government right now, immediately, along with their alliance partners. Nitish Kumar already over here, Chandrababu Naidu as well, not wasting a moment's time, possibly swearing in on Saturday evening. We'll take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling.
Welcome back. Well, the other big story that we are tracking is what the BJP is doing. The first casualty of the BJP's poor performance in Maharashtra has been the Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis. The BJP dropping, remember, from 23 to 9 Lok Sabha seats in the state. Devendra Fadnavis says that he's asked his party leadership to relieve him of his duties, but he wants to continue to work for the party.
Well, will that resignation be accepted or not is the big question. And interestingly, while Devendra Fadnavis has taken responsibility for the BJP's drubbing and offered to resign, Eknath Shinde, who is the chief minister, has actually called this a minor setback. It remains to be seen how this plays out now in the state elections in Maharashtra next. Let's listen into what he said.
ये जो हमारा महाराष्ट्र में डिबैकल हुआ है या जो हमें एक प्रकार से हार मिली है, हमारी सीटें कम हुई है, इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी ये मेरी है। मैं इस जिम्मेदारी को स्वीकारता हूं। कहां कमियां रही है उसको पूरा करने की कोशिश करूंगा। मैं भागने वाला आदमी तो हूं नहीं और जोरों से मैदान में उतरूंगा और हमारी पूरी पार्टी को साथ में लेकर हम लोग वापस नई स्ट्रैटेजी तैयार करेंगे और नई स्ट्रैटेजी तैयार करके हम लोग जनता के बीच जाएंगे। जनता का जो विश्वास है उस विश्वास को हम लोग संपादित करेंगे।
Well, let's just go across to Radhika, who's been tracking the story. Thanks very much for being with us. So a huge reaction from the BJP, Devendra Fadnavis himself. Has that been accepted by the BJP?
Certainly, Devendra Fadnavis making this announcement that he's accepted the failure and has requested his party to relieve him of his responsibilities and that he's ready to resign as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and would like to dedicate his time to improve BJP's tally in the upcoming assembly elections. He says he has accepted the responsibility, accepted the failure, and therefore would like to work towards the improvement of the party as far as the elections, upcoming assembly elections are concerned. Because this is something that was not expected. Of course, we did expect the leaders to come out and speak about what exactly went wrong as far as Mahayuti is concerned. Remember, Mahayuti is a newly formed alliance post Sena split as well as the NCP split. They were very confident of a victory, but it was an abysmal show as far as BJP is concerned. From 23 seats in 2019 elections to just 9 for BJP this election, and Sena and the NCP Ajit are also not performing as expected. So therefore, Devendra Fadnavis wanting to step down as Deputy Chief Minister, taking responsibility and also saying that he wants to work for the party so that the NDA alliance in Maharashtra is victorious in assembly elections. So multiple reactions coming in post that. Several within the BJP say that, there will be selective discussion that will happen and that Fadnavis should not resign as the Deputy CM and that the party will sit together and come up with strategy to work towards the assembly elections, which is just a few months away.
All right, Radhika, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. Thanks very much indeed. We're going to take a short break. Up after that, it is World Environment Day. The environment, climate change, a constant focus for us in our programming here in NDTV. We've got a very special report that's coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Stay informed.
Nutrition and food insecurity worldwide. In a country like ours, agriculture accounts for around 19% of the gross domestic product, and about 2/3 of our population is dependent on the sector. The World Food Programme estimates that globally by 2050, the risk of hunger and malnutrition could rise by 20% if the right mitigation measures are not adopted. Let's take a look at how climate change is impacting food security.
Climate change affects nutrition in multifaceted ways, primarily through its repercussions on food security, availability, and quality. Let's show you how. Disruptions in agricultural production due to temperature shifts, erratic rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events lead to crop failures, reduced yields, and inflated food prices. This renders nutritious food less accessible, particularly for vulnerable populations. Environmental variations can alter the nutrient composition of crops. For instance, heightened atmospheric CO2 levels may decrease the protein, zinc, and iron content in staple crops like rice and wheat, compromising their nutritional value. Climate change can create favorable conditions for the proliferation of pathogens, toxins, and contaminants impacting food safety. Changes in precipitation patterns and water availability affect water sources used for irrigation and food processing. Water scarcity compromises hygiene practices and sanitation, contributing to waterborne diseases and malnutrition. Climate change influences the distribution and availability of food sources, resulting in changes in dietary habits and consumption patterns. This can lead to alterations in nutrient intake and dietary diversity, affecting overall nutrition and health outcomes.
75% of districts in India are prone to hydrometeorological disasters. So that's a large population of India that is vulnerable to these effects. Then the crops actually suffer. So either you may have complete damage of the crops, you could have a reduced yield, or you could also have an impact on the nutritional content of crops. And this is, there are a few reports, again we need more data on this, that over the years the nutritive value, that is the micronutrients which are present in our cereals and our pulses and our vegetables, has been declining. This obviously, is linked to soil health. So these things are all interconnected. So the quality of the water, the quality of the soil does impact the ultimate product that we consume.
Elevated temperatures and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels can diminish the nutritional quality of food crops, leading to reduced concentrations of essential nutrients such as iron, zinc, and protein in staple crops like rice, wheat, and maize. This exacerbates malnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies. The Data Sciences Center of Columbia University estimates that continued global warming could lead to 49 million more zinc-deficient individuals, 38.2 million new protein-deficient individuals, and 106.1 million children and 396 million women iron-deficient in India by 2050. Climate change and malnutrition are intertwined challenges affecting agri-food systems, water resources, social protections, and health systems. It is imperative to take action now before it's too late.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. What happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Well, good evening and welcome. A day of fast-paced developments, and the big story is this. In fact, it's our top story. The headlines: the NDA rushing in to stake claim to form the government. Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who's here in Delhi, will be meeting the president today. So not a minute to be wasted, it seems.
Akhilesh Yadav speaks to NDTV after his massive resurgence in Uttar Pradesh. His stunning performance says those who wanted to alter the constitution have been rejected. A new government will depend on the numbers.
All right, well, a key meeting of the India bloc taking place this evening. Several leaders, including Tejasvi Yadav, who ironically was in the same aircraft sitting just behind Nitish Kumar, now in Delhi. And so that's a crucial meeting of the India alliance which will be taking place. Will they be able to get allies is the big question.
And a fallout of the election results in Maharashtra, where the BJP fell from 23 seats to 9. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis offering to resign, says he wants to work for the party. And Eknath Shinde in Delhi for the NDA meeting.
Well, let's quickly move on to our top story. The BJP-led National Democratic Alliance leaders of the NDA will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu in a little while from now to stake claim to form the government. This according to sources, and comes a couple of hours after a meeting between the Prime Minister and the President, where the President asked the Prime Minister to continue as caretaker Prime Minister until such time as the new government is sworn in. That swearing in is expected to take place on Saturday evening. But just within a few hours of that comes news that shortly after an NDA meeting taking place now, there will be a push by the NDA and their top leaders, including presumably Chandrababu Naidu, who is a kingmaker at this stage, emerging as a key ally,
right,
along with Nitish Kumar, to go to Rashtrapati Bhavan and stake claim along with Amit Shah, the Prime Minister and JP Nadda.
That's right, and it seems like a sense of urgency, Vishnu, given, the fast-paced development. Earlier today, you had, the cabinet being dissolved, a meeting held, cabinet dissolved. Then the Prime Minister went to meet with the President, as you mentioned there, tendered his resignation. Now, a lot of the attention was on this NDA meeting, and, we expected it would take some time. There would be negotiations, and obviously with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu pushing for their part, or their share of the pie, as it were. But now this saw information coming that they're going to meet with the President shortly after this. Let's go across to Maria Shakil, who's been keeping track of all of these fast-paced developments. So Maria, the meeting is still taking place, and after this we're going to have all the top leaders, the Prime Minister, as well as Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu going to the President, Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Yes, that's what sources are indicating, and that's what sources in the BJP are saying, that if Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu agree, they will be heading to stake claim to form the government. But look, they're holding a meeting immediately after the results. They could have waited for perhaps 24 to 48 hours. They understand the urgency of this mandate. Yes, it's a full mandate, much above the majority figure, but they would want to really ensure that the government of continuity gets down to business of work, which is about policy making and ensuring that the governance takes priority.
Right.
So that's what sources are indicating. The meeting began around 4 p.m. And Gargi, as far as the sources are indicating from various camps, be it the JDU or the TDP, so far there has been no negotiation whatsoever on portfolio or what JDU would want if they were to join the Council of Ministers, or what the TDP would want. What we can tell our viewers is that Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar go back to their respective states. In fact, Mr. Naidu returns later in the evening, and he will be going to Vijayawada, where he has asked all his advisors to be prepared for a round of meeting. And that's quintessential Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, I would say again. These two have been dyed-in-the-wool politicians who reveal very little, and only when their moves are finalized and firmed up that we know about it.
But is there a sense of concern? Is there perhaps a sense of being jittery, which is why they're moving to Rashtrapati Bhavan right now? And the reason, obviously, I ask this is because the India Alliance is openly talking about reaching out to new allies. In fact, yesterday, Rahul Gandhi said, if anybody wants to sort of potentially ally with us, just let us know and we can talk. So, I mean, is that a concern for the NDA is the question?
Well, the NDA certainly is the BJP, I would say, because that's the big partner in this alliance. They are saying that they are not concerned. In fact, the Prime Minister, during the course of his cabinet meeting, told his cabinet colleagues that they should be enthusiastic. He sounded very encouraging. I think this is a meeting of reassurances, that this is a meeting in which all the alliance partners are saying that they are standing together, that they are together. It's a pre-poll alliance. It's not like a post-poll alliance which has to do some kind of jod-tor or arithmetic addition and subtraction. This is a pre-poll alliance which went to the people of this country in their respective states. Mr. Naidu went with this alliance in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Nitish Kumar went with this alliance along with Chirag Paswan and Jitan Ram Manji in the state of Bihar, that they were together as an NDA. So I think the speed at which it is moving, one would say that there are concerns. But again, Vishnu, look, nobody can really predict at the moment which way Nitish Kumar will go. So I would really be very careful as to whether he'll be making some immediate moves or he'll be perhaps waiting for another 6 months or a year,
and Maria, what
and waiting
must have been
till the elections in Bihar.
What would have given a bit of a worry were those images of Tejashwi Yadav seated right behind Nitish Kumar on that plane ride here, and reporter Prabhakar also telling us that what he had heard was that seats were changed and some conversations were had for an hour on that plane. But you're saying that no hard negotiations happening just yet, which seems kind of surprising already, and perhaps not at this particular meeting, but already in the papers today there was talk about how TDP or JDU would want the speaker's position. So, those sort of from, various other leaders, that sort of information being fed to the media, coming out, creating this pressure. And speaker's chair is very important because, of course, they'd like to protect their own party and their MPs as well.
Yes, that's right. But let's wait. Particularly because on one hand, yes, it is Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu who are known for their negotiations, who have been with the Congress, have been in power with both the sides. So I would, I see this as a more of a developing situation, which is developing by the hour. The fact that the cabinet met, then the formalities happened of Prime Minister immediately going to the Rashtrapati to resign, and the Council of Ministers resigned. So I think all those formalities are playing out, but the meeting of the NDA being called, even as the numbers were coming out yesterday, is an indication that they want to keep this flock together. Whether this flock stays together or not for the moment, I would say yes, they will stay back together for the moment. It is a government which is being formed, but how long, I'm not too sure about it.
There's no love lost, at least in the past, between Chandrababu Naidu and the Prime Minister or the BJP. He's tweeted in 2019 very strong words where he accused the BJP of altering institutions or attempting to do that, use investigating agencies, etc., etc. And now, he is in Delhi, likely going to Rashtrapati Bhavan, sort of standing next to the Prime Minister. Does that history of acrimony perhaps concern the BJP at some level?
Well,
it does, but I did ask that question to Mr. Naidu when I had interviewed him in Amravati during the course of, the meetings that he was doing, the campaigning. I'd asked him that specific question, that if you were to join the NDA and be part of the government at the center, will you be asking for a special package for your special status for Andhra Pradesh? And what about the bitterness and the very, very acrimonious exit from NDA in 2018? So he said that that's history. And in politics, we have seen so many histories be made and so many new alignments take place. So
but there's
I would
also
say
Nitish
that,
Kumar, Maria.
Yeah,
Gargi.
The saying of strange bedfellows, Vishnu, of course,
Yeah,
politics
but as far as
times.
Nitish Kumar, Maria is concerned, and his party, there is already talk about a demand for a caste census. Now, the BJP has had concerns during the election campaign about an all-India caste census, but that fits into the politics of the JDU very closely. Is that something which needs to be, again, negotiated with Nitish Kumar?
Well, I would say, Vishnu, that when Nitish Kumar formed the alliance with the NDA, returned to the NDA fold few months back, he had stopped talking about the caste census. Will there be a renewed plea for caste census? I don't rule that out. But I think at the moment, all the alliance partners will be starting on the note of conciliation. There will be conciliatory note. There will be points of convergences, not as much as points of differences. That's the way it will begin. But yes, in politics, as they say, 24 hours is a long time.
Interrupting you now because we've got live footage coming in of Akhilesh Yadav, who's arrived in Delhi just a little while back. He is very much the man of the moment in Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party doing remarkably well after several years of actually being nowhere in UP politics to register their best showing. Fairly remarkable. Remember, the NDA, the BJP, has had an extremely poor showing in Uttar Pradesh of all states, but he comes to Delhi, key member of the India Alliance, very much as a nodal player as they try and see what their next steps are. Gargi.
That's right. And, from 5 to 37 Lok Sabha seats, it's been a showing that has stunned the Uttar Pradesh BJP as well, given that, and the fact that Faizabad, that's one thing that everybody is talking about, to lose that Ayodhya seat for the BJP. I mean, what a remarkable story. There was talk of this chemistry between Rahul and Akhilesh Yadav, the UP ke ladke, and that narrative really working, but even so, to win 37 seats has been quite an astounding show. And in the interview to NDTV, Akhilesh Yadav did speak about this is the answer to those who wanted to change the constitution, these negative politics of hate, and he says we have the people with us, and this was a vote against against fascism in a sense. People have rejected negative politics, and it's the result of our PDA coalition. So that is what Akhilesh Yadav said. Now, not speaking to the media here after arriving at the airport. And Vishnu, it's been quite fun to see since the morning, so much action, so many regional leaders all arriving here in the capital to, from various, from the both sides of the spectrum, as it were, NDA or India bloc leaders. And the latest is Akhilesh Yadav now arriving for that meeting of the India bloc. The NDA meeting is taking place right now, and later this evening, the India bloc meeting.
All right, let's go straight across to our colleague Vasudha, who's outside the residence of Chandrababu Naidu. Vasudha, thanks very much for being with us. What has Naidu said so far in the one or two questions that he's been asked by reporters?
Vishnu, when he came here to Mr. Jaidev Kalla's residence, Jaidev Kalla, is an MP who basically decided not to contest elections. Every time Chandrababu Naidu comes to Delhi, this is where he stays. He said that, he is going to be firmly with the NDA. He talked about commitment, and he said that, he has not put forward any official list of negotiations right now, and any official list of demands right now. We also spoke to a lot of TDP leaders to understand, the place that TDP is trying to speak from. Remember that TDP has excellent majority stability, not just in parliamentary elections. It has reduced the YSRCP to just 4 seats, a single-digit number from the 22 seats that YSRCP had. And it also has full majority in the Assembly of Andhra Pradesh. All the TDP guys unanimously said that right now the focus seems to be on starting work, on getting work going. Remember that there are aspects of the AP Reorganization Act that need to be fulfilled. This has been the demand of TDP for a while now. But of course, there are also irrigation projects. There's this whole question of, the capital of Andhra Pradesh, whether it's going to be Amravati, whether it's going to be Vijayawada, Vizag. So that has been a big flashpoint between Jagan Mohan Reddy's government and also Chandrababu Naidu. So those things, they really need help from the centre. So Andhra Pradesh, of course, has depended a lot on central support because there's a belief in the state government, in the state, among a lot of people in the state, that the state got a raw deal when the state was bifurcated because Hyderabad also went to Telangana. So those issues on paper are going to be more important. But remember, this politics is so much about power, and TDP understands the power that it has right now because it has worked with the opposition, it has worked with the government, and it knows that feelers will always be there for it. So TDP will go for plump postings is what I hear. The portfolios are not with us right now. Chandrababu Naidu is in that NDA meeting. He's going to come back, talk to his advisors, but he has things in his mind. But remember, he's a changed man. He's a more experienced man. He has changed. He has seen good times with the BJP, bad times with the BJP. So clearly, he's going to take people along and look forward to starting a non-confrontational, cordial thing with the BJP while knowing fully well that the power lies with him even when the BJP has about 240 seats because there are feelers from the opposition camp also towards him. So we are waiting for Chandrababu Naidu to come back to get an idea of what he could have actually talked about and presented. As of now, he has just said that he is going to hear them out, hear the central leadership out, and then basically decide with his advisors on the way forward.
Right. So Vasudha, very interesting, keeping cards close to their chest in a sense, saying that there are no overt demands just now. So we have seen articles and, reports of how the speaker's position is being demanded, will be demanded rather by the TDP. Also, Vasudha, as you've been telling us, he's going to come back and then return to Vijayawada.
Today,
and then yes, that's what Vasudha had reported earlier. And hold meetings there and then return, and then you have the swearing in on the 8th of the Prime Minister. Then you have Chandrababu Naidu's own swearing in taking place on the night. So very, very hectic. Or is he going to leave some people here to carry on the negotiations?
Well, what I understand right now, while that is the plan, he has already told his advisors to stay in Vijayawada. He's going to go and talk to them about it. What I hear right now is that he could even be staying for a few more hours because all of this depends on the NDA meeting today, the tone and the tonality of the BJP leaders with respect to TDP. Also, remember that when the alliance was taking place, it seemed to a lot of us that there was a lot of delay in this alliance that was taking place, because there was no answer from the BJP. TDP seemed interested, but at the same time, Mr. Naidu was also getting cold feet because he seemed quite confident about his party's position in the state, and this was happening throughout January and February. But there was some reluctance from the side of the BJP, and they went ahead with the alliance only when they got surveys from the state making it clear that Jagan Mohan Reddy is on a decline. So, so Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has waited for long, and he is going to demand his pound of flesh, but he's going to think through this because, he's not the same person that he was in 2019 when he walked out of this alliance, over this issue of special category. And that is something that he's not willing to talk about right now because he's saying that, yes, of course, that is, all TDP people say that, yes, that's of course something that we have talked about for years. But now there are so many things that the state wants, and we're going to focus on that, apart from ensuring the place that the TDP gets what it deserves.
Vasudha, what about the names of other ministers? Where is the BJP in terms of deciding that?
Well, Vishnu, what I hear from my sources is that, that there's going to be an important meeting on the 7th. Yesterday, if you remember, I was covering the Prime Minister's victory speech at the BJP office. And remember, even after delivering his speech, he sat and he talked to his senior ministers, which included Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Jai Shankar, Nirmala Sitharaman, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal. So he has been having these meetings. So clearly, there is a picture in his mind of how his cabinet will look like. And let me also tell you that this time, the focus is going to be on inclusion because the whole BJP game of having non-Yadav OBC, non-Jatav Dalits on their side from 2014, 2017, 2019 in UP has gone for a toss. The 10% Dalit population in Maharashtra seem to have voted against them. The whole region of Marathwada has gone to the Congress and to the India Alliance. So there are some very crucial, worries that the party has. Haryana, they have lost 5 seats. Rajasthan, they've lost massive number of seats. So these are certain worries that the BJP has. The focus clearly will not be on governance entirely. The focus will not be on getting bureaucrats who will actually turn things around. The focus will be on keeping everybody happy and undoing a lot of this damage that 2024 election results has shown the BJP. I think that is going to be the focus. So we can actually see a lot of representation from rural parts of India, from Dalit, SC/ST communities, from OBC communities, to give them a sense of assurance that the BJP is not going to change the constitution and they have representation in the party and in the government.
All right, well, thanks very much, Vasudha, for sharing all of those details with us. There have been a couple of reactions which have come in from Nitish Kumar as well. Let's just take a look.
All right, so that was that very cryptic, sentence that
did you hear anything?
He said that Aaj hi banegi, that the government will be formed today. So that was a very cryptic one-liner that he gave to the media that left us all wondering what does he mean, how today, swearing in, whatever, which government is going to be formed, and this coming after that flight that he spent with Tejashwi Yadav. So that has also been, something of a speculation. But right now, the meeting of the NDA is taking place. And what we do know is post that, according to sources, and that's, I think, Vishnu, only BJP sources, that should Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu agree, they will all go to the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using
Welcome back. We've been bringing you all the big developments taking place in Delhi, as all roads lead to Delhi today, a day after the results, with the NDA meeting taking place right now. And in a short while, the meeting of the India bloc will also take place. A resurgent opposition buoyed by their performance in the Lok Sabha polls. 232 was the final number that you can see on your screens, and speculation about the possibilities of, making an attempt to form government as with Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, who are two leaders who have the numbers, who have been apart, who in the past have done business both with the India Alliance. Of course, Nitish Kumar was a big part of it, and then Chandrababu Naidu. So all that is being speculated right now. Let's go across to Ghazali, who joins us from outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence. Now, Mamata Banerjee herself hasn't come, but she has sent her nephew to participate in that meeting, and really that's the question that, as we go into this, as we're talking about this meeting of the India bloc, Ghazali, about what's going to be discussed there. Are they actually going to discuss a possible government formation and getting the numbers?
See, as of now, there is no hint as such, or any of the leaders who are going to attend this meeting, including Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, who just arrived from Calcutta a few hours ago, that there will be any direct discussion on how to form the government. But certainly, the discussion will include how to reach out to allies, or the first move would be to allow this NDA government to form the government, or this alliance to form the government, since they have the numbers as of now. But all eyes are on Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar. Even India bloc leaders are saying that they are also keeping an eye on the moves of Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Naidu, as both of them have spoken to the media saying, or the leaders close to Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar from both the parties have claimed that they are still part of NDA, and it's an unconditional alliance. There are no conditions there. But India Alliance, which will be holding its meeting in the residence of Mr. Khalge, will certainly discuss all these points, including Mr. Banerjee, who will be heading to Mr. Khalge's residence in some time from now. And perhaps we'll get to know that what all will be discussed here. But one thing is sure, that that the convener of India Alliance will also be discussed, that who will be the convener of the India Alliance. Besides that, certainly government formation and how to stack up numbers to cross the majority figure mark, who other allies of the NDA should be contacted or not, will also be under discussion in the meeting.
Right, Ghazali, and the flip side of that is, on one hand, it's speculation about whether they'll make any kind of attempt to form government, but on the other hand, keeping their flock together as well, because, if we know anything about the BJP and, Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, they're going to want, to secure themselves and not just depend on Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who have been, slippery in the past, especially Nitish Kumar. So possibly for the India bloc, the worry of keeping all their flock together as well.
See, Gargi, if you see the current situation, the majority of the leaders of every party knows each other, be it on the India Alliance side or on the NDA side. Mr. Nitish Kumar was with the India Alliance months ago. Even Mr. Naidu has been criticized with the BJP, or he himself has criticized BJP, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister in the past. So that always leaves a room for both the alliance partners to get more parties on their side. And yesterday we were reporting from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, one of the alliance partners in the India Alliance, and one of the leaders clearly said that not having a PM face in our alliance, in India Alliance, will work for us to get more alliance partners. Why? Because even if in the NDA, it's pretty much decided that who will be the Home Minister, who will be the Finance Minister, who will be the Foreign Minister, or say the Railways and Union Urban Development Ministry, and other portfolios are already decided. Now, the second thing which was very interesting, which perhaps the India Alliance parties will go out to seek support from other parties, would be the logic that they are using right now, that BJP often decimates its alliance partners.
Okay, Ghazali, just hold that thought for half a second. I'll come back to you. I just wanted to tell our viewers what we are seeing on our screens right now. On the left-hand side, vehicles coming outside the residence of the Prime Minister, where a crucial meeting of the NDA has been taking place. There is a wide expectation that the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, JP Nadda, along with NDA allies and others, the Defence Minister, will be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan to stake claim. On the right-hand side of your screen is the venue for the India Bloc Alliance. That's a meeting that's scheduled to take place anytime now. So leaders from whichever alliance they are a part of here in the national capital to hold consultations. But it is interesting that the NDA moving to stake claim today, they aren't waiting for a moment. Is this a sign of them being possibly jittery about the two potential kingmakers, the TDP or Nitish and his JDU? That remains unclear at this stage. But those are the images we are seeing. And Ghazali telling us a little bit about the other major opposition leader, Mamata Banerjee. Interestingly, of course, she did not fight with the India Bloc in Bengal itself. That relationship between her and the India Bloc has been somewhat testy. She's not attended many of their meetings. But now that the elections are over, she's coming to the national capital region along with Abhishek Banerjee, expected to be a part of this meeting. Let's go straight across to my colleague Vedant, who joins us. Vedant, thanks very much. He's outside the residence of Sharad Pawar, and that, of course, is the third very senior leader if we're talking about the India Alliance. In fact, Mr. Pawar yesterday was asked specific questions in Maharashtra when he was there on whether the India Alliance was reaching out to either Nitish or Chandrababu Naidu. Is there any other indicator of a broader role that he can sort of play as a senior leader, somebody who's reached out in the past and worked on alliances?
Well, Vishnu, as I've been saying, as we enter a new era of coalition politics, this particular residence, 6 Janpat, Sharad Pawar's residence, has really been the epicenter of all negotiations and backroom talks earlier. And Sharad Pawar has had a very close working equation with various leaders in his long political career. But two things that I'm picking up from sources close to Sharad Pawar and other senior leaders of the India Bloc who are now in the national capital. One, that now it's almost clear that the India Bloc will be looking to consolidate its position as a strong and effective opposition. That's what sources close to Sharad Pawar have also indicated. There was, of course, some chatter doing the round that Sharad Pawar has reached out to Chandrababu Naidu as well as Nitish Kumar, but sources very close to him have confirmed to us that that's not the case, and Sharad Pawar has not in fact reached out to Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. And in fact, the united message that the India Bloc wants to send out at this point is that any decision with regard to its future course of action will be taken only after the meeting that will be held at 6 p.m. This evening. In fact, Sharad Pawar will leave for that meeting in a short while from now. His daughter Supriya Sule is also there with him. They arrived in Delhi, this afternoon. And of course, Sharad Pawar, in this particular election as well, one thing that his people are telling us is that one question that has been settled once and for all, as per the Sharad Pawar camp, is that his faction is the real NCP, and that is what this mandate has proven. There have been marathon meetings meetings in the past here as well. You can see, people going in and out. In fact, Anil Deshmukh was also here a short while back, and he's been meeting other leaders of Maharashtra as well. And what we're also picking up is that, many of the NCP leaders as well as the Uddhav Thackeray faction, the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, are in touch with leaders of the Shinde Sena as well. So all of that also happening. But the key focus, as I said, will be on consolidating the position of the India bloc as an effective opposition. And secondly, Vishnu, sources tell us that Sharad Pawar will play a crucial role in choosing or electing a Sanyojak or the convener of the India bloc. That is going to be top of the agenda today in that meeting of the India bloc at 6 p.m. tonight, because Nitish Kumar was made the convener.
Thanks so much, Vedant. Sorry to interrupt you. They were going to go across to Maria, and we're seeing these visuals of the cars leaving the Prime Minister's residence. Maria, tell us what's happening, and what of that, earlier that we were saying all the leaders are going to be going across to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Is that happening?
Yes, so what we are being told is that the leaders will be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and that appointment with the president has been sought. The meeting has got over. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has left, and so have Nitish Kumar and others. Rajnath Singh leaving, and all these meetings happening just, they have left just few minutes back, and I'll ask the camera to zoom in and show. That was the path that most of these leaders took. Nitish Kumar has gone back to his residence in Lutyens, Delhi, so has Chandrababu Naidu. And now, after around an hour or so, is when what we can say are, what sources are indicating to us, is when they will be heading to the Rashtrapati Bhavan to stake claim to form the government. The letters of support has been given to the BJP. We can say that as well. So certainly that process of government formation has been really, really fast. Nothing is being left to chance, not even waiting for how the overtures, open overtures, I would say, that play around in full public view, will be playing out behind the scenes. So nothing behind the curtains happening here. Everything is on the surface, and around 7:30 is when the meeting with the Rashtrapati is likely to happen.
All right, so quite significant, just the developments as we've been going on saying, very fast-paced, a sense of urgency almost. And anything more from the meeting, Maria? Are you hearing from your sources? What else was discussed? Earlier you were saying that Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar haven't made any major demands just yet. Does that still stand, or is there any more information regarding what took place during the NDA meeting?
Okay, I'll ask the camera to zoom in and show. That is the cavalcade of Chandrababu Naidu, the incoming Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. So Mr. Naidu is now leaving leaving 7 LKM, and I'll ask the camera person to zoom in and now show those visuals. So Gargi, just be a little patient with us, because the movement near the 7 LKM is a little... Okay, so those are the visuals coming in now of Chandrababu Naidu leaving as well. So the meeting at LKM is over. Now the focus shifts to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the process of government formation and the staking of claim will happen. 290 at which the NDA stands at present. This is the largest people alliance which got the numbers. And as far as negotiations and what will be done by Nitish Kumar and what is the pound of power pie that he would want for his party, that remains to be seen. So I would wait and see, because Mr. Naidu's party has been indicating that they have given indications, but nothing formally has been communicated to the BJP leadership as to what his demands are.
All right, Maria, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. So the big breaking news story coming in is that after an hour of a meeting of NDA allies, there is an effort. You can see all of these vehicles go right across now to Rashtrapati Bhavan as the NDA stakes claim. There's been discussion for an hour. Nitish Kumar in Delhi, the TDP's Chandrababu Naidu in Delhi, and irrespective of whether or not this is because the NDA is feeling jittery, or the BJP is feeling jittery, or they just feel they want to get the business of governance underway, these leaders are now on their way out. These are images from outside the residence of the Prime Minister. We'll also be joined in just a few moments with a very special guest. He's the youngest MP ever, the Samajwadi Party candidate, Pushpendra Saroj, who registered his maiden poll win, bagging the Kaushambi parliamentary constituency in Uttar Pradesh. He'll be coming up soon. For now, this short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. Just sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming.
Welcome back. As we look at the process of a new government in the process of being formed, it's important to actually reflect on all sorts of young leaders who are coming into the fold. We've got a very special guest with us, 25-year-old Pushpendra Saroj of the Samajwadi Party. He's won the Kaushambi parliamentary seat, becoming India's youngest MP. Pushpendra, congratulations. Thank you very much for being with us. So as I understand it, you're about 25 years and 3 months, right? Which would make you the youngest ever parliamentarian in India, correct?
That is correct. 25 years, 3 months.
And your margin of victory, 103,000 against a senior BJP leader, Vinod Kumar Sonkar, a sitting MP. Remarkable, absolutely. Congratulations. When did you decide to take the plunge into active politics?
Well, I thought of this 5 years back when my father was defeated. He contested back in 2019, and that's when I thought that if I get to 2024, I'll be 25. And then I met our national president, Mr. Akhilesh Yadavji, and he got convinced by me, by my speaking sense and by how much I am connected to my people. And he told that, why don't you contest instead of your father? So I was like, okay, I will, and I'll give it a try. And he gave me a lot of commitment, a lot of confidence. And that's what I brought upon the people. And the people gave me an ashirwad. That's what I tell them. And by their grace, I won the election.
Right. The Samajwadi Party, your party, has done tremendously well. This time around, you've been the party and Akhilesh Yadav has, they've really taken the battle to the BJP. Is this result of in Uttar Pradesh bigger than your wildest imagination?
Yes, I would like to thank all the people of Uttar Pradesh that they've given us such a big mandate here. And as you can see, the core issues that should actually be discussed in Parliament, core issues that we should be fighting elections on, those were the core issues that people of Uttar Pradesh voted for, which is inflation, unemployment, and the paper leak, especially for our young voters and first-time voters who were very heavily involved, who voted along with their family. These were the muddas that they say in our constituencies that they voted for.
You've been associated in a sense, indirectly or directly, with politics. Your father has been a 5-time MLA, a former UP cabinet minister. It must be sweet revenge that the man who defeated your father, I think it was in 2019, is the man that you have defeated now. Is that the way you look at it?
Yes, that is correct. When we started our election campaign, we really wanted to fight upon core issues that were from our constituencies. But the former BJP MP, he said that he defeated my father, he's going to defeat me as well. But that's what people took upon themselves, and they voted against him, and they brought upon a new face, a young face. And as you can see, Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, he gave a lot of ticket to young generation, and he wants a new vision. He wants the core issues that the election should be fought upon: inflation, unemployment, and he wants discussions in the Parliament, a productive discussion to take place so that we can work for the people. So I would like to thank him as well. I would like to thank my people of my constituency and the people of Uttar Pradesh who have voted for the change.
The minimum age at which you can become an MP in India is 25. You're 25 in 3 months. So you took a bit of a gamble, right, when you entered the fray, knowing that you just about qualified to be an MP should you win the elections. But were you even allowed to register in the process of contesting? Because you would have been 24 at the time the election campaign began.
Yes, that is correct. That's when I began my campaign. I was 24. And to be very honest, I still haven't registered anything on my mind yet. It's just we're in an election mode. We just won yesterday. It is the same thing. The people have given me their faith and brought upon me a victory. That is a record. We've set 2 records here with the biggest margin, the youngest candidate to win an election. So it's just my people who I'm going to be representing in the Parliament. And this, hopefully, we'll move on with our people and shine their light in the Parliament.
All right, Pushpendra Saroj of the Samajwadi Party, the MP from Kaushambi in Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations and thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's time now for us to take this short break. There's more coming up.
Brought to you.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling.
Well, one of the most remarkable elections this time around has been in Orissa. Remember, there were assembly elections and the Lok Sabha elections simultaneously. Naveen Patnaik has been he's been a chief minister now for several terms, one of India's longest serving chief ministers. But he is out now with the BJD, having resoundingly lost the elections at the assembly and have also lost very badly in the general elections as well, with the BJP emerging as the foremost political party in the state. There'll be a BJP chief minister for the first time.
You know, when Naveen Patnaik went to give in his resignation, 25 years he's been chief minister of Odisha, but he missed that record, Vishnu, of the longest serving chief minister. He had to just serve another 100 more days. No, just 100 more days and he would have got that record, but yes, missed that record now. Let's go across to Ratnadeep as the focus shifts now to who will be the chief minister from the BJP, and what are you hearing on that? Dharmendra Pradhan, of course, is what was being speculated. He has now returned to Delhi.
That's right. In fact, Dharmendra Pradhan had to fly back to Delhi to attend the Council of Ministers meeting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had convened. What we are hearing that Dharmendra Pradhan might return back to not Bhubaneswar but to his constituency Sambalpur by tomorrow, because he's yet to collect his certificate, the winner's certificate, and then at some point of time by tomorrow evening he's going to reach Bhubaneswar back. That's what we are hearing. But the core committee, BJP core committee members, including state BJP President Manmohan Samal and other BJP leaders, might leave for Delhi later in the evening. That's what we are hearing from the BJP. But at this moment I am outside the residence of the former Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, who had resigned this morning. We are outside Naveen Nivas, and all the BJD candidates who have won this time have been called to Naveen Nivas for a very crucial meeting to review this poor show of the party. Remember, out of the 21 Lok Sabha seats, BJD could not manage a single seat in Odisha. Their numbers in the state legislative assembly have fallen down by half. But now all these 51 candidates who have won have gone inside Naveen Nivas and they're going to have
breaking news coming in of the images, video of Chandrababu Naidu sitting next to the Prime Minister,
right,
that NDA meeting, which has taken place just a little while back. All of these leaders, many of them I should suggest now, on their way to Rashtrapati Bhavan as the NDA stakes claim. Both of them, Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu, seated to the left of the Prime Minister.
So this is the meeting that took place earlier of the NDA. Remember, a lot of speculation as to what is it that Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar will demand of the BJP from this alliance. We're back to coalition government, so this NDA government, and whether they would want which ministerial berths, how many ministerial berths. Eknath Shinde also, Vishnu, the speculation about what he will demand as well, given that the Shinde Sena did better than the BJP in Maharashtra. So there you can see the meeting that took place. Later they are all expected to go to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Right now they've all left from this meeting from the Prime Minister's residence.
They're already on their way, as I understand.
They've gone off to other places and they're to reconvene in about an hour. An appointment was sought and has been given, and they will then be going to meet with the President and give those letters of support and show that they're all together in this and all set to form a government. Swearing-in ceremony will take place on the 8th evening. A lot of bonhomie on display, a lot of chatter and smiling faces, as you can see there. But really the undercurrents and what we do know from our reporters, what they're telling us, what Vasudha is telling us is that Chandrababu Naidu has gone to meet with Piyush Goyal. Now that's interesting. Is that where the demands are going to be made? Is that where the pound of flesh is going to be extracted for joining with
for
the
a special
NDA given
status, right?
A special status, how many berths, the speaker's position, etc., etc. It's all Delhi media is having a field day speculating about what all is on the minds of Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, what they want from Delhi. For Chandrababu Naidu, after a long time coming out of the cold and right there in the center stage, at the center as well as all set to become the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh as well. So
I think it's no coincidence, Gargi, that Mr. Naidu and Nitish Kumar are seated where they are, right next to the Prime Minister. There are so many other allies in that square table, large square table, sitting arrangement, I should say. But the fact that they have a pride of place is perhaps comes at a time when they are very much kingmakers. The outstanding performance of both the JDU and the TDP in these elections, the fact that the BJP itself has underperformed makes them, if not kingmakers, which is a bad case scenario for the BJP, then certainly very important alliance partners.
And we've also been talking about...
There is no clarity as yet on what berths they want or what berths they will be given. But there have already been a couple of indicators of some key demands which they want. One of them, raised by the JDU, has been of a caste, all India caste census that has been problematic for the BJP in the past. Will they be pushing for that? A few other demands as well. What posts, we'll have to wait and see.
That's right. And, we're talking about the urgency with which all these developments are taking place, because we do know that the India Bloc too has been talking of reaching out. They have great relations with so many Sharad Pawar, with so many of the leaders on the other side as well. Maria joining us on the phone line. And Maria, we're looking at the visuals from inside where the NDA meeting took place and, how Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are seated right next to the Prime Minister.
Yes, that's right. And this is in order of the strength or the numbers that they are bringing to this alliance. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the head of, in the sense that he is the face of the BJP with 240. Sitting next to him is Chandrababu Naidu, TDP Supremo, who is bringing 16 MPs to this coalition. Then is Nitish Kumar with 12 MPs. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are seen talking to each other. Nitish Kumar is seen, the wily politician that he is and also mercurial in nature. He's seen to be unusually very, very pleasant. Having tracked Nitish Kumar's politics, I can say that there is, he appears as if he has something up his sleeve. On the left of Prime Minister Modi is JP Nadda, the BJP president, and thereafter you are seeing other senior leaders of the party, Defence Minister and Home Minister as well. All of them, in fact, the letters of support has been given to BJP president, and the process of government formation has already begun. The oath-taking ceremony will be on 8th, which is on 8th evening. But these visuals are essentially send that message that as far as the NDA is concerned, NDA is a bloc which is all set to form the next government.
All right. All right, Maria, thanks so much for joining us, and we will bring you more updates on this. So there you can see the visuals of the NDA meeting that took place a short while ago, and later today there will be a meeting with the president as well. We'll slip into a short break and return with more updates.
Brought to you.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग, काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. एंड इवन फॉर मैक्स, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No.
For this, Ankit, if all the focus was on the NDA meeting and those visuals of the Prime Minister and Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, now the focus shifts to the India bloc meeting, which is going to take place in just a short while from now, as leaders have started arriving.
Mallikarjun Kharge there, he's going to play the host of this meeting, important meeting here. this could also, in fact, you can see these visuals of Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, meeting leaders one by one. The fact is that for India Alliance, the decision would be today whether they are going to try and bid for the government, try and reach out to Nitish Kumar, to Chandrababu Naidu, or is the government, have they decided to sit in the opposition as a more united and stronger opposition from last time? Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, in fact, also going into this meeting, we saw...
And Sonia Gandhi as well inside.
Exactly, Sonia Gandhi as well going in. So while the leaders have started arriving for this meeting, let's very quickly get our colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who is at this moment tracking this important meeting. Mohammad Ghazali, one important name who's not coming to this meeting today is Uddhav Thackeray. He has in fact sent Sanjay Raut to attend this meeting. Important for India Alliance also to try and keep all their members together from any poaching bid.
Oh yes, certainly. And as Gargi was rightly pointing out, that the initial focus was on the NDA meet, and now the focus shifts towards the India bloc meeting right now. I'm right outside the residence of Abhishek Banerjee, the TMC MP, who will be the face of the party in this meeting. And we spoke to him, but he refused to comment on what will be the issues of discussion in this meeting. But very naturally, it appears that the India Alliance or the India bloc members have felt that NDA should form the government. But the discussion will be on to stitch a united opposition, also to ensure that nobody leaves the opposition at this point of time, as NDA bloc is taking the claim to form the government right now. Also, yesterday the Aam Aadmi Party, one of the constituent members of this India bloc, was saying that perhaps with what logic we will go and talk to other allies of the NDA is that BJP always decimates its own allies. So this will be one talking point. And also in this meeting it will be discussed that who should be the convener of the entire India bloc and who should be the face, which leader should go out or reach out to other allies of the NDA if they are interested, or say if they have any chance of forming the government or to cobble the number for the majority figure mark.
Right, Ghazali, and a lot of statements being made, be it, Tejashwi Yadav, Sanjay Raut, all talking about wait and watch, we'll see. Sanjay Raut going as far as to say that do Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar support a dictator, let's see what choice they make. So, all that, a lot of bravado, but, at this meeting, what Sunil was saying when he was reporting from the Congress office is more tempered. The fact that the realization that instead of, maybe attempting to, cobble up these numbers, perhaps more concentrate on consolidating, going forward. A lot of important assembly elections also taking place later this year. So that will be interesting to see what emerges from this India bloc meeting that is taking place.
Yes, certainly that should be the focus, because everyone has been this victim of gaining majority in assembly elections and yet not been allowed to form the government, or their MLAs ditching the party. So that would also be one of the focus points of the discussion there, that how to stay united even if NDA is forming the government, and they will all be in the wait and watch mode, because all eyes will be on Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar, though they have extended support to the government. But still there is a lot to see in the coming days, that how this NDA alliance will work, and this is exactly would be discussed in the India bloc meeting as well, to wait and watch, because realistically they also know that they don't have the numbers. NDA has crossed the majority figure mark of 272. They have the numbers, they will form the government, but certainly these issues will be discussed in the meeting, that which leader should go out and speak to the other alliance members. Like Sunil just reported that how Mr. Sharad Pawar said that he has not reached out or spoken to Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar. So that all will depend now that how the NDA government is formed, and perhaps they will wait and watch for a while. And in this meeting also, the focus will be to keep the house together, because there are different parties of India Alliance, and many of them fought against each other as well. So perhaps it is the first major meeting of assessment of the Lok Sabha performance, as well as Gargi is pointing out that there are assembly elections also ahead, to keep the flock together till further election. Also keep an eye on how the NDA government fares in the first few days after forming.
Right, Abhishek Banerjee there going in for that meeting, and I want to just again see those pictures of Kalpana Soren, which has been very interesting to see. How she's come into her own after the jailing of her husband Hemant Soren, and so Kalpana Soren also representing.
She has been a pivot as far as the campaigning for the JMM is concerned, and they have been able to in fact get more seats than 2019, and also importantly this opposition meeting is taking place at a time when the Congress has emerged as the true leader as far as the opposition parties are concerned. 99 seats for the Congress party. Not only do they have now a legitimate claim as the leader of opposition, but also as the fulcrum of this entire opposition unity. But before we move on,
Didi still not coming to the table, but yes, Abhishek Banerjee has been sent there. But we were talking about Sharad Pawar, yes.
Let's just listen to some reactions, in fact, from the India bloc leaders ahead of this meeting as they spoke to media.
नंबर क्या है वो देखने के बाद ही कदम उठाने की आवश्यकता होती है। नंबर है ये बात नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते और इस पर ध्यान देना होगा।
आप चंद्रबाबू नायडू से बात करेंगे, नीतीश कुमार से बात करेंगे?
नहीं, क्योंकि ये इशू हमारी नीति में जो तय हो जाएगा इस लाइन पर हम जाएंगे। अभी हमने बात ही नहीं की तो कहीं के लिए किसी का नाम नहीं, कौन होगा नेता या क्या होगा, इस पर डिस्कशन करना या बातें करना ही गलत है।
तो हम लोग सब लोग आज बैठक में यहाँ आए हैं। 6 बजे हम लोगों की बैठक है और देखते हैं बैठक में क्या सभी लोगों का राय होता है। अभी हमको लगता है थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, अभी देखते जाइए क्या क्या होता है।
Extremely happy that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is coming back to power for a record third straight time. And if you look at India's democratic system, we all know how difficult it is for a third time government to come continuously. With respect to the state of Tamil Nadu, every election is a lesson, every election is a journey because it's a growing party. And we are not a party which was in power and which can do elections in a certain way. We are growing. And Tamil Nadu this time, if you look back at it, we got many hits, of course some misses also. And our vote share got improved, number one. We are very happy about it. We entered the double digit. That is very important in politics.
Mr. Balu, the big question is, can the India Alliance stake claim to form a government? They don't have the numbers. They need Nitish Kumar as well as, Chandrababu Naidu. Have you been speaking to them? Are you trying to form a government?
Whatever it is, we are meeting by 6 o'clock there in Karge's house. We will discuss detailedly the pros and cons of it, whether to form the government or just to be in opposition to work ahead.
So when you say to be in opposition, you're a sense of resignation that it's not possible because the numbers are not there, but you can be an effective opposition, a strong opposition, you're saying?
Very, very good. See, this time we have got a very strong contingent. We will oppose tooth and nail of the ill-doings of the government, the proposed government.
So when you say that, that means you are ready to be in the opposition. The big question is that, sometimes, and many feel that the BJP will attempt to break the India Alliance. So, DMK could be a possibility.
It is concretized and it is a very strong fortress. They cannot just meddle with this. Very senior leaders are there. And the leaders are years together, they were in politics, all India politics. It is not at all possible. In no stretch of imagination could be done. It can't be, the fortress cannot be dismantled.
All right, so that meeting of the India bloc underway. Now we're joined by Naresh Kaushik, senior journalist, joining us for more. And Naresh Kaushik, so the focus earlier was on the NDA meeting, and now the India bloc meeting is going to be taking place. I'd like to get your comments on these, very fast-paced developments that we've seen as far as the NDA is concerned. Akhilesh Yadav also arriving for that India bloc meeting. But the fact that Prime Minister Modi went and gave in his resignation to the president, then the NDA meeting, now it seems that they're all going, all the, Chandrababu Naidu, and Nitish Kumar, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, etc., all going to the president to stake claim. So do you feel there's a sense of urgency here and maybe jitter, maybe because they're jittery?
I think there is obviously urgency because they need to keep their flock together, because there have already been reports that the India Alliance have been talking to them. But I don't think India Alliance has the numbers, because even if PDP and JDU go with them, they'll still be short of 12 seats. So where will they get that from? And even if they manage with smaller party, it won't be very stable. So I think it will be better, I think, for the country's perspective as well, because India needs a stable government. So NDA with a pre-poll alliance has acquired majority for 293, and I think they are, right to stake their claim.
In fact, of course, it would be, I mean, there is no doubt at this moment that despite the kind of results that the BJP would not have been expecting, they have the numbers to form the government, although it is going to be, Modi 3.0 is going to be very, very different from what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is used to, not only as the Prime Minister with brute majority, but also when he was the Chief Minister, he always had a clear number as far as the majority is concerned. How do you see that as a challenge for the BJP and the Prime Minister? We are almost moving back to the Vajpayee era of coalition politics.
You're absolutely right. Mr. Modi is not used to coalition politics. He has never had a coalition. He always had a good majority, and you may say even brute majority. So, and also his nature is not, at least we know him not as someone who has been very conciliatory in terms of his ideas. But this, as you say, this reminds me of our Mr. Vajpayee's time. So he has to act like Vajpayee, but he's not Mr. Vajpayee. He's Narendra Modi. So it will be very difficult for him to adapt to the new circumstances. And the other problem he has is he doesn't have someone like Pramod Mahajan, who used to be a go-between of Vajpayee with the other parties, because Pramod Mahajan, I remember, he had contacts in all the parties, and same was with Arun Jaitley. Arun Jaitley is also no more. Sadly, he passed away a few years ago.
I was going to say Arun Jaitley will be sorely missed right now.
Absolutely. He doesn't have Arun Jaitley, he doesn't have Pramod Mahajan, and the current cabinet or the outgoing cabinet doesn't have a single person who has contacts everywhere. So that is something he has to do it himself.
I think the role of a lot of politicians and leaders of the BJP is going to change, especially people like Rajnath Singh.
I was just going to say that, Ankit, you spoke of the Vajpayee era and going back to the Vajpayee era, and Rajnath Singh is somebody who comes from that Vajpayee group, as it were. He was around, so he is somebody who does have connections and friendships across the board. But do stay with us, Mr. Kaushik. We're also joined by Sunil Prabhu, who is at the where this meeting of the India bloc is taking place. We're going to try and go across to him. I know the connectivity is a little sketchy over there, but yes, Sunil. So the top leaders have arrived over there for the meeting. Tell us, what are you hearing? What have you picked up? What is going to be discussed during this meeting of the opposition leaders?
Aspects, I think, that are going to be discussed. One, of course, is that whether they should be trying to stake a claim to form the government, or there should be an effective opposition. I think the latter, being an effective opposition, is something that they understand, because right now Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu are not yet ready to upset the BJP or leave the NDA at this present juncture. So that's definitely an issue of concern. So that's the reason why they believe that they will be in opposition. But I have been speaking to a host of leaders cutting across party lines, be it the Congress, be it the DMK, be it the Shiv Sena, be it Sharad Pawar's NCP, and all of them have said that we need to raise the agrarian crisis, unemployment, price rise, inflation, a host of issues. For example, there's already a big political demand. The first political demand, which is now going to become a huge stumbling block for the NDA government. They will ask for a joint parliamentary committee on the electoral bonds issue once parliament is convened. And once they take oath, that's going to be one of the first things that they're going to ask apart from the trust vote. Because they want a JPC, they want an inquiry into how what they believe is really a serious issue of concern. That electoral bonds that had taken place, a constitutional court verdict has come in. Who are the corporates who have given money?
So you are definitely going to see a lot of activity in the next few days in terms of how things proceed. So definitely it's an important aspect and politically this is going to mean that the India alliance is going to be an effective, strong opposition. And while I was hearing your commentator about the fact that, this is coalition era, there's a Vajpayee era that was there. We have covered those periods. We have covered subsequently the UPA 1 and the UPA 2. We have, of course, Mr. M.K. Stalin here, who has now come in and is here to take part in the India alliance along with Mr. T.R. Balu. They have made their position clear. So they have spoken to NDTV about what their thought process is. So Gargi, it is going to be in a coalition era. You need to have the skill and the adept to be able to work things out. And it's in that context that the Congress will have to work with the India alliance to ensure that they remain united, fight the next assembly elections, be it in Haryana and Maharashtra, together and be able to make a formidable, front against them.
All right. In fact, you can see Tejasvi Yadav there still struggling because of his back injury, in fact. And also before that, Umar Abdullah walking into the India Alliance meeting. M.K. Stalin has been, we've been told, has also walked
and in fact, Sunil, if Sunil's still with us, I want to ask one more question. Ankit, because earlier when we've been talking about whether the India bloc and these opposition parties are going to make an attempt to form government, get those numbers. But on the other hand, what about their own unity? And, we do know the BJP never lets anything to chance. They wouldn't want to be at the mercy of Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, so they'd like to shore up their numbers. So, Sunil, are you sensing anything on that front? I know you asked Mr. Balu about that, given how the DMK has performed and yet they have to stay out of power at the centre again. And he started laughing to your question, but yes, is that something that will also be on their minds as they meet today?
Not only Balu, I asked Sanjay Raut, and he's also very categorical, as well as the Supreme.
Very, very clear. There's no question of, for example, in Maharashtra, the MVA breaking, the DMK breaking. They are quite determined that they will be able to fight together. For example, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, they said it will mean, disrespect to Balasaheb Thackeray, as well as, of course, what they entirely fought for. They virtually divided their party, both the NCP, Sharad Pawar, as well as the Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So it's going to be extremely difficult for the BJP initially to try to break the India alliance, but definitely they will be preying on a number of small parties to be able to build a cushion, as you rightly pointed out. That's a distinct possibility at this stage. But while they aren't going to be in government formation, they are going to be, I can assure you, in Parliament, a very strong and effective opposition, raising queries. As I said, for example, firstly, JPC into the electoral bond issue. That's going to be a huge political demand that is expected to be made on the floor of the House.
Right, the Aam Aadmi Party, though, they're now been seen as one of the weak links as far as the India bloc performance is concerned. Only 3 seats coming there from Punjab. But let's very quickly listen in to one of the big winners of election 2024 and also a key ally as far as the India bloc is concerned. Supriya Sule spoke earlier to my colleague. Listen in.
I'm joined by Supriya Sule, who many congratulations. It must have been an extremely tough battle for you because for the first time you were fighting apart from politically but also family member.
Not really, because once you're fighting an election, it's an ideological fight. It's about issues based. So it doesn't really matter who you're fighting, because for me personally it was UPA versus NDA or India Alliance versus NDA, you can say.
But many saw the family split, when you were voting. It must have been extremely difficult for you and your mother and father to campaign at this stage in Baramati, which has been something that you've been contesting for the last 4 years, 4 times?
Not at all. It was not a family issue at all. First of all, my family is not split. A small part of the family had decided to take another route. That doesn't mean the family is split, first of all. And I think your relationships are in one place and your professional responsibilities. They are two different roles.
The verdict is completely against the present government, and you saw today, for example, the Deputy Chief Minister Fadnavis say that I want to quit as Deputy Chief Minister and devote my time to the party in the BJP. What is the signal? Do you accept what he's doing, or do you feel that this government now is on its last legs?
No. First of all, unemployment, price rise, and corruption are three huge issues which are not only alarming in Maharashtra but all over India. The agrarian crisis, farmers are under absolute duress, and there's anger. So that clearly has reflected in polls in most parts of India, point number one. And point number two, I think what happens in the BJP is an internal issue of the BJP.
But in terms of, you saw who's the actual, this was a fight for not only Sharad Pawar but also for Uddhav Thackeray. Who is the original party? Because you all have been fighting it against the Election Commission, gone to the Supreme Court, and it's been really a battle. This is the people's mandate that, in a sense, Mr. Sharad Pawar or Uddhav Thackeray are the real Shiv Sena as well as the NCP. Do you agree with that?
No, we never doubted it. We never doubted it at all. So whatever happened or whatever injustice was done to Mr. Pawar or to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was something which was this Adrusha Shakti which was doing. I don't think the people ever agreed with it, and this was their chance to tell that they have rejected ICE especially, which is ICE means income tax, CBI and ED. The way it is misused all over India to bully people, scare people. People are tired of the fear.
Do you see the MVA going forward for the assembly elections? Is there a possibility? Because it was extremely tough in terms of, and I know you all had to really work with each other to compromise and work together.
No, not at all. It was not difficult at all. And alliances are like that. Somebody has to take a step forward and one step back behind, but it's in the larger interest. It's not about personal gain.
And so you don't see any split in the MVA, and you all will all be together for the assembly?
Why would there be a split? And what would be the split about?
No, because in terms of some Congress would want to be a bigger partner.
No, but that's okay. That's what coalitions are all about, and alliances. You have to build them.
One final point about what will be the role of NCP as well as the India Alliance. Most of the India partners who we spoke before this meeting have been very categorical that we don't have the numbers and we must be an effective and strong opposition. Do you agree with them?
Yeah, we'll have let's see what everybody says in the meeting, and we'll have more clarity about it once we discuss with all our friends and allies in the next half an hour.
Yeah, but what do you feel is for you in your terms, what should be the mission for India Alliance? Because it's been a very, very tough time for you all for the last 5 years.
Well, it's, everybody has challenges in their lives. So I don't look at a challenge as, oh my God, the world has come. Everything that goes up has to come down, and everything that does bounce back. And who's going to worry about the country? Nation first. For me, it's nation first, then the party, then my state, then first in order of nation, state, party, and then family and other issues. So I think in the larger interest of the nation, we must all work together, especially for unemployment, which is just growing every day, price rise, agrarian crisis, and corruption.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Sharing se yaad hai, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. Ghar mein koi dost aaya ho, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप वाईफाई नेटवर्क कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसे लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
All right, we are getting some breaking news at this moment from one meeting to other. The NDA meeting, the resolution has been passed on electing the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the leader of the National Democratic Alliance. This is the resolution on your screens at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA has elected Prime Minister as the leader of the National Democratic Alliance. Of course, an exercise that was expected, and now from here on, the process of the government formation will also, in fact, take a new pace.
That's right. At around 7:30, you'll have Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, along with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu going to meet with the president. They sought that appointment, and around 7:30 is when that meeting is going to take place. What we do know, as we've been reporting, is that on the 8th, the Prime Minister will be sworn in for a third time. So that is when the swearing in ceremony will be taking place, and today is a day of meetings, and the NDA meeting having taken place earlier and the India Bloc opposition meeting taking place now. But let's go across to Maria, who's been getting us, all the developments that have been taking place today. And Maria, so that is the big breaking emerging from that meeting that took place. Narendra Modi elected as the leader of the NDA.
Yes, in fact, a resolution has been passed as well, Gargi, and I'll read that resolution, which is essentially a prastav, as they say in Hindi. भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों ने पिछले 10 वर्षों में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार की जन कल्याणकारी नीतियों से देश को हर क्षेत्र में विकसित होते देखा है। बहुत लंबे अंतराल, लगभग 6 दशक के बाद भारत की जनता ने लगातार तीसरी बार पूर्ण बहुमत से सशक्त नेतृत्व को चुना है। हम सभी को गर्व है कि 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव एनडीए ने आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में एकजुटता से लड़ा और जीता। देन द रेजोल्यूशन गोज ऑन टू से, हम सभी एनडीए के नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सर्वसम्मति से अपना नेता चुनते हैं। सो क्लियरली नरेंद्र मोदी, प्राइम मिनिस्टर, having been chosen by the NDA as the head of the NDA, and now because that is the way the government process will begin. He will be going ahead, and now he has the letters of support. The letters of support has been given to JP Nadda, who is the BJP president. It has been given by Mr. Naidu, Nitish Kumar, LJP chief Chirag Paswan, also Eknath Shinde, and all those smaller parties, including RLD, Supremo, and others who were present in that meeting. But the big part or the takeaway of this is this: हम सभी एनडीए के नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सर्वसम्मति से, unanimously, that's what it means, से अपना नेता चुनते हैं.
Right. So now, of course, the Prime Minister, armed with the letters of support, will stake claim to the government. This will be the Modi government 3.0, the continuation after 10 years of enjoying a government of full majority. Prime Minister this time will be heading a coalition government, and that is the reason why, in fact, in the last 24 hours, you've started hearing, of course, the word NDA much more than you used to in the last 10 years. But important, in fact, that this step which has been taken in the formation of the government. Maria, if I may ask you, from here on, after the Prime Minister goes along with the leaders to the President, how long is this entire process going to take place? What are the next few steps?
So, we are being told is that today the outgoing cabinet is being hosted by Draupadi Murmu, the President of India. And yes, the letters of support has been given. On 7th is when the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting will be taking place as well. And on 8th in the evening is when Prime Minister Modi, along with his entire cabinet, will be sworn in. So perhaps in the next 24 to 48 hours, we should be prepared for lots of news breaking from multiple political camps about what are the nature of these negotiations, Gargi. Who's negotiating what role? Whether the TDP is asking for the Speaker's chair or Nitish Kumar is asking for the Finance Ministry.
An exciting times for us ahead, with all these meetings, all these big developments. But so, Maria, is that meeting with the President going to be taking place today evening? As we were reporting earlier that Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, along with Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Mr. Nadda, etc., going to go and meet with the President. So is that going to happen?
Well, that's what the indication certainly at the moment is. But because we have been saying, Gargi, this is a developing story. The letters of support has already been given to Mr. Nadda, who is the BJP president. And in this resolution, which has been passed by the NDA at 7 LKM, in which all NDA partners were present. In fact, we have the list of leaders who were present. In all, 21 leaders in attendance, which of course included 3 leaders from the BJP, Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, and JP Nadda. Then TDP leader Chandrababu Naidu, Eknath Shinde, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy, and all of them, if you look at the visuals that have come in, are seated next to each other in terms of the strength that they have in the new coalition. So 240, with that, Prime Minister Modi is seated there. Next to him, with 16 MPs, is TDP chief. Next to him is of course, Nitish Kumar with 12 MPs. And next to him is Chirag Paswan, who has at a strike rate of 5 on 5.
Eknath Shinde there as well, and who may also be, asking for that ministerial berth in the new government. But so far, Maria, no word on, any sort of negotiations. There were also, our colleague Vasudha was reporting that Chandrababu Naidu had gone to meet Mr. Piyush Goyal after this meeting. So, these kind of reports coming in. So the demands, as it were, by the alliance partners, that is something we don't know too much about at this point.
Yes, so what we can tell our viewers with a great degree of certainty in terms of negotiations. Okay, we have got another set of visuals which have just come in, and I'll ask the producers to pull that out. Prime Minister Modi showing a victory sign. Standing next to him is Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu. Praful Patel is also present in that meeting. Eknath Shinde and others. If the producer can, pull that image out. Pawan Kalyan can be seen, and other partners in the northeast.
Right, this is the picture that Maria is talking about.
Yes, this is the picture.
Yes.
That victory sign being, shown. And what we can tell our viewers with certainty is what we have picked up just a few minutes back. That yes, though formally the TDP has not communicated, but the indications are that the TDP would want the Speaker's chair. What they are saying is that the history is with them. And in the past, former TDP leader Mr. Bala Yogi was the speaker of the 12th and the 13th Lok Sabha. So their demand isn't really, misfit or exaggerated or illegitimate.
It's also an interesting thing to do at this moment because despite them being in NDA, they would want to secure once the entire possibility of any sort of movement of their MPs.
Any attempts to break their
either way, either towards India or towards BJP,
yes.
The speaker post, Maria, becomes very, very important.
As
and we
we've
have
seen in the case of Maharashtra. Yes.
Exactly, in the last Lok Sabha, where as soon as Chirag Paswan party, there was a breakup in the party. The speaker immediately recognized Pashupati Paras as the leader of that party. And we also saw that in other political parties, including the Shiv Sena. So the speaker post becomes very, very important in that sense.
Yes, that's right. And look, what we are seeing definitely is that the speaker's post, yes. But I would say that Mr. Naidu is sending a message that just as the 12th and 13th Lok Sabha, he was a force to reckon with. He may have gone into oblivion in the last 10 years because of his electoral failures. He's very much a reason why this government is taking shape. He is a federal player, a man who has a great saying at the national level, the first CEO of Indian politics, because he was seen as the CEO of Andhra Pradesh. And that is the reason why Chandrababu Naidu will be able to, perhaps negotiate a very treacherous terrain of alliance negotiations. And,
and he's a veteran
after a long time. After a long time,
and he's a veteran at alliance politics.
Absolutely. Just look at those equations. Jitan Ram Manjhi with one MP, he himself is standing there. Next to him is Praful Patel, representing Ajit Pawar, one MP.
Ajit Pawar.
Then it is
Shinde Sahab.
With
7 MPs there.
Yeah, and behind him is Pawan Kalyan. Then the only woman here is, of course, Apna Dal's Anupriya Patel.
Right, important. In fact, let's go across also to Vasudha, our colleague who's joining us at this moment. Vasudha, important steps now being taken by the NDA as quickly as they can to stake claim of the government. They don't want to leave anything to chance. There are already meetings of the India bloc on the other side as well. Don't give them any opportunity, seems to be the mantra.
Absolutely, Ankit, and I'm coming to you from, the residence of Jaidev Galla, who is with the TDP, and this is the place that Chandrababu Naidu always stays when he comes here. And, Chandrababu Naidu, like Maria was also saying, that, while we know him as the first CEO, the person to bring in paperless office and all that, he is somebody who has changed, from the time that he started, of course, his political innings. Today, if you see, when he promised a lot in 2014, this time as part of the political campaign, Jagan Mohan Reddy showed the TDP manifesto saying that these people never fulfilled the loan waiver. So there are many things that the TDP understands were problematic with its form of governance. They also wanted to strengthen the party. This time, what I believe from my conversations with TDP is that they are going to really focus on the state. They are going to focus on organization. They're going to focus on their party. These are very idealistic values to have, but every party seems to have it, especially when you have really high numbers, when you have complete supremacy over parliamentary numbers and also assembly numbers. That's exactly what TDP is also thinking right now. Of course, they know their power and they know their value in this entire scheme of things, which is why, apart from plump portfolios, they will be looking at some very specific incentives for the state so that the opposition does not, push them to a corner. We already saw Jairam Ramesh's tweet asking if Chandrababu Naidu has the boldness and courage to ask for special category. So what they are saying right now, TDP, is instead of special category, we'll be looking at incentives, we'll be looking at the Polavaram project, we'll be looking at financial capital to build Amravati, to make it the next Hyderabad of that part of the country. We will look at investments, we will look at all kinds of central support to ensure that the welfare model of Jagan Mohan Reddy keeps going on, and also Chandrababu Naidu's flagship investment technology.
I'm curious about one thing, Vasudha.
So those things are something that's going on.
I'm curious about one aspect before I hand it over to Ankit and Gargi. Mr. Naidu left the Prime Minister's residence and he went straight to meet Piyush Goyal. Correct me?
Yes. Yes.
And you know, we have seen that
we were waiting for
leaders are being identified to have that negotiating power. Who will be negotiating with these allies? So perhaps it is going to be Mr. Piyush Goyal who will be negotiating with Chandrababu Naidu.
Absolutely, it's Piyush who, you know, he has gone straight to Piyush Goyal's house. Ashwini Vaishnav has been specifically given the responsibility of the meeting that's going to take place of all NDA MPs, which is going to happen day after tomorrow on the 7th. So clearly, several ministers have been given this kind of responsibility, and we were expecting Mr. Naidu to come back. In fact, the MPs and the leaders who went with him for the NDA meeting, they came back to Mr. Galla's residence, and we were told that Mr. Naidu is on his way back. And like Shiv Sena, they've not really given any written letter. They've not given a formal, list of negotiating demands. In fact, we also spoke to Chandrababu Naidu for a bit, and he said that he's committed to being in the NDA. That is one thing that he doesn't want to really talk about. But we all know Chandrababu Naidu. He has seen the good times with NDA. He has seen the bad times. He has been part of the opposition as well. So clearly there will be a lot of changes also. But of course, right now TDP understands the power that it is speaking from and the value that it has. So clearly it will negotiate, but ensure that it's non-confrontational and conciliatory in some ways.
There is no better glue than, of course, being in power to stitch coalitions together, and that is what it seems at this moment as far as the NDA is. I'll give you an anecdote which a lot of people at the first time when Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was in business with the NDA, Prime Minister Vajpayee was in fact leading that front at that moment. They used to say the kind of power that he used to have at that moment, 35 MPs in United Andhra Pradesh. When he used to come to Delhi, he used to first go to Planning Commission, get funds allocated for his state, and then go and meet the Prime Minister. That's the kind of functioning that Chandrababu Naidu is used to.
Right, and again coming back to this point, and you spoke about Vajpayee, Ankit, and coming back to the point that Piyush Goyal meeting with Chandrababu Naidu, and we were talking about how Vajpayee had, Pramod Mahajan, later Modi and Shah had an Arun Jaitley who used to have very good relations across the board with various leaders. And so Vasudha, as somebody who's been covering the BJP, is that something you're sensing there's going to be one of the younger leaders, perhaps a Piyush Goyal, who's going to be doing that work for the NDA, for the Prime Minister, to keep the bonhomie and keep the cooperation going between the allies?
Absolutely, and just now, even as we speak, Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister-elect of Andhra Pradesh just entered the residence of Mr. Galla. So here he will, of course, speak to his advisors and MPs. And we know that there have been. TDP knows the power that it has. It knows the kind of value that it has. It also knows that it is getting feelers from the opposition. So there's going to be a lot of thought. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's not going to push for things very fast. Remember, even the alliance, even before he was arrested, he did not say yes. After he was arrested also, he was not saying yes. He kept coming to Delhi. He kept talking to people. So there were many conversations before the alliance actually finalized. So we can expect him to actually brainstorm this with lots more people before coming to a conclusion. But let's be assured that he is going to ensure that his party gets what it deserves, because this is for the first time in the long history of TDP that the party has performed so well, and the party, and at least Chandrababu Naidu, is not going to let it go that easily.
All right, Vasudha, thank you for joining us at this moment. We are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो यस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो you can turn off the updates as well. And then once the update comes in, you can search online and look for other people's feedback कि उनको अपने फोन में कैसा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है, and then you can decide if you want to get their update or you want to skip that one. फ्रेंड, आपके घर के लेआउट पे ये डिपेंड करता है, बिकॉज इन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ज्योमेट्री गोइंग ऑन. अगर हम घर के अंदर की बात करते हैं, सम एरियाज माइट हैव अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिंग ऑल टुगेदर. घर में कहीं पे कारपेट होगा, कहीं पे कारपेट नहीं होगा, कहीं पे वुडन फ्लोरिंग है, कहीं पे मार्बल लगा है, कहीं पे टाइल्स है. तो इट बिकम्स थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट कंसिडरिंग आवर इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स, द वे वी लिव आवर लाइफ स्टाइल. मतलब इन द वेस्ट या इन फॉरेन कंट्रीज समटाइम्स इट्स वेरी ईजी फॉर द रोबोट टू डू ऑल दैट क्लीनिंग, बट इंडिया में कंसिडरिंग हमारे घर में जैसा फर्नीचर होता है, थोड़ा सा कई बार मुश्किल हो सकता है. सो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड योर हाउस फर्स्ट कि क्या आपको लगता है कि रोबोट क्लीन कर पाएगा. यूजुअली दे आर क्वाइट गुड एट इट, बट देन अगेन देयर माइट बी सम इश्यूज एज वेल. सेकंड थिंग इज कि आपको देखना है कि द काइंड ऑफ ऑप्शन यू वांट. क्या आपको केवल वैक्यूम चाहिए या आपको साथ में मॉपिंग भी चाहिए, बिकॉज देयर आर मल्टीपल मॉडल्स जिनमें अलग अलग टाइप के फीचर्स हैं कि वो वैक्यूम करने के बाद में मॉप भी करेगा. यू जस्ट नीड टू फिल इन सम वाटर. तो ये आप देख लीजिए, in the market there are many options across brands, across models. तो first do some study around and then you can come and pick up like your desired model for your needs. This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे mobile history को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. Sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem
all right. Go ahead, Gandhi.
Right, welcome back. And the NDA meeting ended a short while ago. Chandrababu Naidu has given his first reaction. Let's listen in.
Sir, how was the meeting? Are you pledging support? Sir, how was the meeting?
You're part of the NDA, sir.
Sir, how was the meeting?
How can we contest elections if you are not a part of NDA? Three parties combined we collected. Why you got that doubt, I don't know.
Sir, how was the meeting? How was the meeting, sir?
Good.
And sir, what about portfolios? Sir, anything? Portfolios, sir, any portfolio?
I will talk to you after.
It was a fruitful meeting is what Chandrababu Naidu seems to have suggested. Remember, he also met Minister Piyush Goyal after the meeting of the NDA at Prime Minister's residence. So a lot of action happening at this moment as we are inching close towards the government formation, Modi government 3.0.
That's right. And right now also the meeting of the opposition India bloc is taking place in the capital. All that and more will continue to get you all the developments. Time for us to slip into a short break.
Brought to you.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो यस यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it.
Crucial period of government formation and perhaps coalition formation in a sense. And what exactly happens next? What are the contours? Who gets what berth? We're joined now by a very important leader, Shashi Tharoor. Thanks very much, Shashi, for being with us. Congratulations. You've had a difficult election campaign in Thiruvananthapuram, but you won. And so congratulations for that.
Thank you.
There is intense speculation, as you might expect now, given that the performance of the BJP hasn't quite been what they would have expected. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, obviously, there is conversations on whether the India alliance can actually reach out to them. Is that something at all realistic?
Well, actually, even as we're speaking now, the India alliance is meeting at the leadership level. So I honestly don't know what the discussions are and where that's heading. But I would imagine that there is an understandable sense of flux everywhere at the moment because the BJP is so substantially short of a majority by itself that it needs reliable allies to stay with it. I'm assuming that they are in conversation with their own allies to begin with, and that other possibilities will also be examined by the parties concerned. But for now, right now, I think the two alliances are meeting within themselves, and we'll see what comes out of that process.
Mr. Tharoor, the NDA is taking claim this evening itself. Some would suggest that, you know, the timing indicates a willingness to move quickly, not wait for demands to be made by alliance members or partners, etc., etc. How do you see this move?
Look, I mean, I think it's their business, and I'm not the one to comment on it. But I do believe, as somebody who is part of this wonderful sort of festival of democracy that we've just concluded, that the BJP is going to have to learn to work better with allies. I think from what we saw of the way in which they treated their allies in the first couple of terms, there was a kind of take it or leave it attitude to many of their decisions. And they got away with it because the allies knew they weren't needed there. BJP had a majority by themselves. Now the allies know very much that they're indispensable, that without allies, the BJP can't pass its budget, can't pass laws, can't stay in office. And I think that's going to change very much the tone, tenor, and modus operandi of the government. And that'll be for the good. That'll be better for our country's democracy. I've often argued that we've been underrating the value of coalition governments in our politics. And I think it'll be good for the BJP as well to learn to work with others. And I hope that'll extend to working with the opposition in Parliament as well, because we're not going to be an insubstantial opposition. We have the numbers that require them to take us very seriously.
I'll talk about Parliament in a moment, but I just want to go on a little bit longer about this entire talk of alliances at this stage. The reason I focus on Chandrababu Naidu is because there has been an acrimonious relationship between him and the BJP in the past. He's tweeted about the use of agencies. He's tweeted about institutions being impacted, etc., etc. This is very much the language which the India Alliance has used in your election campaign this time. Is that why you feel that possibly Chandrababu Naidu may not be a reliable partner of the NDA? Is that your sense?
That's not for me to say, but don't forget that I was in Parliament when the TDP of Mr. Naidu introduced and led the debate on a no-confidence motion against the Modi government. And they did so because of their bitter experiences as an ally. I'm sure they had to do a lot of hard thinking before agreeing to be a pre-poll ally of the BJP. And now that they've seen that the BJP needs them in ways that the BJP did not need them before when they were allies the previous time, my guess is there's going to be a little more hard bargaining within the alliance. But that's not, again, something that I can be privy to. Sure. It's happening within the NDA, Vishnu. But it will happen. I've heard some very tough language used by the TDP speakers during that no-confidence motion not so long ago.
The NDA has opened its account in Kerala. You've had an extremely close election, which you won with 37.2% of the votes. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ended up with 35.5% of the votes. Do you believe that the BJP is progressively making a substantial entry into Kerala, something which was perhaps unimaginable till earlier?
No, I think we certainly will have to analyze this much more closely and certainly taking local inputs into account. But one thing that's pretty clear is that Suresh Gopi, whom I've known for many years as a friend of mine, wasn't always in the BJP. He ran an overtly secular campaign. He went out of his way to appeal to minority voters in Thrissur. This is not your classic sort of BJP communal appeal that we're all used to, particularly in northern India. And so if at all what you're saying is to be taken one step further, it would be that the BJP can only be viable where they understand the limits of the communal appeal and speak to minorities in language the minorities can appreciate. Remember that in Kerala, only 53% of the population is Hindu. And our minorities have no minority complex. They feel they're as much fully stakeholders of Kerala's society, economics, politics, culture, entertainment, the works, as anyone from the so-called majority community. And therefore, from our point of view, Kerala has been a very different place to live and work in. What Mr. Gopi was able to do, I think, was, of course, he also leveraged his own celebrity status as a movie star, successful movie star, as well as the host of the Malayalam version of Kaun Banega Crorepati. And he was able as well to come across to many minorities as somebody who could represent them without any of the communal overt messaging that we've seen with BJP candidates elsewhere. So if the BJP is willing to transform itself into a different sort of party, at least in Kerala, it might do better. But they are facing a huge challenge. For example, they tried to reach out to Christian minorities across the state during last Christmas. But the Christian minorities were looking on their WhatsApps and on their mobile phones at pictures of burned and destroyed churches in Manipur, assaults on Christian pastors in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh and elsewhere, attacks on churches during Christmas week happening in 3 or 4 North Indian states. And they looked at all this and said, if this is what the BJP is doing elsewhere, why should we trust them here?
Sure.
And their appeal fell flat in many places. So that would have to be something the BJP would have to tackle. They would have to amend their approach and mend their ways if they really wanted to appeal to voters in a place like Kerala.
Mr. Tharoor, you know, the number which the India Alliance was talking about was 295. Many of your leaders said that, no, you know, we are going to get to 295. That didn't happen. You did, of course, do much better than many others. So you ended up with 232. But would you say that Karnataka was the biggest disappointment, and also Bihar? And I ask about Karnataka because of the recent assembly election results where you did very well. I know that assembly election results don't translate into national election results, but the gap between the elections would have suggested that perhaps a wave may extend. Are you disappointed greatly at Karnataka? And what about Bihar?
Yeah, disappointed a bit in Karnataka. I wouldn't say greatly because we got 9 seats, if I remember right. And we were expecting there in the neighborhood of between 12 and 17, but the lower figure would have been acceptable. 9 became a bit of a blow, I will admit that. Bihar, certainly everything we saw from the ground appeared to involve a huge degree of enthusiasm for Tejasvi Yadav, his party and his message. And that was belied, though the Congress did win a couple of seats, and we are very happy that we have good representatives, including the re-elected MP Mohammad Javed, who had served with me in the last parliament, and I know to be a first-class representative of Kishanganj in Bihar. The third state where we thought we might do slightly better was Madhya Pradesh. We didn't expect a total blanking out. We thought we'd get a handful of seats, and that did not happen. On the other hand, we did very well in unexpected places. Rajasthan and Haryana gave us very good numbers, and those are both states where we had 0 last time around.
Sure.
You know, there's some wins, some losses, some gains, some setbacks. On the whole, I would say the Congress has much to be happy about, but we will need to do, of course, a state-by-state analysis. You haven't mentioned Delhi. We certainly did not expect to lose every seat in Delhi, and having campaigned in Himachal, I can tell you we didn't expect to lose every seat in Himachal.
Right.
There will have to be some internal analysis done at the state level in some of these cases as well.
Mr. Tharoor, what happens to Wayanad or Rai Bareli for that matter as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned? He has to pick one of the two.
That question's above my pay grade, Vishnu. I don't make that decision. I don't think that...
I am sure you have an answer to that question.
I'm sure I do believe that the whatever choice is made will be the right one for the party and for the country, because both are very important signals, and both are places where Rahul Gandhi won a thumping majority of multiple lakhs. I think it's very, very good that we have signaled once again that we're back in UP with a bang, which I think has a special value, given the two things. Number one, the idea that the old slogan you remember in the 60s and 70s was that he who rules UP rules the country, and that's certainly an important fact. And the second thing is the fact that we've done so well in UP with 42 MPs from there in the opposition. I think there's a very strong case for a major leader from that state to demonstrate that affiliation.
Well, in this case, he who does not rule UP is still is in power. And I mean, the question is, and you can't deny that. You know, in as much as the Congress is happy about your performance, the fact of the matter is that, you know, it's not a small majority that they have at 293. You know, for the NDA, it's significant. I know the BJP is not done well, but is there any good reason for the NDA as an alliance to feel terribly disillusioned?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Number one, it's because the government has not been used to working with allies. If you look at the last 2 terms and how they treated their allies, which resulted in the successive departures of Naveen Patnaik's BJD, of Chandrababu Naidu's TDP, of the Akalis, of the Kushwaha party. There have been so many, and Nitish Kumar has left them twice. Many allies have chafed under BJP's stewardship. So the BJP hasn't been very successful at keeping allies happy. Now, in this particular...
And Nitish Kumar, of course, you'd be quite happy if he was to make another switch, right? This time in your favor.
Listen, I'm not going there yet, but just to answer the point you were asking, question you were asking earlier, My point is the BJP has a real challenge in dealing properly with allies and keeping them on board.
Right.
But where in the past it didn't matter when these allies, all the ones I've mentioned, slammed the door in the BJP's face and walked out, it didn't matter because the BJP had a majority by itself. But this time, the BJP does not have a majority by itself, and the departure of several of these allies can bring the government down. So it's not the same. You see, they have 295. Coalitions, as has often been remarked by BJP spokespeople, are not like a Hindu marriage. I mean, there's no sort of indissoluble sacrament there. Coalitions can merge, dissolve, add, subtract upon the whim of their leaders. And
that applies equally for the India alliance.
That applies to every alliance in our country, which is why you need a conciliatory, accommodative approach for a coalition to work.
Okay.
Dr. Manmohan Singh was the right kind of coalition leader.
Okay.
Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the right kind of coalition leader.
Okay, Mr. Tharoor, interrupting because one more question. I need to run to some breaking news coming in. Now, I mean, assuming that they are in Parliament, and they will be shortly because swearing in is expected to take place on Saturday, the process of governance, the process of Parliament working, are we going to see another opposition which is going to, there are going to be terrible exchanges where very little work is done, or will you be a positive opposition which allows governance to take place?
I hope that the BJP makes it possible to do the latter. That is, that it's in the interests of all of us to have a constructive, effective parliament, but we are a robust opposition. We have very significant numbers. 234 is not something you sneeze at lightly. I think you're looking at an opposition that is capable of standing up to the BJP, and the BJP should be accommodative as we have been in the past. I mean, it used to be said of Congress ministers of parliamentary affairs that they spent more time in the opposition benches than with their own colleagues.
Right.
That's what the BJP should do, but they've never shown that spirit. They've actually been sitting in their seats and issuing diktats in the past. That will have to change. If the BJP reaches out on important issues in the national interest, I think they will find the opposition receptive. If they try and behave the way they have done all this time in the last 10 years, they will find that they are running into a very formidable opposition. And the choice really is up to them,
right,
because onus is on the government to make Parliament work.
Shashi Tharoor, congratulations once again. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Vishnu. All the best.
Well, key meetings are taking place in the national capital today, a day after the result. We're learning, the NDA held a meeting. After that, now the India bloc leaders are meeting at this point in time. We'll put out those pictures also for you in just a bit. This is the meeting that was chaired by the Prime Minister there, the NDA meeting. All right. Now, new pictures that have come in that you can see on your TV screens there of the India bloc meeting that is taking place in New Delhi at this point in time. Well, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, also Sharad Pawar, MK Stalin, TR Balu, Akhilesh Yadav, all leaders of the India bloc are in this meeting, present in this meeting. Also, we are learning those who are attending the meeting from the TMC. Abhishek Banerjee is here. Of course, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav is attending this meeting. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav, of course, is being credited with bringing much glory to the India bloc for the impressive show that the India bloc has had in UP. He is also present in that meeting there. Also, we are learning Sanjay Raut is also present in the meeting. Tejashwi Yadav is attending as well. Well, this is what we are learning of at the moment. The future course of action, of course, is going to be decided now, Veera.
This is very clear. Now, there are categorical indications over the last half of the day. While some allies were hoping for some hodgepodge effort, I think there is a categorical decision that the INDIA bloc will have to stay in opposition. They are, the discussions now is primarily to keep themselves as a cohesive opposition, a parliamentary strategy. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, how the different parties are putting their numbers together. This is primarily, that is going to be the focus, Kitty, as we go along. If we can go across to our reporters. Vasudha Venugopal is there. Vasudha, from the INDIA bloc, what are you picking up in terms of their strategy for the way? We seem to have lost Vasudha's line there. Tanishq also joins us now. from UP, as well as Uma Sudhir, Prabhakar Kumar, also there, Kitty. Tanishq, what's the sense you're picking up from the Samajwadi Party? It's a victory. Numbers are only for that period of time. What do they want to do with those numbers, and what would be their strategy along with the INDIA alliance in terms of New Delhi?
Well, after the impressive win by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, there has been a little communication from the party's end because of course, because they did not want to speak anything much before the India bloc meeting is held. So, of course, after some time we'll be getting clearer picture. But I spoke to Akhilesh Yadav today. But before anything else, I would like to show you how his, how he is the man of the moment. Behind me is the Samajwadi Party office, and what you see are the new posters that have just put up. These posters were not here yesterday, and the new posters have been put up by different party leaders, by different leaders of the party, and also new, as you can see, the posters are still coming up. Now, this is, of course, it is a historic, it is a very important moment for Akhilesh Yadav, because this is his first major victory after the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav. Now, what worked in his favor, apart from
leave that aside at the moment.
Anti-incumbency and the low voter turnout
at the moment, Tanishq, we're focusing on what the leaders are doing in Delhi, what their key strategy is going to be in Delhi. If we can go across to Vasudha Venugopal, but before that, Uma Sudhir also with us. Uma, a veteran of coalition politics in the late 90s and early 2000s, now back in charge in Vijayawada and in Delhi. We've been speaking about it. What do you see Chandrababu Naidu's strategy in Delhi be? He's already, there's speak of speakers, 3 cabinet. How do you see him playing the role in Delhi?
So Chandrababu Naidu certainly has a lot of unfinished business in Andhra Pradesh, which he needs to focus on for very important reasons like succession in his own state, plus the fact that there is huge expectation from the people of Andhra Pradesh. So he is very much staying in the NDA alliance. No question of now moving to India alliance or shifting loyalties, nothing of the sort. That has been ruled out right at the outset from yesterday afternoon onwards, when the numbers started coming in and there was indication that he could play kingmaker as well. But yes, Chandrababu Naidu has the experience of coalition politics. He has dealt with partners, and he knows to drive a hard bargain for sure. And he is going to, what we understand is seek certainly probably the speaker's post and whatever ministries also he can get. But he's actually looking for something even more than that. He is going to be looking at building a capital in Andhra Pradesh. Polavaram project is there, for which he wants to get central government. And therefore, all this talk about whether he will want irrigation, whether he will want roads and buildings, whether he will want panchayat. Because remember that Chandrababu Naidu's manifesto also is going to put huge demands on him, because he did what Jagan Mohan Reddy's welfare politics were,
Nara Lokesh, you see him staying in Andhra
plus
Pradesh?
the capital and so on.
You see Nara Lokesh staying in Andhra Pradesh as well?
Yes, very much so. For the time being, certainly, yes. Nara Lokesh needs to be prepared for a role in Andhra Pradesh as of now. I don't think there is any idea or move to move him to Delhi as of now. Chandrababu Naidu will remain in the saddle in Andhra Pradesh, but will be hoping to be the remote control there. Along with, of course, there is another remote control that is coming in from Bihar for Delhi this time around.
Thank you so much for that analysis, of course. But Veera, another man that we need to talk about here other than Chandrababu Naidu is Nitish Kumar.
That's right.
And yes, Nitish Kumar is in Delhi. Let me go across to Prabhakar here. Nitish Kumar is in Delhi. Well, Prabhakar, we do understand he's, well, made a lot of flip-flops in the past. He's also, well... all right, let me go across to Sunil Prabhu first. Sunil Prabhu is outside Kharge's residence, where this important meeting is happening at this point in time. Sunil, what is happening? It's been more than half hour, 45 minutes, I would say, that the meeting is going on. What are you picking up? The future course of action, of course, the India bloc is going to talk about and discuss in this meeting. What are we expecting?
Well, I'm at Kharge's residence, and as you can see, this setting is, official press release and photo opportunity, as well as a press conference. So clearly the stage is set here. They are all set to remain in the opposition, as we've been pointing.
the
various
connectivity to
interviews,
the line.
speaking to various leaders. They understand the numbers are definitely not with them at this present juncture. But having said that, I think the focus clearly...
I think Sunil's line is freezing up, but he's made that important point that I was mentioning at the start, Kitty, that the decision is clear. Opposition, but how are we going to play that? Vasudha Venugopal, who's tracked politics in Delhi very closely, spoken to all the allies of all sides, including the BJP leaders. Vasudha, what are you picking up in terms of the constitution and the DNA of the new cabinet that will be sworn in? It's now very clear that it is PM 3.0 as it has been since the verdict came out, but what do you believe will be the constitution or composition of the new cabinet, and what significant shocks or surprises do you expect?
Absolutely, Veera and Kitty. Of course, this government is going to be very different from the one that we saw in 2014, which was described as a black swan moment for the country. And then 2019 also, where we saw the Modi government coming back with a renewed majority. That was what the government was expecting, but clearly it did not see, it did not see it coming that UP and Maharashtra numbers will go down this badly. They've also had huge losses in Haryana and Rajasthan. But this is a party that believes in preparations, and this is a party that believes in ensuring in course correction. So in the last few hours, when I speak to BJP leaders, there's been a lot of reflection and introspection on what are the problems, who are the problems, what needs to be identified, and what needs to be done. As of now, the party is looking at taking forward this governance ahead. So in the meeting today, what I hear from my sources is the Prime Minister has emphasized completely on working together, ensuring that NDA's work gets reflected. He has talked about nation building. Day after tomorrow, all the NDA MPs are going to be there in the old Parliament building at the Central Hall, at the iconic Central Hall, and they're going to sort of, in some ways show their support to Narendra Modi as the leader of NDA. Today, of course, there was also a statement that was signed by that came about with in the presence of all 21 leaders. The BJP was represented, of course, by Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, and there were people from different parts, different allies of NDA. So at this point of time, the BJP, especially Narendra Modi, does not want any ally falling through the cracks, because remember, both JDU and TDP have worked with the opposition in the past. They've been with the NDA in the good times and in the bad times. So right now, the emphasis is keeping NDA together, all the allies happy, so that the government functions and does not see any
the
sort of
focus is going to be on keeping
with.
the allies happy at this point in time. You rightly pointed that out. And we are also learning now the information also that Vasudha has sent us, the details that are coming in from this NDA meeting also. What it suggests is that leaders such as Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar have said that they have requested for a swearing in soon. That is what we are learning of. There has been a sense of urgency also that we've been seeing
8 June
today.
has been set. So I think the date is set. They want to show that sense of importance and togetherness. But very quickly, Kitty, before you go across to Sunil Prabhu, Vasudha, very, very quickly, just tell us the key demands. Speaker post for the TDP is a demand. Are we right? And then the Nitish Kumar's demands. Just take us through the key NDA demands.
Well, first of all, the 8th swearing in could also be 9th, but now, there's a lot of talk about how these dates have to be, logistically decided, because 9th is when TDP decided to have its own swearing in, so that needs to be, and then from 14th, you have the G7 meeting, so that is being decided right now. As far as demands are concerned, of course, JDU has talked about caste census, it has talked about a whole lot of things, even special category, but TDP is keeping its cards very close to its chest. It's been saying that it wants to think only about the state irrigation projects, Polavaram, and all those aspects of AP Reorganization Act that we've been talking about for the last 10 years. Those things they are reiterating, but let me assure you, both parties are hell-bent on
the build-up to
ensuring
the
that they
formation
get
of a coalition government, Vasudha. This is truly the build-up, Kitty. I was just sharing that a veteran coalition leader had said that the art of coalition politics is never do what you say and never say what you do.
Well, absolutely, and that is what really happens in politics. You never know what may happen in the next minute. You never really know. All right, let me go across to Sunil. Vedant also is with us on the broadcast, joining us on the broadcast. He's also at Mr. Kharge's residence. And Sunil, if I could come to you, if the connectivity, all right.
No, we have to go to Vedant.
We've been told, all right. We've been told Vedant is on the ground at the moment. Vedant, the meeting is still underway. We do understand, we've seen those visuals also coming in, the photographs that have come in of the India bloc meeting. Majority of India bloc leaders are present in this meeting, and all smiles there on the faces of the party leaders.
That's right. That's right, Kitty, and let me show you something very interesting. The kind of media frenzy almost here, and in the past 2 years of covering opposition parties here in Delhi, I have not seen this kind of media presence at an opposition meet. So perhaps this is symbolic of the kind of shift that we will see perhaps in the power corridors of Delhi after the results yesterday. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the meeting underway currently. It's been almost an hour, in fact over an hour since that meeting has been underway. You have top leaders of the India bloc present, of course, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav has also arrived, and there's media from across the country, MK Stalin also present here. So, leaders from across the country for this India bloc meet. Very quickly, two important things that have been, that are the focus of the meeting today. One is choosing the convener for the India bloc. That is, of course, the key focus right now, the Sanyojak as it's called, because remember, Nitish Kumar was made the convener before he jumped ship. So that is going to be certainly the priority as far as the meeting today is concerned. And secondly, what I have picked up from sources, close to top opposition leaders, is that now it's almost clear that the bid is to consolidate themselves as a strong and effective opposition.
That's right,
in fact,
Vedant.
sources close to Sharad Pawar have denied that Sharad Pawar has reached out to Naidu or Nitish. So of course, clearly the focus right now is to...
Sorry to butt in, Vedant, but I think the key focus right now is to understand the politics of coalition from the opposition side and understand parliamentary strategy. I think that's got to be the key focus. As some of the allies have pointed out, they are looking at what they can do in parliament. They are also worried, Vedant, because they also have parties which may shift over. They have to keep the cohesion together. While we spoke about JDU and TDP reaching out to that, they also have to keep the coalition together.
Absolutely.
Are you picking up anything in terms...
Uddhav Thackeray also yesterday said that, the India bloc must
That's
go
right.
ahead
So,
and
Vedant,
stay
are you
clean,
picking up anything from there? Is the buzz about that strategy, is that worry reflected given the experience over the last 10 years?
That's a very interesting question, Veera. In fact, before this meeting, you had leaders of the India bloc meeting, Sharad Pawar as well, who really has been a backroom strategist as far as the alliance is concerned, whether it was Sanjay Singh, leaders from Maharashtra, including Anil Deshmukh, all of them meeting Sharad Pawar because, they also have to keep the flock together. In fact, I'm being told Rahul Gandhi is about to step out as well after the meeting, so we'll keep a watch on that as well. But of course, what we're also picking up from Maharashtra, Veera, is that several leaders of the Shinde Sena reportedly are in touch with Uddhav Sena as well, because what sources close to Sharad Pawar says that the buzz in Maharashtra is that it's been proven which is the real NCP and which is the real Sena. So of course all those dynamics playing out, but at this meeting the focus is...
Go ahead, Vedant.
Yes. Yes, so that is what, Devendra Fadnavis's resignation as well has sort of also bolstered the point that these people have been trying to make. In fact, we spoke to Supriya Sule also late in the afternoon, and she said that it's been proven which is a real NCP and which is a real Sena. So that existential battle has been won by the opposition, by the opposition Aghadi in Maharashtra. So of course, that's extremely interesting. But as you said, for the opposition also, it is a concern to keep their flock together. And all of that is being discussed. That photo opportunity that's going to happen here, that's to send out the message that the opposition is together, and this time they are going to come out as a cohesive.
And Veera is yet to decide between the two seats that he's won, Raebareli, Wayanad, and that's the question that was asked to him yesterday in the press conference also. But he did not really give a clear answer. He said it will be after.
My guess is that he will retain Raebareli because Wayanad has been a Congress bastion. It's a traditional bastion. It was a place which had elected him at a very difficult position. But if the Congress has to play the role of a strong opposition and build itself in the years to come, that 99 number that you see there, Kitty, has to go up. And the Congress's strategy will have to be to invest in the Hindi heartland states. The southern states are taken care of by the regional satraps. Till the Congress can regain its lost ground, at least marginally in the Hindi heartland, they will not have the kind of say they want in New Delhi.
Absolutely. That's not a bad number actually. From their tally last time around in 2019 to 99, this time out of the number of seats that they had contested. But of course, this has to go up. This has to go up. This was not expected.
Let's go across to Prabhakar
Yes, let's
Kumar
go to
as
Prabhakar
well.
also. Prabhakar, you are in Patna, and we do understand now Nitish Kumar here is in Delhi for the important meeting, the NDA meeting that was held today. He is a coalition era veteran also, as we've been talking about Chandrababu Naidu also earlier. Now, regional players, of course, are back in the coalition government. Nitish Kumar, as we've been specifically here talking about, has made flip-flops in the past, and those writing his obituary are really, political obituary, are really surprised today. I mean, what is he likely to ask? What are we picking up? It's going to be a hard bargain between the NDA allies.
He would, knowing Nitish Kumar. See, he's an old school politician and he has been in the public space for quite some time, around 4 decades, I would say. So he knows how to take advantage of the situation. He understands very well that this is a situation which has actually given him an edge to bargain, and he would definitely hard bargain as far as his party's position in this present government is concerned. What we are learning from our sources in the party is that the JDU as a political party has asked for 2 cabinet berths and 1 MOS berth. So that is the minimum they are asking for. They have also asked for the caste census to be done across the country, and then the special status. Nitish Kumar understands very well that this is not going to come across because there are many other states. The criteria will have to be changed. So Nitish Kumar will settle down for a special package. Okay. So in place of special status, the special package would do for him. So there are many things on his list which certainly Nitish Kumar would bargain for. And also, Nitish Kumar has been a part of the coalition government run by the Vajpayee government. So he would follow that model. He has been very appreciative of that particular model where there was a committee, there was a common minimum program, there was a convener. So Nitish Kumar would want that model to be followed here. And if he is chosen as a convener, he would certainly be a very happy man.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well,
it's fascinating how this plays out. What's the reaction you're picking up from the RJD there in Bihar, Prabhakar? We've spoken enough about Nitish. Remember, the realities of Bihar politics at the grassroots is also important. What is the sense you're picking up from the RJD? Are they, are they resigned to the fact that it will have to be just playing along with the INDIA alliance?
Yeah, see, the priority for them, because we had a word with Tesvi Yadav while he was leaving for Delhi today, and the priority for them actually is to keep the flock together, A, and B, to prepare for the next election. So they have understood this fact that this time they started from 0 and they have reached the number of 4, which is not enough actually to have a very proper say and to be part of the government formation, even if the India Alliance is anywhere to reach that number. So they are eyeing the next election, which is the state election, which is happening next year. So Tejasvi Yadav is very focused on that.
Sorry, Prabhakar, I'll have to go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us from that INDIA block meeting. Sunil, there was a quick question that was put about Rai Bareli or Amity that's been doing the round. What's the sense you're picking up? For the Congress to build itself, it needs to invest itself in the heartland and take on the BJP. So more likely that Rahul Gandhi retains Rai Bareli over Wayanad?
That's right. It's not yet officially announced, but in all probability, he will remain in Rai Bareli because that's been something that has been close to the Gandhi family. It's been a pocket borough for them for many, many years. It's a long association, as no less than Sonia Gandhi herself pointed out in her rare election speech. And it's in this context that Rahul Gandhi will continue in Rai Bareli and allow, an election in Wayanad. Who will contest from there, whether it be Priyanka Gandhi Vadra or somebody else, we will have to wait and watch and see. But at present, it's most likely that he will retain and be a member of parliament from Raebareli, because it also helps for the Congress politically to be in the Hindi heartland to make its presence felt.
Well, absolutely.
So that's the decision.
Like you said, the road to Delhi goes from UP.
No, the road to Delhi now goes through Vijayawada and Patna, not from UP. But for the Congress to build its numbers. Sunil, when do we expect announcement of that? And one more very interesting point that you made while you were just speaking is that there is a possibility that Priyanka Gandhi could be Wayanad. Because remember, Wayanad is also a Congress bastion. They've kept winning it.
That's right. It's been a bastion. There is a possibility of Priyanka Gandhi, if she does contest, of winning from there. Definitely for the Congress, there is a long road. The India meeting at present is meeting. As I said, it's more or less reconciled to the fact that it will be an effective and strong opposition, because they are aware that Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu are not yet ready. They are part of the NDA. They will seek their pound of flesh of a special status, from a huge list of demands that they made in their manifesto. They will have to be true to that. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who hasn't had, the privilege of working in coalition governments in the recent past in terms of like the Vajpayee era. He has been in coalition governments in 2014 as well as in 2019, but the BJP had a comfortable majority. So there's a big difference here with the BJP at 240. And with a strong and effective opposition, as I was pointing out, they are ready, for example, to raise in parliament on the very, immediately for a joint parliamentary committee on the electoral bonds issue. Which they believe is a serious issue of corruption, which the Prime Minister himself talked about, that his fight will be against corruption.
Absolutely. All right.
It's going to be interesting times. It's going to be difficult times to run parliament, to maneuver. It's not going to be the way you used to suspend MPs or remove them like it was done during Om Birla's time. Those are forgotten years. Though that's a different era now.
It's not going to be easy
you
for the
can't
government.
expect that in the 18th Lok Sabha.
It's about a different DNA that Sunil is talking about as a veteran covering parliament for 3 decades.
In the parliament.
So and he's been meeting a lot of the top leaders of the INDIA alliance privately, so he would understand the sort of a sense of the strategy that's playing out there.
Okay, all right. Well, with that, we'll have to take a short break here. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं, so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained.
Welcome back. We're tracking all the political action in the national capital. We were speaking to our reporters a short while ago. Sunil Prabhu giving us some very interesting points. It's clear that the INDIA alliance is looking at how it can play the role of a strong, robust and cohesive opposition in parliament, detailing its strategies there, and the NDA looking at cabinet formation right now. Joining us, Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress, as well as Shaina NC of the BJP, both of you dressed in black. Aishwarya Mahadev, my first question to you. At the end of the day, is it like one of those T20 matches which had a clincher of a finish, but the winner takes it all?
Veer, for starters, the black is more to do with the cold weather in Bangalore than it does with any symbolic gesture. Shaina's, I'm not certain. But to be very honest, I think from yesterday, you have seen that, what the opposition, what the India Alliance had consistently said, that we will do far better than what they expected it to happen. But today, all the leaders of the India Alliance have met. They will collectively take the decision. I do not know if it is going to be, because...
It's all done, Aishwarya. At the moment, it's quite clear. At 99 vis-a-vis a 240, with the NDA having clear numbers, Naidu and Nitish around there, it seems like a very difficult task.
Veer, let's make one thing clear. While there was hubris on one side saying aayega to one particular person, while on the India Alliance's side, you said we want to be the people that change democracy, there's a very, very different view of what, ideology and what the frame of mind is. For us, it's not to cobble off power, but it is either we see if there's an opportunity to form a meaningful government. If there isn't, then to be an extremely strong and meaningful opposition, because I believe that as of yesterday, a lot of things in what India was assumed to have been has completely changed, and there's a great responsibility on us to change things from the way that they used to be. And I think either way, it is a lot of work to undo a lot of the very deep
going by the statements being made by Aishwarya, Shaina, is there any sense of worry for the BJP?
There's a saying in Hindi, ki jo jeeta wohi Sikandar. And the honest reality is we set the benchmark too high. But despite that, we have got the single largest party at 240, and the closest opposition to us is the Congress at 99. So we're 2.5 times the Congress party. I just want to make 2 points that if we as the NDA currently stand at 293, we are way ahead of the halfway mark. And because of that, it is only natural for the government to be formed by Prime Minister Modi. He has given a vision plan. He has worked tirelessly for 10 years with an unblemished career, no allegation, no corruption, no scams, and continues to do so for a Viksit Bharat. And what is our vision for a Viksit Bharat? It is to take everyone along and to ensure that the Labharti schemes that percolate down to the poorest of poor, the infrastructure projects that we want for a robust economy, and
yes, all
the
right,
vision.
all right. You said you are of course at 293. The halfway mark is 270. You have a comfortable majority along, but with the allies, of course. I mean, that's what we've been talking about.
It's part of the NDA. But Aishwarya, very quickly, and I want a very brief answer. The INDIA member said that they are reaching out to Naidu and Nitish Kumar. Aren't you worried about carrying this opposition for the next 5 years, unity of opposition for the next 5 years? Because ultimately, political parties are dependent on power. They survive on power. Is there a fear that some of the opposition partners of the INDIA alliance could get poached? And is that same fear there for the NDA as well? Shaina next, but first Aishwarya.
You know, very honestly, when the India alliance came together, everybody said this is an opportunistic alliance, unlikely partners have come together. But you saw the way that we've rallied to come here. And the one similarity with all of us is that not only have we had our leaders arrested, we have been harassed, we've had accounts frozen. So every one of these members, while you may say political opportunism, have been victims of the witch hunt foisted by the BJP and its allies, you know, when they were in government. And I think they will be very wise. You know, even now, even Mr. Naidu, and you saw what happened with the BJD, even Mr. Naidu and the other people may be contemplating, will have to do it, you know, thinking thrice or 4 times.
As you say that, the Modi cabinet is heading towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, Aishwarya. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but
those
it seems to be a sealed deal.
May I please?
Yes, that's the convoy that's moving now towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Look, the NDA has worked tirelessly, not just for elections, but for the results and the future of India and Bharat. The Prime Minister has made it amply clear, nation first, party next, individual last. And the allies who have aligned with the NDA believe in an ideology, a common minimum program, and that is to take the country forward. Unlike the INDIA allies who have completely done the arithmetic for seat to seat, convenience, and the only agenda seems to be lust for power. So my dear Aishwarya, today I think you can wish me well and say wish us well as a country and say Jo Jeeta Wohi Sikandar, and let's all collectively work together for a prosperous India. You can be a constructive opposition and we should be a constructive government.
Aishwarya, quickly respond because I have a question to you on Karnataka.
Ma'am, I always do wish you well, but more than that, I hope for the best for the people of the country because they deserve far better in terms of governance. And while the 400 par may not have happened, may you be a far more responsible government if that is the way.
You both have 5 years to keep exchanging pleasantries, but I want to ask a very specific political question to you, Aishwarya. I'm sorry, Shaina, I just want to focus on a specific political question. Aishwarya has, comes from a family which is entrenched in politics. Aishwarya, the JDS at the center, possibly H.D. Kumaraswamy as agriculture minister, D.K. Shiv Kumar's brother loses in Bengaluru rural. The Congress has not done very well in the old Mysuru region. The place where it's done well is in Hyderabad, Karnataka. Is there a worry for the Congress of losing the Vokkaliga vote again?
We're absolutely not. You know, that way, if you look at it from what we had won last time to 9 this time, I think we fought a very, very good battle. One. Second is, I don't think we've lost the Vokkaliga vote at all. Look at Hassan. We have taken Deve Gowda's own seat from under him and have a
You're not
youngster
being honest at all.
winning. I'm being very honest. And Hade Mysore, you want to talk Chamrajnagar, we have won. Hassan, we have won. I don't think this politics of Vokaliga and whatnot is there. It is still a bastion for the Congress. And Kalyan Karnataka is a true victory of the Congress party and the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who gave us every single seat that is there. And finally, let's, all the best to Prime Minister Modi for working with the JDS. But we believe that the vote bank, there's a lot of analysis to be done, but you can see for a fact that none of this is going to change. The vote bank remains with us.
And not just the JDS. Of course, Prime Minister Modi will have to work with JDU. He will have to work with TDP. Like we've been talking about it, we're back in the coalition
I just want to make one small point.
Yes.
Just one small point. Every time people say that, oh, you had a proclamation about 400 par. I want to say in every exam, you can't get 100 on 100. This is a democracy. We didn't blame EVMs. We didn't blame exit polls. We didn't blame the media. We said that, yes, a mandate. You win some, you lose some. And if you are given a mandate, even if it's a limited mandate, but that of a majority, we will continue to work for this great country of ours.
Well, that's a good way of taking it, of course.
Well,
no doubt about it. Yes.
It's all fine, but ultimately numbers take it all. At Sharad Pawar himself said it. Those who have the numbers are the ones in charge, and often politics also gravitates towards those in power. It will be fascinating to see how this exchange plays out over the next 5 years, Kitty.
Well, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting road ahead. In the parliament, of course, we are going to see, a lot of discussion, debates, of course, as Sunil Prabhu also has been pointing out earlier, and a lot that is expected in the coming years, of course. And we are hoping that it's going to be a positive, a healthy exchange between the opposition parties and the new government that is going to be formed. Well, those are latest visuals now coming in. Well, looks like Prime Minister Modi's convoy has already reached the Prime Minister's, the President House. The NDA is, yes. The NDA is...
It's not just the Prime Minister's convoy. What we are told by our reporters is that it has both Chandrababu Naidu as well as Nitish Kumar, sending out a message that all of us are together, along with the other allies. In fact, they sent out a photograph as well. So it seems the optics are categorical of continuation of Prime Minister Modi 3.0. We'll take a short break, but much more news coming up on the other side, Kitty.
Well, absolutely. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Post a tweet, says, thank you, Chinkaila, for your warm message. I look forward to closer ties as we work towards mutually beneficial economic and technological partnership.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the youth. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज़ मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows laptop भी होते हैं, उसमें भी आपको inbuilt एक Defender का option मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी antivirus की ज़रूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say, 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो you can turn off the updates as well. And then once the update comes in, you can search online and look for other people's feedback कि उनको अपने फोन में कैसा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है, and then you can decide if you want to get that update or you want to skip that one. फ्रेंड, आपके घर के लेआउट पे ये डिपेंड करता है बिकॉज इन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ज्योमेट्री गोइंग ऑन. अगर हम घर के अंदर की बात करते हैं, सम एरियाज माइट हैव अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिंग ऑल टुगेदर. घर में कहीं पे कारपेट होगा, कहीं पे कारपेट नहीं होगा, कहीं पे वुडन फ्लोरिंग है, कहीं पे मार्बल लगा है, कहीं पे टाइल्स है. तो इट बिकम्स थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट कंसिडरिंग आवर इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स, द वे वी लिव आवर लाइफ स्टाइल. मतलब इन द वेस्ट या इन फॉरेन कंट्रीज समटाइम्स इट्स वेरी ईजी फॉर द रोबोट टू डू ऑल दैट क्लीनिंग, बट इंडिया में कंसिडरिंग हमारे घर में जैसा फर्नीचर होता है, थोड़ा सा कई बार मुश्किल हो सकता है. सो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड योर हाउस फर्स्ट कि क्या आपको लगता है कि रोबोट क्लीन कर पाएगा. यूजुअली दे आर क्वाइट गुड एट इट, बट देन अगेन देयर माइट बी सम इश्यूज एज वेल. सेकंड थिंग इज कि आपको देखना है कि द काइंड ऑफ ऑप्शन यू वांट. क्या आपको केवल वैक्यूम चाहिए या आपको साथ में मॉपिंग भी चाहिए, बिकॉज देयर आर मल्टीपल मॉडल्स जिनमें अलग अलग टाइप के फीचर्स हैं कि वो वैक्यूम करने के बाद में मॉप भी करेगा. यू जस्ट नीड टू फिल इन सम वाटर. तो ये आप देख लीजिए, इन द मार्केट देयर आर मेनी ऑप्शंस अक्रॉस ब्रांड्स, अक्रॉस मॉडल्स. तो फर्स्ट डू सम स्टडी अराउंड एंड देन यू कैन कम एंड पिक अप लाइक योर डिजायर्ड मॉडल फॉर योर नीड्स. दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
To a day of fast-paced developments
It has been a day in which all the focus has shifted to the national capital, but tomorrow morning it will be all back to Vijayawada and Patna, with Chandrababu Naidu leaving Delhi and also Nitish Kumar flying out from Delhi to Patna.
But it's been an exciting day, Maria, seeing all the regional leaders arriving here in the national capital. Two sets of key meetings that are taking place. The NDA meeting, you can see the Prime Minister there flanked by all the NDA allies. We're back to coalition government, and the meeting of the opposition India bloc, a resurgent opposition there, meeting as well this evening. That meeting took place after the meeting of the NDA. What we do know right now is that the swearing in for Prime Minister Modi 3.0 is going to take place on the 8th evening. That's the information so far. But we have a very special guest with us.
Yes, that's right. Gaurav Gogoi is joining us live. Congress candidate who won from a very, very prestigious seat of Jorhat. And Gaurav, congratulations. It is a battle well fought. You wrested Jorhat from BJP by a margin of 1.44 lakh votes. And you had the Chief Minister of Assam and the entire BJP, machinery out there to defeat you.
Well, all the credit lies with the people of Jorhat. Jorhat was one of the few Lok Sabha constituencies in India where the polling percentage had increased, and largely that was due to first-time voters and a lot of outstation voters who flew back to Jorhat, to Assam, just to cast their vote. And their vote was in favor of positive, principle-based politics. And I must say, you took the Chief Minister's name. Yes, he did campaign quite a lot. But I found, Maria, that his campaign actually benefited my campaign. The way the Chief Minister and his acolytes in the cabinet campaign, I actually call them my surprise star campaigners, because the more they came and visited Jorhat, the more they campaigned in Jorhat, the more my votes increased. And so I'm quite grateful to them as well.
In fact, Gaurav, in the course of campaigning, you said that you're like Abhimanyu and you're in a chakra view, but you're going to be victorious and you're going to come out of this chakra view. And indeed you were. So is that what you're saying when you described it as a chakra view, having the Chief Minister actually camping there along with, various leaders and taking you on?
Well, it was a typical BJP campaign, almost so much that it's predictable. That they had a lot of ministers flying in. They did a lot of big rallies. They poached key people from my party at the last minute. My party workers were threatened. Police were sent to threaten my party workers. And my seat was in the first phase. And this was a totally new seat for me. My previous seat is no longer exists thanks to the delimitation process. So I only had 30 days to prepare for this new seat. So it did feel very daunting at the beginning. But as I said, the way I crafted my campaign was as a complete antidote to the way the BJP conducted its campaign. I did not do a single big meeting. It was a very people-oriented campaign. It was a very youthful campaign. I, in fact, had a lot of university students volunteering on my behalf. A lot of elderly people volunteering on my behalf. And I was very mindful to be respectful that people deserve to hear about a vision from their politicians. They deserve to hear principles and ideals from their politicians. And that's what I tried to do. I remained humble and I remained connected to the ground. And I think that's what, in fact, stood as a complete alternative to the way the BJP did its campaign. And in fact, we won quite handsomely what was supposed to be a close neck-to-neck election, as predicted by most pollsters, turned out to be a very one-way election with 1.5 lakh margin for the Congress party.
And Gaurav, looking at your campaign, and of course you have reasons to celebrate today as you head to Delhi for other negotiations which are happening in the India bloc. You know, you had Priyanka Gandhi Vadra campaign for you. What about other senior Congress leaders? You know, there are leaders of your party who complain that the central leadership did not offer enough support. Will you be saying anything close to that?
Well, I'm very grateful to Priyanka Gandhi when she campaigned, because she came at the last minute. The 2 days before campaigning ended. So she came around the 15th and campaigning ended on the 17th. So, you know, she capped off our campaign wonderfully and beautifully because it was pouring on that day. It was the thunderstorms. And yet, you know, the minute she started her campaign in Titapur, it seemed like the gods listened to our prayers and the sky cleared. And we had wonderful weather for the 1.5 hours that was there. I must say it was a surprise for me not to have the Prime Minister campaign in the first phase in Assam. The Prime Minister did not go to any seat in Assam, which were going to polls in phase 1. And I think that also shows the kind of overconfidence that they might have had. And overconfidence and arrogance was a key theme in people's mind. I think a lot of people, when they were going to vote, they said that this party is becoming way too arrogant for itself. And even voters who traditionally vote for BJP felt that this time they need to vote for Congress, just so that they can teach the BJP a lesson in humility.
All right, interesting that you say that. You know, the focus now, of course, on all that's happening here in Delhi with the meeting of the NDA earlier. The India opposition is, you know, meeting currently. Your thoughts on, you know, the kind of speculation and talks taking place about what will be the priority for the opposition now, whether at all any, you know, efforts will be made to cobble numbers, or the priority really to be this feisty opposition and get things done?
Well, I think if I understand the people's vote, the people clearly had democracy, preserving the ideas of democracy in their mind. People clearly had unemployment, inflation in their mind when they were voting. And if we do want a party or a political platform that will address the issues of democracy, of parliamentary democracy, of unemployment and inflation, and the only political platform that was raising those issues was the India Alliance. So if we find that people of India are concerned about these issues, the only political platform that can address and resolve these issues is the India Alliance. And as Rahul Gandhi ji said and Mallikarjun Kharge said in their press conference yesterday, it is in the end for the alliance to decide what is the future course of action. And I think here is where we are very different from the NDA. The NDA is a very top-down alliance where only the Prime Minister speaks and hardly anybody else gets a chance to speak in those meetings. Obviously, in today's scenario, the roles might be different. But in India Alliance, every leader's voice is respected, okay. Every leader's voice is heard.
But before we let you go, a quick word on the results in Manipur.
I must say I'm very heartened to see the results in Manipur, Maria, but not only in Manipur, in Nagaland, we have the Congress MP after many years. Even in Meghalaya, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya's own family member lost in Meghalaya in their traditional bastion. And in Assam also, we've defeated the leader of a very powerful regional party, the AIUDF, in Dhubri. And we've taken back Jorhat, my Lok Sabha seat, after winning it last in 2009. So after 2009, in 2024 is the first time the Congress party is winning my seat in Jorhat. So I think in the Northeast, the role of Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, which went to Manipur, which went to Nagaland, which went to Meghalaya, which came to Jorhat, which went to Dhubri, has had a role. And I must say, the way Rahul Gandhi and Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, the kind of political symbols that are associated with us is absolutely different, opposite from what political symbols and is associated with BJP. And I think what people are looking for is a fresh alternative.
All right,
which we
Gaurav, hope to see you soon as you arrive to attend the 18th Lok Sabha.
And congratulations once again on your win.
Thank you so much. I only wish my father was here. This is his home constituency, and he started his parliamentary career from Jorhat. But yet, I feel his blessings was with us, and that's another major reason for our victory. Thank you.
All right, Gaurav, thank you so much. And we are going straight to two places where developments are happening. One, to Ghazali, who is at the Raisina Hill, because all the outgoing cabinet ministers are being hosted by the president even as we speak. And I can see Vasudha as well, who's joining us live from Chandrababu Naidu's residence. In fact, that is Jaideep Galla's residence, where Mr. Naidu was just a few minutes back. I'm going to come to you, Vasudha, in just a bit, but a quick word from you, Ghazali. So the dinner has begun. It began at 8 p.m. Just about every minister, you would say, is attending this?
Yeah, we saw the convoy of Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and other outgoing ministers reaching towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan for the dinner. And many other council ministers, ex-ministers have moved there, have reached there. We saw them going towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. But whether this meeting will also culminate into his taking claim for the new government is not known yet. But the Council of Ministers, the outgoing ministers in this pre-decided dinner have reached the venue.
Right, well, let's go across to Vasudha, and you know the focus all day, and Maria, of course, you have been reporting on this, the meeting of the NDA, earlier on the Prime Minister going and giving in his resignation to the President, then the NDA meeting, then the letters of support from Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar also at that meeting. So Vasudha, tell us more about Mr. Chandrababu Naidu's movements as he's left from Delhi. He also earlier went on and met Piyush Goyal after the NDA meeting took place.
Of course, Gargi and Maria, Chandrababu Naidu just left about 20 minutes ago. He's gone back to Vijayawada, but he told us that he's coming back on the 7th, and 7th is an important day because that is when all NDA MPs will meet at the old Parliament Central Hall, iconic Central Hall, and that is where, I mean, of course, people will also get to know it will be publicized function, and that is also one way of the BJP, especially Narendra Modi, showing his power, his strength over all the MPs, because there is a certain consensus that everyone is part of the NDA now, and the NDA has to work together, and that was clearly what was, what was amplified by the Prime Minister today in his meeting, because I did speak to, we spoke to Chandrababu Naidu informally, and he said that the Prime Minister's message was of working together, in tandem, and ensuring that NDA's work gets reflected and working together for the sake of the country. So that was a reassuring message that came from, the Prime Minister. In fact, Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, did really talk about getting the swearing in done as soon as possible, because the numbers are very clear with the NDA. But of course, what I hear right now is the swearing in could be planned for the 9th. Chandrababu Naidu also told us that his swearing in, the logistics of it will be decided later, because after 9th or after 8th, his swearing in will take place, of course, on the 12th. But as of now, with respect to the alliance dharma, he has his people are making it very clear that the focus is on state, and he wants to ensure that he gets all the incentives for the state to, make it fast growing, and all the aspects of AP Reorganization Act will be brought in. But with respect to plum portfolios, it will be better than what was there in the 90s with just one speaker, or what was there in 2014 with just one cabinet post and one MOS. But remember, this is a party with just 16 MPs. So they also need the central support, given that Andhra's fiscal state is not really doing that well. So clearly they are going to walk the thin line here. Balancing act here. Chandrababu Naidu is also a different person. Right. So clearly there is a certain sense of cordiality or, reconciliation that I could witness. Probably, we will get to know some changes in the next few months.
What we really want to know is what is going to be demanded
with Narendra Modi-led government.
Right. What we really want to know is what is going to be demanded, but no word yet on that, Vasudha, Maria. But those 16 MPs getting Chandrababu a seat right next to the Prime Minister during that NDA meeting. But let's shift focus to the other key meeting that's taking place, and we're also joined by Sunil Prabhu from where outside Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, where that meeting is taking place, of the opposition India bloc. Sunil, any word on, what is being discussed, and what is also being talked about is whether, the India bloc can keep its flock together?
Well, a number of questions, Gargi, but first, the meeting is over, and therefore, which they will come unitedly and speak up convey that message? What
an effective and strong opposition at this present juncture, because they don't have the numbers, but they will definitely, they have been attempting to reach out to various partners, for example, of the NDA, like Chandrababu Naidu, as well as Nitish Kumar, who have already committed their support to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So it's in that context that they are quite clear that they have that space in the opposition and use that to, highlight the issues and concerns for which the people have given them a resounding victory in terms of how they were prior to 2019 and subsequently in the run-up to the 2024 elections. You saw, for example, the opposition facing ED and CBI raids, as they point out, to the fact that many of them had their party accounts curtailed or frozen. There were some who were jailed, and it's in that context that they are speaking out about how they are going to fight the new regime. They are not going to be taken for granted. For example, they say, when I've been speaking to senior leaders of the record, when they talk about the fact that Prime Minister yesterday said it's going to be a fight against corruption, they said, so very, very good. That's the first thing that we're going to ask in Parliament, a joint parliamentary committee into the entire issue of electoral bonds and to get to the bottom of it. How did it happen? What are the reasons? Who are the people? Whether there was a quid pro quo? All those points are going to be raised, and it's definitely going to be difficult days ahead.
All right, Sunil, thank you so much for joining us. The Indian democracy is alive and kicking, as they say. It's a robust democracy. And with coalition era returning, what does it mean for Indian politics? You can see those visuals, and I'll bring in Manisha Priyam and Shaugato Srinivas Raju on this. Those visuals, and I can see everyone else, others also joining us. Welcome to this broadcast, Arshpreet, Pradeep Bhati, welcome on this broadcast, Anjumara, Siddharth Yadav, all of them are joining us as well. Manisha, I'm going to begin with you, and I'll ask the producer to play those visuals. A room in which all the leaders are huddled. There is a great degree of, informality which is associated with this meeting.
This is the room that is in constant motion. Look at each one of them. The big photo that you cannot see, but you can almost make out a small built frame of a woman called Kalpana Soren, who no one had even seen, even in 2023, emerges and takes away all the, not one or two, all the tribal seats of Jharkhand.
Yes.
And erstwhile, very good Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and I iterate once again, a very competent, very, public person, affable, lovable person. Arjun Munda loses the seat in Koti, which is where Birsa Munda's gone to school. In 2020, from the London School of Economics, Professor Muklika Banerjee and I were doing our fieldwork in the school. Now, I didn't imagine that the Ulgulan would mean Kalpana Soren's coming in. Dipankar Bhattacharya there, a giant slayer. Who knew? India's former Home Secretary, Sri R.K. Singhji, Power Minister. I want to know whether he's going for that. By 60,000 votes by a person who I have gathered today is the son of a sweet meat maker. And those who are editors of Hindi newspapers in Patna have told me that Santosh Prasad would come to them saying, Uncle, here's the pamphlet for my party. Will you print it in your newspaper?
These anecdotes actually make politics. And we'll have a very special guest joining us.
Yeah.
Shambhavi, who is an LJP MP now.
Yes.
Who MP-elect. He'll be joining us shortly.
I also want to just add one line. I mean, most of these leaders there. But did I know, as I penned down my own doctoral work at the London School of Economics, I was comparing the development politics of Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar then. I never believed that twain would meet.
How incredible
that twain has indeed met today. I see them both flanking the sides of Prime Minister.
Let's play that visuals also.
Yes,
absolutely. About it.
And that saffron having been replaced by a mild shade of what the new Gen Z would call a neon green.
Yes,
So
I
that's
can
what
see
see
that.
now.
That's
Well,
a brilliant observation.
It was also
there.
for Environment Day, World Environment Day. The Prime Minister did plant that tree. But
Sustainable cabinet?
Srinivas Raju, if you could, if we talk about all the developments, the meeting of the NDA, the Prime Minister giving in his resignation, getting these letters of support, announcing the swearing-in day as the 8th, which Vasudha was telling us could even be 9th. But a sense of urgency there.
But before that, Gagi, because you've allowed Manisha ji to speak about Bihar, I should take some pride that all of this is happening in Mallikarjun Kharge's house.
Absolutely.
And he's a man who has held everything together, a Dalit, who has been a kind of establishment Dalit, of course, for 50 years.
And brought a resurgence in the Congress party.
And sort of got 99 seats. He's not being credited enough. So I think I should take great pride in that huddle where which he's presiding over. So I mean, that's I think.
No, but in my work on Mysore, let me give some credit. Here's the man who intellectually anchors me as I understand Mysore and I understand South.
No, thank you. That's very generous of you.
Yes,
but beautiful compliment that is being extended.
Yes,
but if you look at this visual of India bloc, what is clear is that there is nobody presiding the meeting except that the meeting taking place in Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. The beauty of this visual would be that it
looks very democratic.
Yeah, everybody seems to be around each other and next to each other. There is a Tejasvi Yadav, there is an Akhilesh Yadav, there is a K.C. Venugopal, Priyanka Gandhi.
Absolute diversity of Indian politics, which you will not see in the India bloc because the BJP is a very big formation there. So there is a kind of a monolith sitting in the meeting, and this is also an informal setting because it's a home of a leader.
Yes.
All right, so to answer my question now, because we have to go to our other guests also.
Right. Yes. The question about the NDA
the fast-paced developments, yes.
Yes, I mean, that was expected because, the BJP has substantial numbers, and I think it was very, very interesting that the way they flanked, Prime Minister Modi was flanked by Naidu and Nitish Kumar, and I think they were actually asked to give the letters of support today so that they could demonstrate it to the public and to the media. But others, with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 numbers, MLAs, MPs, they will be giving it only tomorrow, because I was speaking to a few leaders in the afternoon. So there is a sense of urgency there. They just want to get going. And they don't want to sort of delay anything because, any delay can
Right, because the phone lines are being worked. We've been reporting, all the senior leaders arriving here.
It's very difficult for the India Alliance to put together
but
that
still,
thing.
they're keeping that pressure going and, talking about, how the left has been talking about how Nitish Kumar was the one who stitched together the India bloc. And
but they also insulted Nitish Kumar like nobody's business. They insulted Deve Gowda like nobody's business. So if today Deve Gowda, Nitish Kumar, all these people were part of the India Alliance, it could have, the whole game would have been very different.
Okay, so new set of visuals coming in.
Post the meeting,
yes. Post the meeting, Rahul Gandhi, Tejasvi Yadav, Raghav Chadda. Who is that leader standing next to Tejasvi?
Rahul Gandhi is there. And
next to Tejasvi.
And tall gentleman.
We can see Sharad Pawar as well.
Sharad Pawar is there. The person in the center. We'll try and
identify him, but let's get our
Dipankar Bhattacharya to the side.
I think it's Dipankar Bhattacharya. Yes, that's right.
Blue shirt is Dipankar.
No, on the left.
But he must
be just in front of Sharad Pawar.
That's it.
Yes. Exactly. So we'll try.
He could be DMK's representative.
Yes, possibly. Could be DMK's representative as well. But let me bring in other guests: Pradeep Bhati, Arshpreet Anjumara, Siddharth Yadav, and Clyde. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to begin with you, Arshpreet. These are the visuals coming in from India bloc meeting. What's going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours? What should we expect? It's about preparing themselves to sit in opposition.
Thank you for the question. Well, you could expect a surprise. One, we know it for a fact that the double-engine train has already crashed before reaching the station. And the reason behind that is that the wagons fell off. We saw how the allies left. JJP left them, AIADMK left them, Samta Party left them, SAD left them, SAD Siyuk left them. If these many allies have left already, why not any more allies will leave? Second, the passengers, the sawaris of the double engine train also decided to leave the train before reaching the station. They jumped while the train was moving because they saw that this train is going to crash. Therefore, the people, the candidates that were given tickets by the BJP also left them. Third is their own leaders. I want to thank Mr. Yogi Adityanath, a special mention for him, special mention for Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Vasundhara Raje ji, Khattar Sahab, and Shivraj Chauhan Sahab, and many other leaders that did not want Mr. Modi to be the PM candidate. They were all against Mr. Modi because of his dictatorial, autocratic ways and his modus operandi. And second of all is that Mr. Modi has not been able to sleep lately. The last couple of days, I'll tell you why. Because he knows it that Sushashan Babu, Paltu Babu, if he has already done that 6 times, he can do it for the 7th time also. And TDP, Mr. Naidu.
Well, let's get Anjum Ara in on that. And, you know, if we're talking about what we're expecting in the next 24-48 hours, Anjum Ara, आपका क्या जवाब है जो अर्शप्रीत कह रहे हैं? And also a lot of suspense around कि नीतीश कुमार जी क्या मांग करेंगे government, you know, NDA में और क्या मांग करेंगे BJP से?
देखिए, हमारे आदरणीय नेता नीतीश कुमार जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता श्री केसी त्यागी जी ने बहुत स्पष्ट कर दिया कि हमारी कोई नहीं, हाँ, हमारी एक मंशा बिहार के विशेष राज्य के दर्जा को लेकर के रही है और हमारी ये मांग बहुत पहले से है और ये मांग अभी वर्तमान में भी है। इसके अलावा मुझे नहीं लगता है कि जेडीयू के साथ साथ कोई भी घटक दल, एनडीए के घटक दलों की कोई मांग है। हमारे तमाम घटक दल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को नेतृत्व को उन्होंने अपना समर्थन दिया है इस बात के लिए कि उनके लीडरशिप में हमारा देश विकसित राष्ट्र बनेगा। बस इसी बात के लिए और कहीं कोई मांग नहीं, कहीं कोई हम लोगों का अपना कोई कंडीशन नहीं।
Well. Nitish Kumar, of course, having tracked his politics, we'll have to wait and see as to how much will he be asking for. Let's bring in Clyde and Pradeep Bhati as well. Siddharth, I'm going to come to you. So because these are the visuals coming in of the entire India bloc, you know, leaders from regional players from all across India who are present here, from Sanjay Rawat to Akhilesh Yadav. I can see Supriya Sule as well, Ram Gopal Yadav, TMC Sai in many ways, Abhishek Banerjee, who has won with a huge margin, Omar Abdullah, former Chief Minister who lost, Arvind Sawant and Sanjay Rawat there as representatives of Uddhav Thackeray. Yes, go ahead, Clyde. When we look at these visuals, this is the chaotic nature of our democracy which is at display, but one which has been great and resurgence of this opposition which is great for the Indian democracy.
Well, like somebody mentioned a little earlier when you were showing the visual, that this is how diverse as it can get. And you see we are part of a democratic country and you see people from different parties together, and it's a nice visual actually to see such a strong opposition together. And I'm sure they have discussed a lot of things. There are a couple of days more to go. What happens tomorrow is another day. But these are good visuals. All these people together, stalwarts, astute leaders from different parties coming together at the house of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And someone also mentioned that, you know, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge should get all the credit. Yes, yeah, he should. I'm sure all of us have given him that credit. He has worked hard. And Rahul Gandhi and all of them, everybody together here has worked hard to get where they are today. So let's see, wait and watch what happens. But you know what is also strange is to see Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and you know, Nitish Kumar ji getting pride of place. You know, till a few weeks ago, you know, Chandrababu Naidu was being spoken in a different manner, but today he gets pride of place. So this is what, like you said, politics played out in our country. I mean, you need them, you give them the best place, and then you use them. That's what it is.
Okay, Siddharth, come in on this. You know, just as every citizen of India, you would have also wanted a strong opposition, and here is a strong opposition on display.
Having a great discussion today because I have heard the word democracy. I have heard the beauty of democracy when we see the India bloc meeting, but I don't understand what is the real, you know, idea of the beauty of democracy. Is it only because the Congress party is not that dominant in that alliance? Is that the beauty, or is the reason is someplace else? But I think the 21 alliance partners of the NDA, which have been given a wonderful mandate by the people of this country, along with 3 state governments which were given to the 2 to BJP, 1 to NDA government. So 3 NDA governments also in the country. I think they have also met today. The vision is very clear. The people of this country have elected a government for the 3rd time in a consecutive row after 1962. So I think if the democracy was beautiful in 1962, it is yet beautiful again today in 2024. And for the 3rd time, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is going to form the government, a strong government which is going to work for the vision of 2047. It is going to work for 24/7 to make our country a Viksit Bharat. All said and done, my friend Ashpreet, was claiming a lot of things. Who's sleeping? Who's not sleeping? He knows a lot. But one thing that he should know about is that the people of this country are, the Janta is the Janardhan. You should not be claiming more than what you have. The people have, limited you to less than 100 seats. Definitely you have gained, and, you have all the reasons to celebrate. But I don't understand, this entire analogy that the people, I don't understand this analogy. Probably that, I'm coming to that, Ashpreet. I'll just take 10 more seconds. I don't understand this analogy. If a student in a class is underperforming and suddenly he scores 25% and you say, oh, 0 से 25 चला गया, but पप्पू पास नहीं हुआ. ये बात जाननी चाहिए ना. University topper who was getting 100, who was aiming for 100% got 90%, but still the university topper.
All right, let's get a quick response from Ashpreet, and then Pradeep Bharti is also
come
waiting.
down and say कि यार ये क्या हो गया.
Thank you. So all I'm saying is that till now, the Bharatiya Janata Party was accustomed to controlling the allies. Now it is the other way around. The strings are in the hands of the allies, especially Mr. Nitish Kumar, especially Mr. Naidu. And therefore, now hear me out.
All for your fantasies, sir.
So both these leaders have back in the day left the Bharatiya Janata Party and they have shifted allegiance. And Mr. Kumar has done that 6 times. Mr. Naidu did that back in the day because...
Sir, had your allies not left you earlier, probably you would have been in a better position after the results. So please do speak about that.
All right, I would like to quickly get a comment from Pradeep Bharti. I'm sorry to interrupt you because I think they're going to speak soon. So I'd quickly like to get Pradeep Bharti in here, and Siddharth Yadav talking about, the beauty of democracy, and the people have spoken, and people have certainly spoken in Uttar Pradesh as well. And that has been one of the remarkable stories of this election, given the 37 seats that Samajwadi Party managed to get.
Sorry, I missed your question. Can you please repeat?
Well, I was just talking about, Siddharth Yadav of the BJP was talking about how this is democracy at play, and people have spoken and given the Prime Minister Modi yet a 3rd mandate, a 3rd term. Your comments on that, and also how the people of Uttar Pradesh seem to have spoken in this election as well.
Actually, Prime Minister Modi now got the fracture mandate. That is the reason why they are looking for now talking. What Siddharth is talking about NDA or repeating NDA number of times, that what today he has repeated so many times that in last 10 years he has not repeated the NDA or word NDA from last so many days. So one of the reason why the people of the Uttar Pradesh has elected and selected us, and we are the single largest party in Uttar Pradesh and also the 3rd largest party in India. People have these dreams of get all the respects and rights of all the marginalized class. We are equal opportunity, job opportunities for them. No corruption-free government. That what we have seen, those recruitment corruptions in Uttar Pradesh, the paper leaks and all. So we want to get rid of that. We want a government which is full, which respect the constitution, which respect the democracy of this country. We want people to get uplift. And they should not be dependent on the 80 crore people dependent on 5 kg of ration. So these are the core issues. For these issues, we as a
All right, sorry to interrupt you there, but let's listen in as Mr. Kharge is speaking.
जो गठबंधन के लीडर्स है, उन सबको नमस्कार करता हूं और आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। जो हमारे गठबंधन पार्टी के नेता लोग 2 घंटे तक बैठकर आज के पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन पे और आज की जो परिस्थिति है उस पर बहुत से सजेशन आए, चर्चा हो गई और ये निष्कर्ष आखिरी में ये निकला कि हम सब मिलके एक ही उस पर बहुत से सजेशन आए, चर्चा हो गई और ये निष्कर्ष आखिरी में ये निकला कि हम सब मिलके एक ही वॉइस में ये कहना चाहिए जो मैं आपको पढ़ के बताऊंगा। The constituents of India bloc thank the people of India for the overwhelming support received by our alliance. The people's mandate has given befitting reply to the BJP and their politics of hate, corruption, and deprivation. This is a mandate in defense of the Constitution of India and against price rise, unemployment, and crony capitalism, and also to save democracy. The India bloc will continue to fight against the fascist rule of the BJP led by Modi. We will take appropriate steps at the appropriate time to realize the people's desire not to be ruled by the BJP's government, and this is our decision, and we together definitely whatever promises we have given to the people, that we will keep it up. And just I want to tell this. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Kharge there addressing the media after the meeting of the India bloc, saying that the India bloc thanked the people of India. The people's mandate has been given against the corruption, price rise, etc. against Modi. We will take appropriate steps at the appropriate time and ensure that all aspirations are fulfilled.
So one thing is clear, Manisha Priyam, from this press conference after the meeting, that there are no thoughts of any attempt at cobbling up numbers in near future.
See, that's what I've been trying to say in other discussions, that this alliance that you see, it's a
alliance for opposition.
This is a new kid on the block that's dyed in the colors of what the popular mandate is like. Yes. They are here on an agenda of the people. They are here taking up the issues of youth unemployment, Samvidhan, Kisan, Naujawan, as I have said. And I think at this point of time, they will use all the media opportunities to keep going back to the people. Now, Mr. Modi is and was the Prime Minister, because as the sun sets on Raisina Hills, he was the Prime Minister. Now, he was the Prime Minister, will be the Prime Minister again possibly on 7th of June. So let that part do the jostling for power. And they are away from Raisina Hills. You can see this as a coalition of people-based parties. And I think today, therefore, for them to even come up and say that, oh, we are cobbling the numbers and we are going to go to power.
Yeah, I think a lot of bravado, a lot of statements were made with leaders coming in,
doing the very thing that they have critiqued the BJP for. Remember in Maharashtra?
I think it was a lot of bravado there, but now the concentration on actually being a feisty and an opposition that India deserves. Also, you have assembly elections coming up.
Pragmatically speaking, they can't keep with those numbers, they can't be a stable coalition.
No, and now countering the Modi government, as Sunil Prabhu was telling us earlier, they're going to demand a joint parliamentary committee on, the electoral bond. So issues like that to raise those issues.
As we said on day one when the results were announced, that a walkout will now look like a real walkout, because you know, the physical space that they're going to
Look like a
occupy.
real with 100, at least 99 Congress members walking
the
out.
physical space that they're going to occupy in the opposition benches is going to be really interesting, and you know, it can't be a one-way street anymore. That is very, very clear.
The checks and balances
With
which
checks
are needed,
and balances,
which will be ensured.
Which is very welcome in a democracy.
And
you know,
some
in
of the
fact,
parties now have to concentrate on upcoming, state elections. Clyde Crasto still with us. Clyde, if you can comment on that now, from all intents and purpose, what Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge said, it seems the issue of, trying to cobble the numbers together is over, and they're going to, the opposition is going to concentrate on raising issues that matter to the people, the reason why the opposition got such a huge number of votes of the people of India.
Well, the role of the opposition in a democracy is to show the mirror to the incumbent government as to what right or wrong they are doing, and if they're doing something wrong, they're going to show them the mirror. And I think as an opposition, that is our role. That's what we've been doing for a while now. It's just that we are getting stronger and stronger by the day. And so we are going to do that. We're going to do that role with utmost diligence, and we're going to do it very strongly. And you also mentioned that will it affect what happens now in the state elections? Yes. Maharashtra is going towards the state elections. Hopefully it will be declared in time. But what the people of Maharashtra have shown in the polity, or what they've shown, is that you cannot fool them. And they've also gone ahead and showed who the real NCP is, who the real Shiv Sena is. I mean, today the Bharatiya Janata Party in Maharashtra has come down to single digits, where they were boasting with a lot of arrogance and saying we are going to get 45 out of 48 seats. And they were like actually insulting,
Siddharth, a great degree of caution
taunting
in which
people.
You will approach politics here onwards? No more jod-tod ki politics?
No, I think we were already exercising all the necessary precautions, Maria. And we must never forget that in Maharashtra, we went into polls in a pre-poll alliance. Our alliance partner defied the mandate of the people, and he went away. We must not forget that. So if people are voting for an alliance, if people are voting for two parties together, and one of the parties goes to the other side and forms a khichdi government, and the khichdi government comes back and tells us that we are the real people's mandate and we have been elected for the people, no, that is not correct.
All right, this is
so
all,
we must always remember that.
History, it's all done and dusted. Now looking forward, Maria's question being that now no more of this jod-tod, and a lot of the analysts saying now there will be a lagam, in a sense, on the government with this very, feisty and resurgent opposition.
No, I think I'll not really comment about the analysts, because I'll not really comment on that.
I'm coming to you, Clyde, one moment. Yes, let him finish.
They will not be able to do away with the constitution, if I may suggest. They will not be able to
Let
do away
me have my say. Let me have my say, Ashpreet, please. You can wait for 5 seconds. I'll not really comment on that.
Just give a moment. Let him just finish his point, then we'll come to you. Quickly,
because yes, I'll just take 20 seconds, because we have already seen, on your show only, I'm seeing analysts coming out and speaking that the visuals in front of in front of me right now are the visuals of parties which are representing the people. Are the NDA parties not representing the people? The people have given mandates. 21 parties together are forming a government. That is also, how are we undermining or how are we belittling the people's mandate in this country is really funny for me to understand, but I'll give it to you. There's no worries in that. And, we have all the liberty to analyze.
One of the important planks of the BJP's campaign was कि खिचड़ी सरकार जो है वो अच्छी नहीं होती है, ठग बंधन भी बुलाया गया, तो अब ये बातें जो हैं अब ये दिख रहा है कि सब
मनीषा जी, बिल्कुल खिचड़ी सरकार अच्छी नहीं होती है, इसीलिए बीजेपी के पास टोटल पूरे इंडिया की खिचड़ी से ज्यादा है।
आप राष्ट्रपति क्या
बीजेपी के पास 240 है और खिचड़ी के पास 232 है।
राष्ट्रपति क्या दे रही है डिनर में?
Siddharth, just let me get a quick comment from Ashpreet.
Khichdi is the most healthiest.
Double engine is going to become single engine. You will see that very soon. And they will not be able to do away with the constitution. They will not be able to do away with the reservation. They will not be able to do away with the democracy.
All right, Clyde Crasto, comment from you before we have to take a quick break. Yes, Clyde Crasto.
No, so I'll tell you quickly. The BJP spokesperson was talking about khichdi, and earlier he said somebody got 25 marks and you're praising. Well, Bharatiya Janata Party is like that. They are the invigilators in an exam, and the student was caught copying and they accused him of copying. But the student said, oh, I'm writing a nice essay on you. So that the invigilator says that, okay, if the essay is on me, you're not copying. Okay, I'm giving the extra marks and you're passed. This is how it is.
I think the best part is I can see Siddharth of the BJP smile. Everybody seems to be smiling. Even as we discuss khichdi on a primetime show. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. On the other side, Gargi and I will be back, and we have a very special guest.
Right, do stay with us. We have one of the youngest members of parliament, a young woman from Bihar. Stay with us.
Sharing se yaad hai, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. Ghar mein koi dost aaya ho, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक option मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on
Welcome back. We're now joined by a very special guest, a young woman who's going to be one of the youngest members of parliament in the 18th Lok Sabha. Shambhavi Chaudhary is just 25 years old.
But she's a third generation politician. I can see her on our television screen. Welcome, Shambhavi. She contested on an LJP ticket and she has won. Shambhavi, congratulations. Being a woman MP or being a woman candidate in a caste-driven society or deeply rooted in caste, Bihar, how did you negotiate through what will be seen as a very, very treacherous caste terrain of Bihar?
So when I went to the constituency, I did not talk of caste or I did not talk of religion. I only talked about the development and all the development that has happened in Bihar in the last decade. That's what I think convinced people, and they already have their mind. They are already mentally prepared and they know where to cast their vote. It's just that you have to go to them, you have to talk about the schemes that you have in mind, and I think I was successful in delivering my vision. And I would also like to mention that you have a national political manifesto that the NDA coalition came up with, but I also had a local manifesto that was only strictly related to my constituency, and we worked on that. We went to every house, we talked about it, be it the Nukkar Sabhas or different large gatherings. We talked of our vision, we talked of our goals. I specifically tried to meet as many people as I could. I was on the field for 16-17 hours a day, meeting people, discussing different plans, how they envision their own future, what they want for their own constituency, and I think it proved to be successful.
All right, now Shambhavi, it's a welcome change. You're also a third generation politician. So what made you choose the LJP, not a very significant player, a smaller ally of the JDU and BJP? You could have chosen one of the bigger parties in the state.
Why I chose Lok Jan Shakti Party basically was I am young, I am a youth, and I think I connect with youth more. I saw a comfortable and secured future in our party president Chirag Paswan, and you mentioned one thing that I could have gone with Janata Dal United or Bharatiya Janata Party, but I chose Lok Jan Shakti Party because I think the future of Bihar lies in Lok Jan Shakti Party, and as you can see, it's the only party of the state that has got 100% strike rate, despite having the party's name changed. We had a different election symbol also. So earlier this party was contesting on a bangla. The bungalow was their election symbol, but this time when we were contesting, we had the helicopter was our election symbol, and despite having a new symbol, a new name to the party, and this is the first election that we fought after respected Ramvilas Paswan ji passed away, and despite all these consequences, we have 100% strike rate, and this party has always given 100% strike rate, be it the 2014 elections, 2019 elections, and now the 2024 elections. For 3 elections, all the candidates of the party have been winning. So I think maybe prior to today, there could have been speculations about this party not being strong, but we have, I think, worked very hard, and we have been Chirag Bhaiya has successfully been able to establish this party as a key party in Bihar politics.
Okay, our last question to you, Shambhavi. Even as we congratulate you for what has been an unusual feat, how did your campaign really go about? Like most NDA MPs, did you also seek votes in the name of Prime Minister Modi?
So definitely there is a Modi factor. You can't deny it, and no candidate can deny it. And we were contesting for the Prime Minister of this country to elect a Prime Minister with a clear mandate in this country. And definitely we were talking about our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. We were also talking about our Chief Minister Nitish Kumar ji, and we were also talking about our party President Chirag Bhaiya and respected late Ramvilas Paswan ji. So obviously there are established leaders that have a respectable face. They do have a definite vote share. But apart from all of this, I was also talking about, like I said earlier, my own vision, my own goals and aspirations for my constituency, and the plan that I have in mind, and the roadmap that I have designed for the constituency. And I think all these factors are very crucial. All these came up together, and that's how I could win with the second large margin in the state.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Shambhavi, for speaking to us, and really all the best. Hope more young people join politics. I think we need, a new way of looking at things. Thanks again for joining us on the program.
And more women join politics.
Definitely more women in politics as well. Well, thank you so much for watching. We're going to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. एंड इवन फॉर मैक्स, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो you can turn off the updates as well. And then once the update comes in, you can search online and look for other people's feedback कि उनको अपने फोन में कैसा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है, and then you can decide if you want to get that update or you want to skip that one. फ्रेंड आपके घर के लेआउट पे ये डिपेंड करता है, बिकॉज इन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ज्योमेट्री गोइंग ऑन. अगर हम घर के अंदर की बात करते हैं, सम एरियाज माइट हैव अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिंग ऑल टुगेदर. घर दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड सबसे पहले.
Good evening, welcome to a very special program, The Road to Government. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program, it's been a day of fast-moving political developments, crucial meetings for both the NDA and the India Alliance. This as the NDA stakes claim to form the government after the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the BJP President and members of the NDA meet President Draupadi Murmu. That is something that's been scheduled. That's one among several developments today.
Yes, and the Prime Minister, in fact, the BJP, I would say, obtained a written letter of support from TDP's Chandrababu Naidu, JDU's Nitish Kumar, and other members of the entire NDA coalition. And the NDA, in fact, passed a resolution choosing Prime Minister Modi unanimously as the leader of the NDA alliance. What will be interesting to see how the events play out in terms of what will be the demand of Nitish Kumar and Mr. Naidu over the next 48 hours on the road to the new government.
In fact, obtaining the support was crucial since there's been speculation that Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar could be approached by the opposition India bloc, which finished with 232 seats, 40 shy of a majority, and has been exploring a government formation bid. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge's statement, which we'll play out in just the next couple of moments, is very significant because it is an indicator of how this is an ongoing process to see if they can somehow get the numbers to form a government at this stage. The swearing in Saturday evening, right?
Yes, that's what
and
the
is it going to be a full
yes.
swearing in process or not just the Prime Minister?
No, but the indication is that this will be the full cabinet that will be sworn in on Saturday.
All right. So the full, and would we therefore also, Maria, know about the profiles, the portfolios
yes,
by
the
Saturday?
end of
or
that
just the ministers who would be sworn in without a portfolio allocation or named?
So in the morning we'll know about the ministers who will be sworn in and we'll see that play out. And thereafter, by the end of that day, we can expect the list of portfolios as well.
All right. Well, let's just listen in to what Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress leader, had to say about how they are seeing these election results and what the roadmap ahead is. Some of these comments fairly controversial because it seems quite clear that they are looking to find ways to try and come to power eventually.
The people's mandate has given befitting reply to the BJP and their politics of hate, corruption and deprivation. This is a mandate in defense of the Constitution of India and against price rise, unemployment and crony capitalism, and also to save democracy. The India bloc will continue to fight against the fascist rule of the BJP led by Modi.
All right, so the India bloc will continue to explore options is what he said, but let's just take a quick look at what the overall situation is and summarize today's developments before we introduce our panel today. So on our spectacular set, this is the road to the new government. This is the overall situation. The total number of seats, 543. The majority mark, 272. The NDA at 293. The India Alliance at 232. Let's move to the next set of graphics, which we have on the menu matter at this stage, which is what we've really been talking about how there are two kingmakers at this stage. The TDP, Chandrababu Naidu, the JDU, Nitish Kumar. Between the two of them, the TDP at 16 seats and Nitish Kumar at 12, they are absolutely crucial. They are crucial in holding this alliance together in a sense. Road to the new government, both peer leaders, Nitish Kumar to your right and Mr. Naidu to your left are crucial to the NDA. Nitish Kumar, I beg your pardon, Chandrababu Naidu on the left, the newest NDA ally, Nitish Kumar, somebody known for his flip-flops.
Yes, and the two leaders clearly, Vishnu, have done business with both the Congress and the BJP in the past. So there is
Let's bring out the next graphic if we can, because that looks at another key leader over here. In fact, let's keep moving from graphic to actually summarize this situation. It's Akhilesh Yadav in Uttar Pradesh who scripted the biggest upset. Very much the man of the moment. The Samajwadi Party won 37 seats in UP. The BJP itself wasn't close to the simple majority mark which they were actually seeking. This is the best ever performance by the Samajwadi Party. And just one or two other graphics on what we are talking about. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. This is stating the obvious. Atmanirbhar to ally nirbhar might be a reality. Well, it is a reality.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Maybe a reality.
Yes,
it is a reality.
It's a coalition government which will take oath on 8th, and will allies, these two allies who are known to be extremely wily politicians, what will be their say in the government in terms of what will they extract from this entire cabinet? They are going to bargain very hard. Will they be asking for special status or special package for their respective states? A story will continue to track very, very closely. The indication is also that Chandrababu Naidu has asked or is likely to ask for the Speaker's chair, because in the 12th and the 13th Lok Sabha, a TDP leader, the MP, in fact, was also the Speaker then.
Okay, let's just quickly introduce our panelists. I'll be joined later on this program by the senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor. We're joined now by Salman Sood, spokesperson of the Congress, Professor Jyotsna Tirungari, national spokesperson, Tirunagari, national spokesperson of the TDP, Salim Dharanidharan, spokesperson of the DMK, Neerja Chaudhary and Amitabh Tiwari are our panelists looking at every aspect of this.
And Shazia.
Shazia as well. Shazia, let me come across, in fact, to you at this stage. The Prime Minister and obviously the BJP moved very, very quickly to Rashtrapati Bhavan to try to stake claim. We're told Saturday is the date when the swearing-in will take place. What was the pressing need for this urgency? Is it because, you know, the alliance, as it were, has been completely stitched because the signatures have come in, or is there a sense of being somewhat jittery, given that the TDP and the JDU are so crucial?
You know, the air is fraught with speculation and all kinds of rumors keep flying in thick and fast. But had BJP taken more time, they would have been accused of being tardy. And that tardiness would have been attributed to something else. So I don't think there's any pressing need. I think, yes, there is need to have a government in place, which you'll have very soon. There is no ambiguity in any way. There's complete clarity in terms of numbers, where alliance goes, where a party goes. And there are very specific announcements made by our two allies as to where they stand. In fact, it's in all good cheer. So somewhere, somehow, there is no concession being made by India Alliance, which they should have done. I mean, that is a basic grace of democracy, that when you don't form the government, when you lose, you say congratulations and all the best. But
okay,
that is not happening. So there is already some kind of, so just for some mischievous reasons. No, Maria, let me finish, because, you know, I represent BJP and I must speak on this. So all kinds of speculations. Now you've heard from everybody. You've heard from Nitish ji, you've heard from Naidu ji, you've heard from Manjhi ji. They're absolutely, it's all very amicable, very pleasant. I don't know why these dampeners have to be there, and also some of them being imaginary. So that way, everything is open to speculation, whether this will last or not, what has transpired, what is actually happening, what kind of khishtan and pulls and pressures are there. Well, there would be expectations, and I'm sure
okay, so let's discuss those expectations. I think that's what we are doing as journalists, Shazia. We are discussing expectations and what will these leaders be asking for their respective states, because Nitish Kumar's demand for the longest time has been a special package for Bihar. And in 2015, the BJP, then of course led by Prime Minister Modi as well, had announced 1,50,000 crore for Bihar. So, and Chandrababu Naidu walked out of alliance in 2018, demanding a special status for Andhra Pradesh.
Correct. 2018 is when he left NDA.
Yes.
After 4 years, and because he wanted a special financial status. Yes, so all this will be raised. And it'll all be done amicably as partners do, as allies do.
Sure.
So I don't think that can be. And tell me something, when they decided this to be together as a pre-poll alliance with specific seat sharing, with clear mandate, with an idea as to what is a common vision, surely this was known to both of them, right? That they wanted a special package for Bihar, one, and Chandrababu Naidu wanting a special financial package for Andhra Pradesh at that point of time. So this is nothing new. This is information known to both of them, all of them, each one of us, for the longest period.
Yes.
And
let's
they
bring
have
in
made an
Professor
alliance.
Jyotsna now. Professor Jyotsna of TDP. Chandrababu Naidu has left Delhi and he has gone back to Vijayawada. 9th is when the swearing-in ceremony of Mr. Naidu is likely to take place, and before that, perhaps on 8th, is when the new cabinet of Mr. Modi will be sworn in. You know, there's a lot of buzz as to what is he likely to ask for. What are the party leaders picking up?
Good evening, one and all in the debate. Yes, first of all, we are enjoying the moment of victory, a marvelous, tremendous victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also at the center, because this is the third time NDA is contesting the elections, 2014, 2019 and 2024. Still, BJP remains the single largest party with 240 seats and backed by strong partners like TDP and JDU. So what's in to even doubt about that? We have been a pre-poll partner. NDA has secured victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We are forming NDA government in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also we are forming a very strong NDA government at the center.
But Professor Tirunagari, I suppose one of the reasons why questions are being asked is because, let's face it, the equation between Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP has been acrimonious. He's not had the nicest things to say about Prime Minister Modi in the past. In fact, in interviews which he has given, he's been extremely critical of the Prime Minister. He's been critical about the policies in the past of the BJP. He's spoken about all sorts of things, the agencies, misuse of agencies, changing institutions, etc., etc. Hence, there is genuine questions on how he is now seen to be a stable and reliable partner of the BJP. It's a fair question.
I completely understand that. Here, in 2014, we were a part of NDA. In 2018, after 4 years of NDA government in the state of Andhra Pradesh and also center, we differed with them on some issues, whether it was the special status issue or special package issue or any other, some of the other issues, not any other, but some of the other issues. During that, definitely, because that was a very emotional moment for the state of Andhra Pradesh, we lost a lot during that time, and that was when, I suppose, from both the sides, it's just not from TDP, we had similar words from the BJP also. But yet again, if you remember, for the past 3 to 4 years, after COVID and during COVID also, a lot of things, Chandrababu Naidu Garu has spoken about Modi ji's vision and also how the country is going forward with some of the policies. See, if we have to speak it very, if we have to talk very clearly here, if something is good,
ma'am, even as we speak, your party boss has tweeted, and I would ask the producer to put that on our television screens, because he has said and has shared some pictures of him with Prime Minister Modi and Nitish Kumar in that NDA meeting which happened some time back at 7 LKM, Prime Minister's residence. And Mr. Naidu says, honoring the mandate given by the people of our country, all NDA partners unanimously endorsed Shri Narendra Modi ji as our coalition leader at a meeting held in Delhi today. Under his able leadership, we shall all strive to ensure that our country continues to prosper and emerge as a global leader. So enough indication, Salman Source, that Mr. Naidu is very much part of the NDA.
We have said it earlier, and also we have said it now.
Yes.
Let me just bring in Salman over there. Salman, I mean, just further adding a little bit to Maria's question. When Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge says that the India Alliance will take appropriate steps at the right time, I mean, it sort of indirectly suggests that you'll make efforts to try and bring down this government by bringing across potential allies. Is that A, a correct interpretation? And B, since we are all Indians and we all want stability of our country, is that something that is a message that really needs to be said, that that's what you're trying to do?
Vishnu, first let me congratulate our friends from Andhra Pradesh, from the Telugu Desam Party for doing for a very stupendous victory there. They feel happy. In fact, we in the Congress and in the India Alliance also feel happy because of the mandate that has come from the people. And contrary to what people seem to suggest through facile kind of straight line kind of analysis, this mandate is not for Prime Minister Modi. I differ with that. But what Khargeji has said, Vishnu, I'll be very clear. Who are we to bring down the Prime Minister and the BJP? The people of the country have done that. So we have not done it. We had nobody to bring. It's not us. It's the people of the country.
But what is will take appropriate steps at the right time? These were his words. What does that mean?
It just means that we have to struggle for Indian democracy. It means that we have to struggle for the people's issues. And we will do that at every forum, at every opportunity. And that is our right under the Constitution, because we are currently in the opposition. But let me explain to you, if you give me just 30 seconds, why this is not a mandate for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. In fact, this 2024 is a bigger defeat for the BJP than the 2004 election defeat. And the reason is very simple. The Prime Minister at that time, Prime Minister Vajpayee, was not the kind of Prime Minister we have now. He was a Democrat. This person is a dictator. Prime Minister Modi, with all the money, all the media, all the public institutions which he has used blatantly for political purposes, the arrest of 2 sitting chief ministers, no less. These are the kinds of things, the electoral bonds, you name it. The ED,
but Salman, I'm not interrupting you to...
I'm just saying, just
but the election campaign is over, Salman. I mean, these were things, it's a done deal now.
No, the struggle is not over. Just give me 10 seconds. If the Prime Minister really had this tremendous mandate, then why is it that after 5 years since 2019, his own seat of Varanasi, he barely won that. He barely won that seat. His margin came from 4 lakh plus to 1,50,000.
Okay, Salman, hold on. You made lots of points. It's only fair that Shazia has the right to and my only suggestion, my only submission, Salman, this isn't at all to sort of, take down what you're saying, is that, the election campaign is done. I find Mr. Kharge's statement, we will take appropriate steps at the right time, indicative of what may come. So I don't understand why you bring up things which we could have brought up a few days back.
I don't understand why being so cantankerous.
Shazia, let me just finish.
Salman, I don't understand why you're so angry. Why are you being so cantankerous? Jairam Ramesh has still not told us as to who are those 150 DMs who Home Minister was calling. We're still waiting for those answers.
Shazia, listen to me. Shazia, if you are happy, I'm happy for you. But the fact of the matter is the people don't want you.
Okay, Salman, fair enough. Let her now reply.
Not happy.
Salman,
you made your point, Salman. Let her now reply. It's only fair that, and I won't...
Salman?
We won't do anything to you. Don't worry. We're not that scary.
Salman, I am very happy to know that you're happy for me. I also want you to be happy and concede gracefully. You don't have to be so full of anger and bile. It is done and dusted. This is how democracy works. This is how accounting happens. Yeah, the margin is less, so look at the numbers. It is the largest party, 3rd time around. Yes, there are some misses, and why not? We will look into that. We will not blame the EC. We will not go to the EVMs. We will not denigrate any of the institutions. We will take it fair and square. We are very responsible that way, Salman. I assure you, on every bit, every seat, there will be really detailed discussion, introspection, and all that will be done. But at least give us our victory, and you don't have to be so angry. You've done fairly well. Congratulate yourself, and I want to congratulate you for having done far better.
All right, so
than
that
last
is the
time,
most
and-
non-acrimonious exchange that we've seen between the BJP and the Congress, it seems, in
There's
all
a lot
time.
of
And this is,
congratulatory messages
it's a
being
wonderful,
exchanged.
wonderful way. No more. Now that I'm enjoying the moment, Salman, so I'm not going to get you people to fight.
Yes,
but,
let's bring in
Salim
Neerja
Dharanidharan, and I'll come across to my other panelists. I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Dharanidharan, as far as the steps ahead are concerned in terms of the alliance itself. What do you see as the road ahead?
And
do you
role
believe
of India bloc.
exactly the role in Parliament? You have a larger presence in Parliament at this stage.
Yes.
Will it be used constructively, or are we going to see this acrimonious fighting, disruptions, or constant efforts at trying to bring down the government?
Hi, firstly, thank you for having me in the show. See, as our leader has time and again reiterated, the idea for the India bloc was to save India from the fascist, to protect the constitution of India, right? To protect ethos of India, and that is what we will strive. Under Prime Minister Modi, the idea of India has been lost, and even if you look over the past 5 years, DMK always raised pertinent points. We were against CAA, we were against NRC, we were against all activities that were against democracy as well as against federalism. No one expected us to do this well. And in fact, if the institutions had been non-partisan, BJP's numbers, NDA's numbers would have gone down to less than 200 and BJP's number to less than 140. We know how the election commissioners were elected. We know about the freezing of the Congress's funding. We know the chief ministers were arrested, how our politicians were harassed by ED, how ED, CBI, income tax have started becoming as the wings of the BJP party. So the whole crux was, in fact, the Swedish think tank, VDEM, said that India is now an electoral autocracy. You see, even autocratic countries have elections like Russia.
This is all water
and
under the
even
bridge
India had an
now.
election, but it was not fair. But
It just strikes me that neither you or Salman are looking ahead. I believe, as a journalist, it's a valid question I'm asking. Will there be policies in the interest of the nation? We've seen incredibly acrimonious exchanges in Parliament for years and years.
Multiple washouts of the Lok Sabha.
Washouts. The fact of the matter is that they have come to power fairly, maybe not the BJP alone, but the NDA fairly comfortably. So therefore, looking ahead, can you be an opposition which is conducive to policies and governance?
The point here is Prime Minister Modi has not been running the country like how a democratic country should be run. The bills were not being